Good morning and welcome to the Banks Home Riverside. This is the live stream for Durham versus Lancashire in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, which is back for a couple of rounds before the 100 starts. We've almost had the conclusion of the T20 Blast with finals day happening at the Oval this Sunday. Neither team today have qualified for that, so it's good to see these teams back playing One Day Club Cup cricket. Alongside me is Claire Jenkins. I'm Polly Starkey and we'll be talking you through the game today. News from the toss is that Durham have won and have opted to bat. So let's talk you through the teams. We've got Susie Bates and Emma Marlowe at the top of the order for Durham. Maddie Villiers in next. Captain Holly Armitage, Bess Heath, Emily Windsor, who came back in the T20 Blast and had a spectacular winning innings there. Catherine Fraser, Phoebe Turner, Grace Thompson, Sophia Turner and Katie Levick. And then for Lancashire, Eve Jones and Emma Lamb opening up. Tilika Stephen, Seren Smale, Ellie Threlkeld, the captain and wicketkeeper, Elsa Lister, Alana King, their overseas star, who's still playing cricket for them, which is great, Kate Cross, England international, Tara Norris, Mahika Gore and Sophie Morris. Claire Jenkins, your thoughts on the game today?
Well, we've got a bit of a gloomy day, but we are expecting a great game here. It should be a good close game. Now, as you rightly said, they're not involved in finals, so this is a chance for sort of focus back into the longer format. We've got a 50 over World Cup this year, so more 50 over they can play, the better preparation for these players. So we're looking forward to a great day today.
Yeah, it's slightly strange scheduling with a couple of rounds of the One Day Cup happening before finals day. The teams in the final, so Surrey, who have gone straight to the final, and then in the eliminator, Warwickshire, or the Bears, and the Blaze, they're all playing today as well in One Day Cup fixtures. So it is a bit of an odd scenario, but as we say, neither Durham or Lancashire did qualify for that. Lancashire came close, to be fair, but it means that both teams can focus on the One Day Cup, and it's an important game for Durham. Lancashire are second in the table, they're on 26 points, but for Durham they're sixth, they're on 14 points, so the points really matter, and around the halfway stage of the competition, so we're looking to finals day in September.
Yep,
they'll be keen to put some points on the board.
So the finals day is Sunday the 21st of September, and semi-finals will be on Wednesday the 17th of September, I think, if I've got that right. So that's all to play for, so back in September. So we think they've got about 6 rounds left. They've done 6 rounds left of this, so kind of past the halfway stage, as it were. And ironically, you mentioned the Vitality Blast finals. If there had been 2 semis in Tier 1, trying to explain that Tier 1 only has the decider or eliminator in the final, Tier 2 do have 2 semi-finals, but if there had been 2 semi-finals, Lancashire would have made that, so slightly frustrating for them, but a good season in the 20 over, so it'll be interesting to see how the 50 over goes.
And of course they've lifted silverware with the T20 Knockout Cup, the T20 County Cup, so they were superb in that, and Lancashire are rocking their new kit today. A lovely navy, very smart compared to their all-red usual attire. So we've got 2 teams in navy. It feels like during the regional era, everyone was wearing orange, and now everyone's wearing navy.
Orange or black, now they've gone to navy. I mean, it's better for my colour palette, because that's one of my colour palette, navy. But yeah, so 2 teams in navy. We also have got the umpires today in their purple. Now, this is the first time I know these 2, because I was speaking to them earlier. First time they've worn their purple kit, Metro Bank purple. So we've got Bumble this end, and the legend that is Umpire Sue the far end. So we've got a couple of characters of the umpiring world doing the game today.
Yeah, so a very nice purple. We were trying to decide what shade it is. I think as Brummies we would say Cadbury purple.
Yeah.
If you're from elsewhere and there's an iconic purple shade in your city, do let us know, because there may be other shades of purple, but it's quite a nice, it's a dark purple, but it's also quite bright. So very good. Different to their usual pink that they wear in the Vitality
pink,
Blast.
And then the usual sort of navy with the green and the yellow at the top. So yeah, so Graham Lloyds and Sue Redfern umpiring. And the coaches are Danny Hazel for Durham and Chris Reed for Lancashire.
We were both here a couple of days ago
Yeah,
for
the
the one-day international between England and India, which, I mean, England came close to winning that game. India posing 300 plus total. I think it was 316 in the end.
Yeah, it was something like that. Yeah,
it was
over
a high
300.
score. England fell short by 13 runs in the end. Kate Cross was on drinks that day, and she'll be opening the bowling for Lancashire from the Finkel end.
Yeah, having India score over 300, I was here as a spectator, and you think, ooh, this could be a short second half. But yeah, credit to England for dragging it out nearly to the end and keeping us that hope flying.
Cross to Bates, works that into the leg side to start. Won't get off the mark.
Yes, I had the luxury of watching as a spectator. You were working, weren't you?
Working hard always.
Yeah, always.
Lancashire also have Alana King today, who stayed on after the Vitality Blast. So I doubt she'll be here in September, but we'll be staying for the 100 as Cross is in again. Leg side by Bates.
The said Alana King, just demonstrating she's still here.
The bright pink spikes on.
Yeah, yes.
You can't miss
They're
her.
a contrast. Let's say they match the T20 kit.
Yeah.
Better.
It's quite good for spotting her in the field.
Yeah.
Also got Elsa Lister in the fluorescent spikes as well.
Rocking the light, right? The red shoes.
Cross number 16 on the shirt. Wrap on the pads and the peel. Still yet to get off the mark. So starts with 3 dots.
I love Kate Cross's bowling action.
Yeah.
It's just, because actually it's a very unnatural thing to do, but she just makes it look like such a smooth action. Oh.
Bates waiting to get off the mark.
I was about to say, I'm going to stop myself so we can watch this as spectators, but are we looking out for the Susie Bates shiggle? So as she's waiting for the bowler to come in, watch this now, folks. If we get a close up, see the Susie Bates shiggle. I think she's setting herself up for Strictly Come Dancing or Dancing with the Stars, whatever they call it in New Zealand, perhaps.
I'm sure they'd take her over here.
Yeah.
Cross in again. Bates attempts to get off the mark, but is sent back by Marlowe. There's a bit of a misfield.
There might be a little bit of damp on the field. I think we probably had a bit of dew, damp in the air.
Yes,
might be
a bit
greasy.
cloudy out there. It's quite warm though today,
Mm.
and it has been for the last few days. We had a bit of drizzle yesterday. So Cross 5 dots so far. Bates awaits. There's an appeal.
Lovely big loud appeal.
Yeah. The whole field's going up for that one. And so Lancashire start with a maiden, thanks to Kate Cross, someone who I know definitely wants to go on Strictly Come Dancing.
Yes, they talked about that.
If there are any producers listening, she's been keen for that for a number of years. So 0 for 0 after the first over. A very good start by Lancashire.
There's Graham Lloyd just having a chat with Kate Cross about a lovely big appeal, wasn't it? So, yeah. We shall see what we've got. So we're going to see the pace of Mahika Gore from the Lumley end. Bowling left arm over to Emma Marlowe. Quick back check there. Emma Marlowe's under 19, isn't she? England, as Gore comes in. And that's beautifully defended down in front of it, and there is no run.
Yeah, Marlowe, former under-19, because I think she's about 21 now.
Yeah.
But yeah,
She
part
can
of
always
that.
be former under-19.
Yeah,
can't she?
exactly. Part of the 2023 under-19 World Cup in South Africa, where England reached the final, lost to India.
Did we mention that we beat Australia in the semi-final?
Oh, we need
It's a
to
good
mention
job-
that. Yeah,
good job
yeah.
we didn't
We'll
mention
mention it a couple of times more
Yeah.
in the stream. Important.
In again, it comes Gore. Oh, it hits the pads. Sue Redfern shakes her head. That's good enough for me. Not out.
I will
Still
say
not
about
for naught. What?
about the under-19 World Cup, said
Oh, yeah,
beating
yeah.
Australia. Seren Smale, who's in the field, not
Oh,
behind
yeah?
the stumps today, but she got into the head of the Aussies. Amy Smith for Australia was rattled by Seren Smale behind the stumps, who I hear is a very, very chirpy keeper, which we love to see.
More in the Katie. What's her face? Katie Martin. More than Amy Jones, perhaps, as that's wrapped on the bat and the pads. No, Sue Redfern says no, and they trot through for the first runs of the game. So is that going to get signalled? What did that come off? Leg bye. That's good enough for me. So Durham are off the mark.
It's been a nervy start, I think,
It
for
has.
Durham with all those appeals. Probably feeling like a cat with 9 lives at the moment.
They're bowling a nice line here, and that's keeping Durham quiet as Susie Bates takes guard to face the left arm over of Mahika Gore. The ball coming down from some height.
2 metre Mahika,
2
that's
metre
what they call her.
Mahika, yeah. Or Meeks, as the Lancs girls call you. You know more about Lancashire than I do. Gore comes in again. Bates. Oh, it's another wrap on that. There's going to be lots of bruises here. They're getting through for... Oh, is a shy of the stumps. So this was an exciting single. 2 for no loss. Lancashire will have their tails up here. They're wrapping the pads and bowling a great line at the Banks Homes Riverside. Chesterley Street.
Yeah, this is one of those when perhaps the scorecard doesn't tell the full story and, it would just go down to leg bye, but you don't see the direct hit, you don't see the constant appealing.
In again. And that's played beautifully into the offside. There's a gap there, and there's nobody covering that. It's going to sail away. First boundary of the day then to Susie Bates. Beautiful shot through the covers. Across that real estate out towards Lumley Castle. 4 runs to the total. Durham move on to 6 without loss.
That's the slight breakthrough Durham needed. First runs off the bat.
That'll, that's much better, isn't it? Maybe a little nerve settler, although Susie Bates, world champion, no doubt it's not really rattled by that sort of thing. Gore comes in again. There's another half-muted appeal, and there is no run off that last one. So we've got 2 overs gone here at Chesterley Street. Durham are 6 without loss against Lancashire in their brand new navy kit. Durham in their usual, also navy kit, as we mentioned earlier. 1 or 2 bright shoes in the darkness. We're actually looking through tinted windows, so it always makes it look like it's worse weather than it actually
it always
is.
looks like it's about to rain.
You've got a better view.
which it's
outside.
not meant to today.
Although as you
so
can see, it's a bit threatening. The forecast said a little bit of shower potentially around midday, but we hope that the weather's not going to interfere.
6 for that loss. Kate Cross back from the Finkel end. Bates awaits and plays it straight back to Cross for no run. I at the England game the other day, I went and had a little look in the club shop. I always like to go and look at the club shop, see what's in there. And I was very impressed because there is a jigsaw in the club shop of the ground with Lumley Castle in the background. And it tempted me. I might have to go back there today.
Yeah.
Because
it's a great shop. There's all sorts in there.
Cross in again. This time on the offside. Now scamper 3 for 1. And yeah, I thought it was just very creative. It was like a special edition jigsaw. And I do love a jigsaw. So
yeah, it's a good bit of mindfulness, isn't it? They had all sorts, because they had the charity game, didn't they? So for Copperfield,
they had
in
the
terms
pink
of
shirts,
breast cancer, health, etc. And they had the pink shirts, so you can buy those as well. Please.
Yeah, I saw a
Plenty of
couple
stuff on
of spectators at the ODI were wearing them.
Yeah, that's right.
Cross to Marlowe, who plays that with a straight back, very defensive.
Nice forward defensive now.
7 without loss.
Yeah, get yourself to the club shop. You can get your jigs on.
Yeah.
Get your different coloured shirts.
Marlowe 4 from 6. Bates 1 from 9. Defensive again from Marlowe. Cross is bowling very well.
She is. She'll be enjoying this run out.
Yeah, just conceded the 1 run so far.
Looking good. Marlowe with a lovely straight bat. And we can hear her really clear. I hope you can hear it at home. Crisp noise off the bat.
Holds a bat again, but it goes through to Threlkeld.
Was there an edge there? I don't know.
I said I didn't
Don't
hear
know.
anything. We're
If
probably
it-
not in the
if it-
best position to
Yeah.
hear anything.
If it had, I think
I think they
dropped
would've-
in front of her, didn't it?
Yeah, and I think there would have been more perhaps from the fielders. So still 7 without loss.
Interestingly, there was a possible edge there, but they've just brought the slips out. I'm not. There's a plan. I'm sure there's a
Mind
plan.
games.
Yeah, mind games.
Just nudged into the offside by Marlowe to finish the over. So no run available, 7 without loss, 1 conceded from that over. So excellent from Kate Cross once again.
Yes, cagey start here. You mentioned, didn't you? It does feel like there's a bit of sort of hush in the air. Oh, and all looked over by the scary, ghostly presence of Lumley Castle. You've enjoyed that, haven't you?
Oh,
You
I
enjoyed it?
loved
You
Lumley
must get
Castle.
if you've not get yourself to Lumley Castle, you
It
have
is-
to stay there, don't you?
It's incredible. I felt like I was, I don't know, I was having one of those days where you dress up as like a Victorian or something, but this was, dressing up as someone from the 12th century.
Brilliant. Bates gets a bat on that, but they're not going to take a run. But it's like the suits of armour in
Yeah.
corridors. And
I mean, I had to walk up a spiral staircase to my room, and then there were statues of lions all across the corridor. It was incredible. Even the toilet had like the chain that you pull down. I was like,
Oh.
this is brilliant.
Wow.
So can highly recommend.
Yes, definitely stay there.
Yeah, and all the portraits on the wall.
Yes,
It
you kind of
was-
imagine them to moving like Harry Potter
Yeah,
style.
it was really interesting. So it's a spectacular place to stay. Not that
It
we're
is.
advertising.
No. And that's knocked down on its head, and there is no run. There are lots of other places. I've been staying
Other
at
castles are available.
I've been staying at Ramside Golf and Hotel. That's very nice too. If you want to get some golf in, there's lots of good places to stay nearby.
I just don't think I've ever stayed in a castle before.
Well,
And I don't
maybe
think
others.
I ever imagined I'd be staying in a castle.
Did you resist the urge to throw your hair out the window and wait for someone to come up the ramparts as Gore comes in again to Bates? It's not convincing, but it goes to the point fielder, and they get through for a single, sort of dobbed down in front of it, and the fielder was a bit sort of slow off the mark there, and they get a single. Durham move on to 8 without loss into the 4th over here, so 10 overs of power play. And the difference, of course, here is that it's 10 overs that constitutes a match, whereas with the one-day internationals it's 20 overs, which is an interesting dynamic. So let's hope we don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, well, with the one day at Lords, the ground staff did an impeccable job of getting the game on that.
Yeah, Marlowe comes forward and defends that. Yeah, I mean, one would like to think that the home of cricket has the best
Yeah.
the best drainage, and we know Meg Lay's there. We've got
Yeah.
female groundy, Kiwi, role model for females doing ground work.
But yeah, she made a video explaining how they managed to get the game on, and it was
yeah?
really interesting because I don't know much about groundskeeping, particularly drainage systems.
Yes,
that might shock a few listeners.
Gore in again. That's worked into the leg side past the square leg fielder. They get a single, and they're getting 2 out of this. Nice 2 there, 2 more to the score, and Durham move on to 10 without loss. Yeah.
Good running. Yeah, so the video was really interesting about the drainage systems and where they actually go to push the water. Because I noticed them push it. I was like, why are you putting water on the pitch? But because it drains there. So it was really fascinating to see, because that rain, I've never seen rain quite like it in London before.
No, it was proper tropical as Marlow plays that back past the bowler, but there is no run. It was proper like tropical rainstorm, wasn't it?
So the fact they managed to get 29 overs for India, and then England chasing it down, so I think 21 overs in the end. So was very, very impressed with that, because when I arrived at Lord's about 8:30 a.m. I thought,
I was there early as well.
I've come here for no reason.
I mean, the taxi dropped me, and it was only about a foot from the curb, but I had to kind of. He said, "Watch out for the river."
We're the exact same thing.
And I good job I had sandals on, because I just I'm gonna have to put my foot in this to get to the pavement. So
we planned on walking from the station to Lord's at Marylebone, so it's not too far. But the rain was crazy, so we had the exact same thing. And then
it was proper tropical. I mean,
stood in the rain outside the Rachel Hare Flint gate as crosses pack in for Lancashire. Starts with a dot.
So Rachel Hare Flint gate. That's
I mean, it was pretty cool saying to the cab driver. When we said, because we said,
we're
going
to
to
where
Lord's.
You were going?
I think he did. He dropped us in the right place, because he has to go to say, what gate? North gate, South gate. I was like, the Rachel Hare Flint gate, please.
Yes, absolutely.
Which is always nice to be able to say. 10 without loss as Cross is back into the attack. Slapped down the ground, but we'll just find Elsa Lister at mid-on.
Yeah, so if you get a chance to go to Lord's, it's a sort of relief on the wall plaque, is the best way to describe it, of Baroness, was she? Rachel Hare Flint, legend of the game. And she has a gate named after her, which is entirely appropriate, since she invented the first ever Cricket World Cup. Since the women had a World Cup before the men had a World Cup.
Yeah, I think the gate opened 3 years ago in 2022, because they had the Rachel Hare Flint final the 25th of September 2022. So it's pushed by Bates into the offside for no run.
That's the Northern Diamonds won that one, didn't they?
Yeah, Northern Diamonds against Southern Vipers. Yeah, third time lucky.
Captain here to know.
Holly Armitage lifting the trophy. Yeah, that was a special day for the Diamonds. It's the only time the final's been at Lord's. But it was...
it's quite an occasion.
It really was.
That day.
Cross again, and hands on her head, because that's gone through to Threlkeld. It looked very, very close to the bat.
Tempting the batters, isn't she? They've got a very deep third, so they're expecting a very big edge. If Nika Gore is going to catch that over there, she's certainly going to cut it off, perhaps. Perhaps that's a plan.
10 without loss. Bates awaiting, lost that in the air over the head of Lister, and that's going to go for 4. The first boundary for Susie Bates and the second boundary of the day for Durham. 14 without loss. Bates now 6 from 17.
Lovely confident shot there, wasn't it? I pick my gap, well, not a gap, but over the head of Elsa Lister.
I mean, she played so tentatively against Cross that I think she was like, got to take her on.
Yeah. Because we're used to seeing lots of lateral movement from Susie Bates when she's got the slower bowlers. She obviously can't do that with a quicker bowler. So she'll be wanting to get away.
Bates still on strike, works it into the leg side. Backward of square. They're going to push for 2. Throw into Threlkeld, but Bates is back. So good running between Bates and Marlow. You can see Leah Dobson and Lizzie Scott walking around the boundary in front of us. Their cricket bags. Neither playing in the side today.
That would have been Lizzie Scott's debut, because she's had some unfortunate health issues that her mum was just messaging me about, because I saw her debut under the last regime down at Taunton, and we were scrabbling because we didn't know who she was. We're like, who's this Lizzie Lizzie Scott, she had a great game, and at the back end of that, then they won the Rachel Hayo Flint. You mentioned the final. Then she got called up for England, and I said to her mum, she must think this is an easy game. You know, you play your debut, you get in the England side, you win a trophy. Oh, easy stuff as Gore comes in again. Squirted into the leg side by Marlowe, and Alana King tidies up with the sunglasses, almost signature on her head, shining almost like fly eyes across the ground, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think she was in line to make her debut for Durham a few weeks ago against Essex, and the game was washed out.
Oh no.
Which is
a bit of bad luck.
Very unfortunate.
For Lizzie Scott, also of that under-19 squad that we mentioned earlier that Marlowe was in. She faces Gore. Plays that beautifully. Stroked through the covers. We're going to get a 4. 4 runs. Beautiful shot there from Emma Marlowe. 4 more to the total. Durham moved to 20 without loss in the 6th over. So 10 overs of power play here, where in the women's game, we need to emphasise the 25-yard circle. It's a 30-yard circle in the men's game. 25-yard circle. In the women's game, they are only allowed 2 fielders outside of that in the first 10 overs. There is no other power plays. There would be different power plays in the men's game. There will be a 30-yard circle, and the numbers inside and out are different. As Gore comes in again, and that's played back past the bowler, and there is no run. So I don't know how we've probably had this conversation before. I think they should move that 25-yard out to 30-yard, because it makes the gaps very small. I know that the idea is that the fielders are close and you hit it over, as Susie Bates did, but I think it would be much easier, and it saves all those male commentators who say 25-yard circle in the women's game getting it wrong, as that's knocked down in front of her and there is no run. What do you think? Do you reckon? Or do you want to leave it at 25? Mind you, I'd put the boundaries out as well.
I mean, I don't feel particularly strongly, to be fair, but Claire, I trust you. And
that was your first mistake.
I take what you say as wisdom, so...
Can somebody clip that for me?
Whatever you want, Claire. Let's reorganise the game to suit Claire Jenkins.
To suit my theories, as Gore comes in again to Marlowe, comes forward and defends that. She's doing a lot of defence practice, isn't she? Beautiful defence it is, mind.
The question is, how would changing the circle affect the Claire Jenkins theory? Because that you would have to revise your theory out potentially.
Oh, I don't know.
Potentially.
I mean, So my other theory, which you've obviously also said, is the boundaries at the right length. If you can run a 3, I suspect this is a little short of that, but we'll find out. There is some corners to be harvested here by the batters. As Durham defend that again, another dot, and is at the end of the over. 6 overs gone. Durham are 20 without loss. Bates on 8 and Marlowe on 10. So yeah, I'd have the boundaries at whatever, depending on the conditions, where you could run a 3 somewhere. That's the distance, whatever distance that is, and I would move that 25-yard circle to the 30-yard circle. And I think the power play, which is supposed to give the batters a bit of an advantage to get off and running with a scoreboard, I think we might see a bit more of that. But the challenge, of course, with the boundaries is that the sponsors and stuff and the spectators want to see lots of 4s and 6s, and would you see as many 4s and 6s? Well, some of those 6s, in fact, the one that Lauren Bell hit, actually, you could have in the last over of the England game. She possibly could have got over quite a long boundary there, as that's defended. Well, that's your
crossing to her 4th over. Yeah, Lauren Bell, the all-rounder. Don't know why people think she's just a bowler.
When she
been saying this for years. But yeah, it was a spectacular 6, and it reminded me actually. I think you were here when Hannah Baker hit a 6 against Durham on this ground back in the One-Day Cup. I think it was in May time, and she looked so shocked. It was the same with Bell. She just couldn't believe it.
I have to say I'm more shocked by Lauren Bell.
Yeah.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
But no, so it was a very good 6. So maybe some more of that. To date, Durham still 20 without loss.
Yes, it was worth admission price to see Lauren Bell hit a 6. I have seen Hannah Baker hit more 6s, but then I've seen more of Hannah Baker and been fortunate to do some Central Sparks and Warwickshire games where she's hit some big scores.
Bates awaits. She comes down the track, but kind of pulls back and won't get a run.
You always feel like Susie Bates is desperate to charge.
Yeah.
Or do the kind of... It used to be Space Invaders. I don't know what the game is now, but, you know, sort of side it like a video game where you've got the targets moving left and right, left and right, left and right. You would remember Space Invaders. That's very old, isn't it? When you see, show my age now.
To be fair, I mean, I
it's probably retro.
don't think I've ever
vintage now.
played a video game anyway. So cross again, defensive from Bates. So Kate Cross being the impact bowler so far and just keeping Durham quiet. Lancashire will be very happy to have Cross in their side today.
Great to see her bowling at full pelt.
Bates 8 from 22.
Oh.
Slaps this down the ground. There'll be 4. That's going to help her. 12 from 23.
Cross really banged that in, and Bates kind of went, I'm having you. I'm smacking
it
that.
wasn't a technical cricket shot. It was a classic wallop.
Multi-sports and world champion Susie Bates, of course. Olympian for basketball for New Zealand. Dual international, as lots of the Kiwis are.
Driven into the offside, but we'll finish the over with a dot. So 4 conceded, with Susie Bates hitting the boundary in the penultimate ball. 24 without loss are Durham after 7. So a slow start with the bat. The run rate just at 3.4.
Because you mentioned about changing from formats, haven't they? Because up till now they've been playing the last little bit. They've been playing a lot of T20, and there is longer to establish yourself in the 50 over format. The Metro Bank One Day Cup here at Banks Homes Riverside. Marlowe to face Mahika Gore. Played back, and it hits the stumps at the other end. Did it come off the bowler? And that's out. And the worst way possible, Susie Bates is run out at the non-striker's end, off the bowler, back onto the stumps. That was played too well by Emma Marlowe, almost straight back past the long arms of Mahika Gore, and she obviously got something on it. Straight to the stumps, and Susie Bates is run out.
That's quite a way for Bates to go, and it's a rare thing to see in the game, really, that fashion of dismissal, just because especially with seam bowlers being able to get down after coming into bowl, but yeah, got a hand to it and
that's
hit
some
the
height
stumps.
to get a hand, unless it came off a boot. We've seen a replay yet. Yes, an unfortunate way to get out. The first wicket down for Durham, unfortunately. So Durham are 24 for 1. Bates scored 12 as she was run out by Mahika Gore off 24 balls.
Holly Armitage, the captain, coming to the crease.
Yeah, made of northern granite, is the captain of Durham. Holly Armitage.
Durham 24 for 1. Marlowe 10 from 19.
You feel awful, don't you? I imagine. I've not actually managed to, I don't think I've ever done that dismissal when I played. But to hit the ball almost so well back to the bowler, hoping for that, hoping to get that straight past the back past the bowler and get us 4, and ends up running her overseas player out.
Yeah, such a straight drive that it hits middle stump.
Yes, that's right. It's a great shot,
technique, but not in this scenario.
Score comes in again. Marlowe defends that down, and there is no run.
Yeah, if you're in the nets, you're saying that's amazing, brilliant.
Yeah, because you'll probably get runs because you're unlikely to hit the stumps at the other end. So, yes, unfortunate way to be out, especially after having had a fairly Slow start here, Durham, as Gore comes in again. It's defended down again. I think Alana King's mum is about to be watching us, so we better make sure we don't say anything. It's all complimentary about. It's always complimentary about Kingy, but we might have Sharon King watching from the other side of the world. Welcome, Sharon. Just sent me a message. She's spotted that I might be up here. That's played into the leg side. Beautiful shot through mid-wicket. It's going off. Are they going to chase it down and running? I think they're going to stop that, so Durham are going to have to run these. Oh, there's a little slip in the outfield by, said Alana King. She's all right there, Mum. She's back up again. Another few to the total. And Durham move on to 24 for 1.
I've just had a look at the replay. It's really good awareness from Gort.
Oh, yeah.
She just sticks her left hand out.
We get an Olay from Sue Redfern.
Yeah. Leaps back. And so that's really...
That's an easy decision there. Run out, I'm afraid. So, welcome to our Antipodean listeners. Sharon, I hope you're enjoying this as Gore comes in to Armitage. Plays that down first, into the covers, past the fielder. There's a dive. They're going to come back for 2. So the captain's decided she's going to take this bull by the horns, as it were. See Holly Armitage marking her crease. She got 47 against Lancashire last time, so... See whether she likes this Lancashire bowling. Gore from the Lumley end. That's played down. Beautiful forward defensive by Holly Armitage. That's the end of the over. So 8 overs gone. Durham are 29 for 1. Susie Bates out, run out at the non-striker's end by a beautiful shot by Marlowe, but then deflected by Mahika Gore onto the stumps with Susie Bates out of her crease, unfortunately. So that's the state of play that we are at the moment.
Yeah, an interesting dismissal to start the game.
Yeah.
29 for 1, Durham are now. And Kate Cross, I imagine, the final over of her first spell.
This is a bowler through.
Potentially. Probably bring King on after the power play.
What, because her mum's listening? I'm sure she'll get to bowl today, Sharon. You're all right.
Yeah, they've got a good contingent of spinners. You've also got Sophie Morris in there. Obviously, Tara Norris is also yet to bowl.
We've got 2 Morrises and a Norris, haven't we? But we haven't got the full contingent of Johnson, Thompson, Turner.
In fact, there's only one Morris, so we've got Morris and Norris and missing Fee Morris.
Just to confuse us.
Marlowe awaits. Just edge off her bat into the offside. No run.
Remember, if you're watching us on YouTube, please press the like button, because that will help other people find the game. Holly Armitage passing a few words of encouragement to Emma Marlowe there.
Cross again, 2 dots in the over so far, and she makes that 3.
Because when the fixture was the other way round, Kate Cross got 2 for 49 and a couple of catches, I think, if I read that right. Well, it's got that. Well, it's a cross Pennine battle, isn't it? Lancs versus Durham.
Yeah, not quite a derby, but kind of northeast versus northwest as Cross is in again, chipped in the air over the head of Seren Smale. So just the one run.
Although it will be one of the shorter journeys that
Yeah.
that Lancashire
Yeah.
and Durham have to make to each other's home grounds.
Armitage defends into the offside. Cross continuing a good spell. So far, 0 for 12 from 4.5 overs, starting with a maiden. So pretty important in keeping this Durham batting lineup quiet. Cross to finish her over. Or not. So it happens to me every time. Signalled a wide. So the ball will be re-bowled.
Oh, Lana Kings are warming up there, Sharon. Just rolling her over, arm over, sending the ball back to Elsa Lister, Scottish international. Will be playing for Birmingham Phoenix this year. I'm paying attention to that now. Oh.
They hoarded the wicket keepers last season.
Which they were short of wicket keepers. They've got another one in.
Cross in and defends for the final ball of the over. So 9 overs gone. Durham 31 for 1. Emma Marlowe 14 from 26. Holly Armitage 2 from 4. Cross 5 overs and 0 for 13 of that one maiden.
One more over of the power play. So can Durham make the most of the fact that the fielders are mostly within that 25-yard circle in the women's game? They're only allowed 2 out in the women's game in the first 10 overs, and it is the only power play where the men have several power plays. So that will be the difference between the two. As Mahika Gore will continue from the Lumley end into Emma Marlowe, waggling a bat. Plays that, carves that through point. It's going to go for 4. It is. Beautiful shot. Down first, always for safety. And they're going to have to recover that from almost under the covers there. 4 more to the total. Durham move on to 35 for 1. Armitage on 2. Marlowe on 18. Last over the power play. 5 more balls to make the most of this. Fielding restrictions. The ball gets passed back to the tall figure of Mahika Gore. We're going to see Grace Thompson. That's another tall figure later, aren't we, from Durham. Left arm over, and right-handed Marlowe. Played again 2-point, but unfortunately this time straight to the fielder. There is no run. You can hear Lancashire geeing themselves up in the field. I wonder how excited they were about having new kit. I'm always excited about new kit.
Yeah, it's very, very smart.
Yeah, it's smart. It is.
I like the font as well.
Oh yeah, sometimes they're unreadable. I have to say, Warwickshire Bears, it's completely unreadable. Yellow on a pale blue. Come on, Laura McLeod, do something about that. As Gore comes in to Marlowe, plays that defensively back, and there is no run. Yeah, that Bears, it's that kind of almost like camouflage blue and white. And then they've got the yellow writing on the back, and it's completely illegible. If you add in the ponytails as well, obscuring the names, it's very difficult. Fortunately, I know most of them by sight. I don't need to rely on the names on the back.
I do love the kit, but the readability is quite important.
Marlowe, again, just defends herself. Hopefully she missed getting her fingers trapped on the bat there, because it's one of those finger trapper sort of deliveries. You're listening to the voices of Polly Starkey and Claire Jenkins. Polly Starkey, marathon woman, and shortlisted again for the second time with the MCC Young Journalist of the Year. We'll have a word with her about that. She tries to not talk about it as Gore comes in again. Marlowe edges one, but she's going to get some runs there. That's fielded back in. They get a single, another one to the total. What an achievement! 2 shortlists. I'm proud to be sat next to her, so she's not going to say anything now, but I am really proud. So Polly Starkey and my voice, I am Claire Jenkins, former county player for Somerset and Derbyshire. I've actually played on here. I know I like to repeat that, but I have played on here for Derbyshire once, back in the dark ages, which is nice to be able to kind of connect myself to the pitch, for me anyway. Armitage to face this time. She comes forward and defends that very respectfully, and that's the end of the over, but it's also at the end of the power play for Durham, so fielding restrictions will be lifted. They'll be allowed more than 2 outside that 25-yard circle, and Durham are 36 for 1 after those 10 overs. Armitage on 2 and Marlow on 19.
Yeah, pretty slow power play from Durham, but really good bowling from Lancashire. Obviously, Kate Cross bowling really well in tandem with Mahika Gore, who was the instigator of that run out, and did a good job there. We are going to see a change of bowling. Alana King coming on for Lancashire from the Finkel end.
There's a power play there from Graham Lloyd's Bumble, as he's known. A very very small power play signal. I like a nice big window wipe.
It's
from the umpire.
A shy power play.
It was a shy power play, yes.
So Alana King in a fluorescent pink spikes, and she's got a matching scrunchie, and then her signature sunglasses, which I feel like are just an iconic part of the Alana King look.
I don't know if she wears them in the dark as well. Well, Sharon,
just
let
everywhere.
us know. Does she wear them everywhere?
They are very cool.
She is cool, though, isn't she? Proper cricket cool.
I mean, she bowls leg spin, so automatically
that's it.
into the cool books. So 36 for 1 after the power play. Alana King coming into the attack for the first time today, and starts with the Dotters. Kate Cross and Mahika Gore have also done today. King again floats this up, and it's chipped in the air. Stopped by Emma Lamb, who was playing on this ground just 2 days ago in the one-day international. Marlow waits, and once again straight to Lamb. Marlow just having a look round her options. She's 19 from 34 so far. Opened the batting today alongside Susie Bates. Played right back to Alana King.
Lanc's bowling really well here, aren't they? Proper keeping a lid on.
It's really tight. 4 dot balls so far for King. Floats this one nicely, but once again, just straight back at the bowler.
Hand warmer there.
Yeah.
Ow.
Yeah, Lanc's looking pretty unplayable.
Durham got to find a strategy here.
Through to Threlkeld. So that's a fantastic way to start. A maiden over joins Kate Cross, who opened the accounts with a maiden, and that's exactly why you want Alana King playing for your side. Still 36 for 1 after 11.
Here at the Banks home at Riverside, as we see Sue Redfern demonstrate that she can bowl seam up there. She rolls the ball back to Mahika Gore. Oh, and she hands the ball over to Tara Norris, American international. I'm sitting next to a potential future German international. Polly's been trying to work out how she qualifies, and she's going to trials in the winter to be a German international. Maybe not.
We'll see.
Oh, yeah,
We remain hopeful.
Remain hopeful as Norris left arm over again, played into the offside, straight to mid off, and there's just a single. But Holly Armitage decided that she's They're not going to have any mess in here. They're going to get this scoreboard moving.
I will say, if I do get a trial, means nothing because they can definitely say no.
They're known as the Eagles, aren't they? The German team.
They're
going to be an international.
We'll see.
Claim
we'll
it.
See. I've
Claim
got to get in the nets. Spend my time watching a lot more cricket than playing it.
Playing at uni, though, aren't you? As that's defended again by Marlowe, and there is no run.
Yeah, I play for my uni. I play club cricket, but I'm often most of the fixtures fall when I'm working on cricket. So, I've only played a few times.
The thing
this
is, you only
season.
need to play once, then you can just say that you're a German international. You know,
get the cap
it's on the CV. Norris in again, more left arm over to Marlowe, swipes that again to mid-off. There's a shy at the stumps, but all is safe. Another one to the total. Durham move on to 38 for 1 in this 12th over. Sunshine coming out at the Banks Home Riverside. Armitage to face Norris this time. Taps about low stance. Worked past the square leg umpire. They get through for a single. Yeah, Holly Armitage there's a feel that she's decided we're going to get that scoreboard moving. It's not moving fast enough, so the skipper is going to give that impetus to the innings. Marlowe will face Tara Norris this time. Marlowe comes forward, plays that again to Mika Gore at mid-off, but this time there's no run because she almost hit it too well there. If she'd done it a bit slower, there might have been a chance for a single, but still stood quite close in there. So they've got to find a pocket if they're going to get those singles, or find a gap for a boundary. Emma Marlowe, former under-19 England. Ooh, straight through the batter. Threlkeld has to do the tidying up. That's the end of the over. So 12 overs gone. Durham are 39 for 1. Armitage on 4 and Marlowe on 20.
Another tight over from Lancashire. Really restricting these Durham batters. So now I want to crack on a little bit. They have got 38 overs still to put runs on the board, but they've opted to bat first, and I think they would have imagined the score to look a little bit different.
Yeah, I mean, we've been here commentating when they've got off the mark much quicker than their opposition. What was that? That was a game where they went right off the mark quick. Scared the Blaze, wasn't it? They went off the mark there when we were doing the Blaze game as King.
See Eve Jones in the slips as King is back, and 2 dot balls for Alana King. Seen a couple of those deliveries from King just going through to Threlkeld. Probably making Ollie Armitage a little bit nervous. He's 4 from 10 at the moment.
He's pacing like a tiger, waiting for this.
King, number 27 on her shirt. Makes contact with the ball, but there'll still be no run.
Lank's proper chirpy, aren't they?
Yeah. They're up for it.
Yep.
I think they'll probably be a bit disappointed by their blast campaign because they did come so close, and there was a point a couple of weeks ago, I think it was, where so Bears were basically in the prime position to go through to finals days. This one's another dot ball, and Hampshire were also in that position. But Lancs kind of started to catch up. The Bears lost a couple of games, so mathematically it looked like, oh, maybe Lancs were in a better position. And then there were just various things happening in the table with no results. There was a tie. It was all over the place. There's a shout from King. I think she can't quite believe that. So she finishes her over, and it's another...
Is it another maiden?
I
I don't know, I kind of feel like there was one.
Yeah, it was another maiden.
Another maiden. Maiden over. Maiden over
so
King.
2 maidens
Says
for
the big
King.
scoreboard.
So hasn't conceded a run.
Yeah, so
all game.
Lancs.
Yeah, so Lancs kind of looked like they could qualify, but there was just so much going on in the table that it was constantly changing. And yeah, they finished 4th above Hampshire, who certainly, I think 4 games till the end, looked like the favourites to qualify in that 3rd place position. And people were kind of saying, oh, it's going to be Bears or Hampshire. But Lancs did so well to get close.
Marlowe posts that underneath Alana King, and it's through for 4, I think. Did Mahika? Yes, she's knocked it over, unfortunately. So, unfortunately for Lancashire, fortunately for Durham, 4 runs to the total as they edge towards that first milestone. Alana King is just winded a little because the ball went underneath, although they're calling the physio over. She's up. Sharon, she's up. It's all right, she's up. I think she just winded herself there. She's just holding her ankle out, and we might get some physio. Yeah, so 4 runs to the total. Durham edged towards that 50 milestone, so they're on 43 for 1. Marlowe on 24, Armitage on 4. She's having a little hobble. She must have gone over on her ankle when she tried to field that. There's quite rough patches on those other used strips. She hobbles towards the physio, and the 12th brings a drink out for Emma Marlowe, who's been out there from the beginning of the innings. Durham lost Susie Bates at the cruelest way at the non-striker's end, as Mahika Gore managed to deflect a well-thumped shot by Emma Marlowe onto the stumps, and unfortunately Susie Bates had a little step out of her crease. I think Alana King is just going to go off and get some treatment there. She is walking off with a physio, but gently and a little tenderly, so we'll see perhaps a substitute here.
Yeah, Fee Morris is going to come on in place of King, who Lancs will be really keen to get back on in about 5 balls' time to continue her spell.
Let's hope it's something minor. And Fee Morris, not a bad 12th to bring on. She's probably one of the
best fielders,
best fielders in the game. And didn't she run her own school for throwing or something, I want to say?
Yes. She's an expert in throwing and shoulders, as she's just demonstrating now on the
she's
field.
just demonstrating. If we had a camera on her, she was just demonstrating her shoulder. So,
43 for 1 of Durham. And I think Durham's approach now is they see Tara Norris, and she's by no means bowling badly, but she's probably the weaker of the 3 bowlers that have gone the 4 bowlers that have gone so far.
You see Lancashire a lot.
Yeah, and she's a really good option, but you look at Mahika Gore, she has that point of difference, the height. Kate Cross, the international experience she has. Alana King with the leg spin. So from a Durham perspective, they'll probably see Tara Norris come on and think, okay, well, maybe this is an opportunity, because they've got to kind of pick the bowler they're going to take on, because it doesn't seem that they can take on King, Cross or Gore at the moment. And Tara Norris, she's gone for 7 runs from 1.1 overs, so not bad at all.
That's sent backwards of square. There is a fielder who's going to cut that off, and there's a bit of a shout for trying to get a run out, but not really on, and they get through for 2. So Durham move to is it going to be 45 for 1 in a moment? Norris to continue, left arm over from the Lumley end to Emma Marlowe again, and that's played again back past the stumps. Holly Armitage needs to. I hope she was learning from Susie Bates getting run out in that fashion.
She's having a bit of a laugh.
Yes, she goes and thumps the pitch a bit.
Yeah, I think she realises that was.
It's a Yes.
Bit close.
Have a thought now, Holly Armitage, captain.
Yeah.
You watched your first batter get out the non-strikers as Norris comes in again to Marlowe. And that's edged through short third to deep third. Comes off the rope and fields that back. Another one to the total. 46 for 1. Armitage on 4, Marlowe on 27. So Alana King off the pitch at the moment. Fee Morris in substitute. So Alana King went down to try and stop a shot through mid-wicket, but I think probably went over on her ankle slightly and just precautionary taken off the field just to get some treatment, as that's dobbed down 2 points, play with the field, and Holly Armitage gets a single. She's definitely got the bit between her teeth as Armitage. Norris tossing the ball hand to hand, getting that rhythm up. Played forward straight to mid on, and there'll be no run. So Lancashire continuing to keep the pressure on here. Durham struggling to get to that first milestone of 50. So they're on 47 for 1. Armitage on 5, Marlowe on 27, and that's 14 overs gone.
I mean, a considerably bigger over than pretty much all their others, conceding 8 from it. So pretty important for Durham.
They need to click the gears up, don't they? And get on with this now. Change a bowler.
Sophie Morris is going to come into the attack for Lancashire.
Norris one end, Morris the other.
The handy spinner came through the Cheshire pathway.
She got, this is Sophie Morris, is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
In the Blaze win for Lancs. She got 2 for 34 and a catch in that match.
Durham 47 for 1.
Ooh.
Morris is in. Swept and knocked up in the air. One run available.
Funky reverse on the captain.
Morrison again, driven down the ground, will be stopped by Kate Cross with a full-length dive.
There's a great stop there.
Yeah, commitment by Cross inside the ring.
Definite 4 there, wasn't it? If she hadn't got a paw to that.
It's a pretty short boundary after the ring. Straight to Tara Norris at mid-off.
Good call in there, that wasn't it? That was that's what you want. It always felt like if you get the calling right, it almost feels like cheating if you get that communication right. We also see the opposite of that as well.
Armitage defends. So controlled from Sophie Morris.
Durham doing a lot of defending here. They're desperate for a few loose balls from Lancashire to get the score ticking.
Armitage going for that reverse again, and it's heading towards the boundary. Emma Lamb will stop it, so they will get 2 in the end. But just a bit more creative from Durham. The 50 up for Durham after 14.5 overs. Slight edge off Armitage's bat, and she's going to scamper through for 1, quite safe in the end, as the ball drifts past the inner ring. So 15 overs gone, 52 for 1.
Durham are glad to get through that 50 over mark. So there are other games going on today, and Essex are taking on Somerset. So Somerset are 91 for 1, And Surrey women are taking on Hampshire. Hampshire are 85 for 1. And the Blaze and Warwickshire game is match delayed at Lindham in Lincolnshire because they've had some naughty weather there. And you'll be listening to the voices of Georgie Heath and Rosa Simpkin looking after you on the Surrey live stream at Guildford. And at Essex, it's definitely Toby Reynolds, and we think it might be Dr. Raf Nicholson as Norris continues from the Lumley end, and Holly Armitage just bats that back straight to mid off, and there is no run. Sunshine here at the Banksholme Riverside in this Metro Bank One Day Cup match. Durham put themselves into bat when they won the toss this morning as Norris comes in. That's played into the leg side. Holly Armitage thinks about a single but says a very clear no to Emma Marlowe, who's desperate to get down the other end. No run. Durham 52 for 1. We've got some patches of blue sky, but we've also got some naughty looking clouds towards Chesterley Street Town Centre. Let's hope they're not going to play a part today. Let's hope we get a full 50 overs in here. Armitage plays that backwards of square and they get through for a single. Or they're going for 2 here. And they get in comfortably. 2 more runs to the total. Holly Armitage wanting to move that score forward. Durham on 54 for 1. Armitage on 11. Marlowe on 28. As we hear sirens in the distance. And chirp in the field from Lancashire, who were well pleased with themselves for keeping the pressure on here. Durham. Norris in again. Armitage plays that straight to very busy position to be there. Kate Cross is over there at the moment, isn't she? At mid-off. I keep playing that ball there. Oh, it's well-positioned field from Ellie Threlkeld, the captain of Lancashire, behind the stumps, of course. Norris rounds her mark. Comes in. And again, that's worked backward of square by Holly Armitage, and they get through this time for a single. 55 for 1 are Durham, home team here. Tara Norris against the Durham last time took a 5 for 33, so Lancashire will want to see some of that, and Durham will be glad when she finishes bowling, I imagine. That's chipped up in the air but back past the despairing dive of Tara Norris, and it's a dot ball. So we get to the end of the 16th over. Durham are 55 for 1. Armitage on 12 and Marlowe on 28.
Lancashire will be happy with that. I think Tara Norris, third over, it was good. She conceded only 3 runs from it, and I think considering she was the player that looked like the one that was going to be taken on, I think it was good in the end. As we can see, the Durham ground staff, head groundsman in his lovely deck chair.
Oh yeah,
whilst the rest of them were on the peasant chairs.
They I wasn't expecting that. They did a great job here for they had a big total in the men's Vitality Blast. Durham managed to chase that down. They put on a good surface 2 days ago for England versus India, the end of the series there. Over 600 runs, so it must be a good batting surface here. Doing a good job, so they well deserved their break here and chance to watch this Metro Bank game.
Sophie Morris back for Lancashire, 1 over for 5 runs so far. And that should go for 4 now. Beats the fielders inside the ring.
Nice shot there, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure whether Armitage kind of found the gap or the fielders just missed the ball. I think it was one that could have potentially been taken. Yeah, a bit of both. 59 for 1. defended by Armitage, which bobbles into the offside.
She has this hop backwards, doesn't she? It's keeping Ellie Threlkeld interested. I love a good clear shout.
Yeah.
Yeah. Know where you are then. No doubt.
So 4 and 2 dots from Morris. Chipped in the air. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, and it's 4. As a good shot from Holly Armitage. Just taking on the spin. 63 for 1. Armitage moving to 20 from 28.
You can kind of sense Holly Armitage's frustration. She really wants to move the score forward here. That's a beautiful shot up and over. They put a fielder back for that. Cut that off again.
Worked into the leg side by Armitage for no run. So a mixed over so far from Morris with the 2 boundaries but 3 dots. Slapped down and hits Eve Jones. I can't tell if it's a shin or a hand, but hit her quite hard. That'll sting a bit. Yeah, she's looking at her hand, so bit of a nasty one. 17 overs gone, 33 remain, 64 for 1 with Armitage, 21 from 30. Emma Marlowe, 28 from 48.
Eve Jones still looking down at her hands. She's used to field to let slip, so she's not used to somebody smacking a ball straight back at her. Sting and a bruise perhaps for her troubles, as Norris will continue from the Lumley end for Lancashire today, but also plays, she's an American international. Holly Armitage to face. I feel like she's ticking. She really wants to get a move on here. They need to get some more runs on the board to defend in the second innings. Norris, another smooth action from Lancashire. That's played into the covers. She's going for a run there. There's a shy, but she gets home. But yeah, definitely the bit between her teeth from the captain of Durham. Hurrying the field there. Got a single. 65 for 1. Marlowe will face Norris this time. Patting the ground in readiness. Played full toss past the fielder. That's going to be 4 runs to Emma Marlowe. Is that Alana King back on the field there? Fielding at short mid-wicket. Oh, I think it is.
I mean, you wouldn't be able to miss
shoes. The sunglasses and the shoes. So that's good to hear. Alana King back on the field, having had some treatment. She went to try and field a ball earlier and slightly went over on her ankle potentially. So good to see her back on the field. Fee Morris, no doubt, back to the bench again as Marlowe plays that back past the bowler. Tara Norris nearly put her spikes all over that one, but it went underneath her. Straight to Mahika Gore, and there is no run. Thought we're going to see some football then from Tara Norris. She strikes me as somebody who's probably played football before. Yeah. Is she?
I think she used to play tennis as well. I feel like she's done every sport.
Multi-sporty type.
Yeah, she grew up in Spain, so.
Oh, that's multinational. United Nations. That's played to Alana King, who has to do another scrobble across the other strips and then get through for a single. So let's hope that ankle is feeling stronger. Alana King just dusts herself down. She won't want to feel. She'll be wanting to look smart with those bright shoes on as well.
There are a lot of cricketers who I think fancy themselves a bit as footballers.
Oh yeah, well a lot of them have got footballing on.
Yeah, I mean Ellie Threlkeld used to play football for quite a long time and had to give it up when she signed a pro contract.
And there's no run.
But So in fact, I was at the T20 Blast game between Lancs and Somerset last week, where Ellie Threlkeld and Alana King were stuck on the motorway, and so the delay to play was about an hour. So the Somerset players were playing football for probably about an hour, just a gentle warm up. But there were some skills. Liv Barnes, I think, actually used to play.
Well, it's straight through. Ellie Threlkeld takes the stump, but it's the umpires are not fooled there, and that's given us a wide. Yeah, because Maddie Villiers, I think, was pretty handy footballer.
Yeah.
Lots of them. I mean, like you said, Threlkeld probably. A lot of them had to choose between which sport they were going to play.
Yeah.
Gifted athletes that they are.
Yeah, Kate Cross, of course, daughter of David Cross, the former West Ham player.
Yep, and that's played to cover point, and there is just a single in that one. Durham moved to 73 for 1, and that's the end of 18 overs. Armitage on 23, Marlowe on 33, and the sense that Holly Armitage wants to get on with this.
Yeah, although I think that with Kate Cross, a lot of her teammates have said she's the worst footballer in the side, so I don't know whether the footballing gift was passed on.
Yeah, sometimes it's like the curse of you must be as good as your insert parent or local relative.
It's a good thing she's good at cricket then.
Yeah, handy.
She can do that very well.
And played Kate Cross. Talking about Kate Cross, she played netball, I think, to quite a high level and stuff, didn't she? I think.
Yeah, I think her sister's a netballer as well.
Yeah, physio for the team, sister. Oh yeah, I met her mum, Chrissy Cross. I said, Chrissy Cross, really? Your mum's name's Chrissy Cross? Yes. So yes, Kate Cross's mum is Chrissy Cross. But she was delightful. Did a lovely chat with her at Southampton.
Well, I saw someone interviewed on the news. Well, I didn't see them actually, but it was memed. It was a screenshot, and they were called Dot Ball.
Aha!
I hope they're a cricket fan.
Yeah, I hope so.
Sophie Morris back for Lancashire. This one lofted into the air. Should be cut off, and it will be.
There's a proper corner down there, literally, where the ropes meet.
Well, the groundsman here likes to do some funky boundaries. I've seen octagons here and pentagons and all sorts, so I'm not surprised that there's a 90-degree corner. It's probably more about...
That's probably the best chance to get that 3. That was
12 degrees.
Talking about, yeah.
Morrison again beats Eve Jones, and it goes for 4.
That's it. Armitage has decided. It is off.
29 from 35 now. Durham 78 for 1. Yeah, Durham keen for increasing that run rate.
Yeah, Armitage pacing like the lion on the logo. Back and forth. They're sending out the fielder to Seren Smale to cover that little angle that we talked about where the ropes meet. To our right, the Dufferbet stand side, where the groundies are, and he's got a very small spectator with them as well. In cricket whites.
Right, get her on the field.
Get her on the field.
Morrison. No run available. You can see Fee Morris on the boundary, who was sub-fielding for a bit. I think she might be going for a net as Morris is in and straight back to her. 78 for 1. Armitage awaits, and that will be 4 again. And a cross battered down the ground.
Beautiful shot there. She picked that gap between the fielders. As you say, Fee Morris kitted up to do a bit of net practice, just passing in front of us. What do they call those dog stick things? Those throwdowns and the catching mitt thing.
Yeah.
And they head off in the direction of the nets here at the Banksholme Riverside.
82 for 1. Sophie Morris's figures slightly punished a bit. Holly Armitage mainly causing that. This one will just be a dot to finish. So Morris has bowled 3 overs, gone for 24, it's going at 8s. 19 overs gone, 82 for 1. Holly Armitage 33 from 39 and Emma Marlowe 33 from 51. So both batters comfortably in.
Lancashire have bowled really, but bowled and fielded particularly well this morning and kept the lid on for Durham's batting innings. Got an early wicket with Susie Bates being run out at the non-striker's end as Emma Marlowe almost hit one too well back, and Mahika Gore managed to get a hand onto it and achieve the run out, which was that first wicket. Durham 82 for 1. Marlowe settling in on 33, and Armitage has already caught her also on 33. Change of bowling at the Lumley end. We've got Emma Lamb, recently of the England squads. Played here 2 days ago for England against India. Right arm spin. That's played underneath the fielder, but they don't get through for a single. Dot ball to start Emma Lamb's spell here. Played into the leg side behind the square leg umpire, Graham Lloyds. They get through for 1. The sirens go off again around Chesterley Street. Armitage will face Emma Lamb. Taps about low stance from the captain. Rips that over the top. It's going to be 4 runs. Dismissed through mid-wicket by the captain, Holly Armitage. In the air but bouncing around Alana King, who is not close enough to cut that off. 4 runs to the total. Durham moved to 87 for 1. I imagine Holly Armitage eyes lit up at that point when it bounced invitingly in front of her. She smacked that up through mid-wicket. What's Emma Lamb's response to this? Armitage uses the same area, but this time it's going to go straight to the fielder. The bright shoes of Alana King coming in to field that. And they get through for a single. 88 for 1, Durham against Lancashire in this Metro Bank One-Day Cup match. Heading towards finals day in September. We've got 2 semi-finals with this and then a final. As Lamb comes into Marlowe this time. Comes forward, works that into a similar gap in mid-wicket. They think about 2, but Holly Armitage says very definitely only 1 to Alana King's arm. Armitage marks her crease again as I look at the field. Again, it's worked into the leg side. There is a fielder there, Ailsa Lister, also in bright shoes. You have to be in bright red shoes to be fielding on that boundary. They get through for a single. That's the end of the over. So 20 overs gone. Durham are 90 for 1. Armitage on 39. Marlowe on 35. They lost Susie Bates to run out early in the game, so that's the only wicket so far. What do you reckon then, Polly?
Yeah, gradually bringing that run rate up, but it's... they're not motoring away. I think the thing that's important is having Armitage and Marlowe at the crease and quite comfortably at the crease. Armitage, since she came in, has played a really nice innings so far, and will want to continue that. Obviously, Alana King looking to come back into the attack now. That poses some difficulty. She hasn't conceded any runs so far today from her 2 overs, so it's probably not the best for Armitage and Marlowe in this situation, but they can probably take a bit of confidence from how they played against Lamb and Morris in the previous overs against the spin. Alana King, though, different gravy.
Yeah. You were talking about who would they target. I suspect they'll be just glad to see how capped Alana King
Yeah.
potentially.
I mean, it's difficult with 50 overs because sacrificing 10 overs and just kind of playing that
Just
that
hope she
bowler out
bowls,
is
she bowls
tough.
a loose one, but she probably won't.
King to Armitage in classic fashion. Starts with a dot, straight back at the bowler.
Sunglasses on.
Once again, tentative and defensive from Armitage.
Well, this is going to be easy for the scorers, who are respectively G. Madison and S. Blacklock today. Dots is easy ones to put in, isn't it? No smudges from this bowler.
Armitage attempts to kind of reverse it, but unsuccessful. She kind of just sticks her bat out, but obviously with the spin, it's
and they've got
slower.
Mahika score stationed on that corner
Yeah.
at short third, so
Good field setting from King. He's in again.
yeah, you feel like that reverse is probably going to be more successful to a faster bowler, providing there is no slip or fielder in that short arc from the bat.
Yeah, it just gives Gore too much time. Even if it does kind of go a bit finer, she can get round. It's been mistimed into the leg side, but we'll just go straight to Emma Lamb.
I was fed some duff information. It's George Smith who's scoring. Sam Blacklock's he's sitting somewhere having a cup of tea. I bet he is.
Slight shout from King.
Yes, as Armitage presents both pads in front of the stump there, but
Another maiden over for Alana King. 3 in a row now.
oh, it's getting a bit boring,
Surely
Sharon.
that counts for something.
All those maidens. Yes, there must. There
You
ought
know,
to be a name for.
Yeah, because
You get
it's
a
not
hat
a
trick
it's
of
like a
maidens.
yeah, a hat trick maiden. 3 maidens in a row. That
Yeah,
sounds like
there ought to
something
be a
from
name.
poem.
Or
Yeah.
it's probably halfway to some sort of Christmas carol.
Yeah.
Maids are milking, maidens are bowling. Yes. That's where they're not troubling the scorer, because the scorers get really, George Smith, they get very annoyed when you say not trouble the scorer, because they have to do batter in, time, batter out,
Yeah.
time, how, out. I think they're very, very busy as Lamb continues, and that's defended straight to the fielder. There is no run. Yeah, when you say, oh, they went without troubling the score, and the scorers go, no, we've had to do lots of things because they were out before they were in. That's played straight to the fielder. Another dot ball, Lancashire. It's raining dots here at the Banks Home Riverside.
What you have to do is insist that everyone else has the most difficult job in the world.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, that smacked back past the square leg umpire, but only for one. It felt like it was going to be massive. It was a huge wind up from Emma Marlowe there, straight to Elsa Lister on the ropes there. So they only got the one run for that huge thump.
It was a bit of a hoik.
Yeah, 91 for one. So they're slowly approaching that 100 milestone. It's nice little dab touch, but they don't get a run for it from the captain. Nicely played, but Ellie Threlkeld is doing a bit of glove juggling there. She obviously took it off to do a bit of a throw. Much amusement. She's got it back on now, so we're all right. Lamb in again to Armitage. Tries to hook that in the same fashion as her colleague, but can't get hold of it. And it goes down the leg side. 91 for one. You're listening to the voice of Claire Jenkins, former county cricketer, and Polly Starkey. And that's sent into the leg side. Will Elsa Lester cut that off? She does a lovely diving roll stop there. And they get through for 2. And that's called over. So 22 overs gone. Durham are 93 for 1. Armitage on 41, heading towards her own milestone there potentially, and Marlowe on 36, although I didn't mention that if it's commentator's curse in a few balls' time.
Good over from Emma Lamb. Just keeping it simple.
Lancashire really want them to bowl some loose stuff, but they're not bowling much loose, are they?
Alana King, she's going to be bowling her 4th over, yet to concede a run. 3 maidens in a row, and a partridge in a pear tree.
Yeah. That's a partridge of overs, perhaps.
King into Marlowe. Oh, and she'll concede her first run.
Oh.
Kate Cross has got her hands on her head.
Oh. Perhaps it would be. It's 3 calling birds, so perhaps 3 overs at maiden overs is calling. Is a calling bird. I don't know. Perhaps people want to message us with suggestions for 3 maidens on the trot.
King again, sent round the corner by Armitage. Mahika Gore in pursuit. She will stop it before the boundary, but Armitage and Marlowe aren't afraid now to take on Alana King.
Alana King's mum said it's Christmas in July. Well, because you celebrate in Australia, they celebrate Christmas in the middle of the summer.
Exactly, we're experiencing. We're having an Australian
no
Christmas.
leg to stand on there, Sharon, I'm afraid.
Seeing what it's really like. King, and again, once again.
Oh,
fair attempt to send it round the corner. There should be a run out. There will be a run out.
Oh.
Alana King with the run out of Emma Marlowe. Just miscommunication.
And actually, Holly Armitage was quite clear with her body language and her hand and her verbals. There's a proper trudge there, isn't it? Oh dear. Frustration from Emma Marlowe as she walks the slowest walk I've seen for a while.
I think those dismissals are always so frustrating because as a batter it's so avoidable, and as you say, the communication from Armitage looked really clear. And yes, I mean, good, very attentive from Lancashire, and good work between Mahika Gore and Alana King.
Marlowe goes for 37. 58 balls.
Brings in Maddie Villiers, who's been good with the bat this season, particularly in the T20 Blast.
Yeah, she's got 85. 85 off the Bears, off 56 balls with 11 fours and a 6. I mean, as a Bears fan, I'm delighted for her to get 85 and 11 fours and a 6. 46 against Essex, 45 against the Blaze. So yeah.
So not 4 maidens for Alana King, but she did get a run out, and potentially in 2028 5 gold rings.
Oh,
the LA
I
Olympics.
see what you did there. You're on it this morning, Polly. Oh, I like that. 5 gold
I'm
rings.
so sleep deprived that I can think of these things now.
Yeah, well, Polly. I mean, I like soccer. I like football as well. But you must be well on the end of your nerves after all the Euros.
Honestly, I'm
going to
need a blood pressure test after the last few weeks. King back again, fresh off the run out. Starts with a dot. Yeah, it's been a nervy time. Watching a lot of cricket whilst also watching a lot of absolutely terrifying football. And Sunday, I think, will be the end of me. King. And again, and that's defended. Yeah, I think if people don't hear from me after Sunday, I mean, it will either be because I'm in quite a sorry state after either England lose the final, or I will be celebrating for the rest of my life, and we'll just be off doing whatever as Kings. And again, it will be a dot, but it is a shot from Armitage at least. So 96 for 2 after 23 overs.
For supporters of women's sport, there's been a lot on, hasn't there? England have been taking on India in the cricket. Just wrapped up the series, did India on Wednesday here at the Banks Homes Riverside. We've got the Euros on for those people across the world who are wondering what we're talking about. It's the Women's Euros European Championship, and Polly's well into that. You're covering that as well. You're burning the midnight penalty shootout, aren't you?
Yeah, unfortunately, I will watch absolutely anything. So I keenly sat down to watch Iceland against Finland during the group stages, and I will watch absolutely anything. But yeah, a game that went to extra time between Germany and Spain last night, and so England will face Spain in the final.
Villiers with a big wind up, but it goes straight through from a Lamb's delivery, and there is no run.
But of course, the marvellous scheduling means that the Euros final starts at 5 p.m. on Sunday, and the Women's T20 Blast final starts at 4:30 p.m. So,
oh, that's a wide ball from Emma Lamb.
I mean,
tempting Villiers there.
I'm trying to be grateful because think of the poor players. The Surrey players, then whoever gets through, Bears or the Blaze, there are a lot of football fans in those teams.
Villiers threw her again there. She's deceiving her with the flight and the bounce here, I think, Emma Lamb. Villiers wanting to get off the mark. Holly Armitage just doing a bit of prodding of the pitch. Villiers will no doubt want to get off the mark. That's played straight to that mid-off position. It's been very busy there. Kate Cross and Mahika Gore have been doing a lot of work in that position. I think it's Tara Norris now. Anyway, they've been sending the ball to that mid-off position regularly as Villiers plays that to short cover. There is no run. Villiers wanting to get off the mark here. Durham wanting to push that scoreboard and get to that 100 milestone. 97 for 2 at the moment. Played into the leg side, but straight to the fielder. And they're going to take a run. And it's gone behind that short fielder. Is that Eve Jones there? They've gone behind her. It was a risky one, but they got through.
It's the definition of scampering through
It
for a
was
single.
a proper one, wasn't it? 98 for 2. Armitage wind up. Tries to play that through covers and can't get the ball past the fielder on the ring there. That's the end of the over. 24 overs gone. Durham are 98 for 2. Armitage on 43 and Villiers just that 1 so far. Yes, so lots going on with women's sport.
Yeah, we've had Wimbledon
nearby.
in the last few weeks as well, and then we've got the Rugby World Cup starting in August
hosting
with
England.
Yeah, we've got England versus USA at the Stadium of Light in Sunderland. So the icon Alona Maher will be playing in Sunderland, which is
she's proper social media, and she played for Bristol Bears.
Bristol Bears, in
got
the PWR.
Huge coverage.
Yeah,
and a great spokesperson for women's sport in terms of not taking any rubbish, shall we say?
Definitely.
The polite version of not taking any rubbish about. She says strong is beautiful.
She's a brilliant ambassador for women's sport.
Yeah.
Alana King will be back. So far, just 3 runs from her 4 overs.
Ooh.
Defensive from Maddie Villiers, but it'll be a wicket.
Eve Jones, is it?
Eve Jones at slip.
Slip. Frustrating
really
for Durham.
close.
Yeah.
I'll wait for the replay to come through because Maddie Villiers is trudging off.
Yeah.
That's been the theme with the batters so far. Lanks looked absolutely thrilled with that.
Yeah, Durham will have had great expectations of Maddie Villiers. She's been batting well for them and been a great import from what is now Essex, but would have been was Sunrisers under the regional setup. So
looked to be the tiniest of edges.
The fielder obviously stationed there though for that very
really
dismissal.
Good from Jones. Players don't get a lot of slip practice. So 98 for 3. Emily Windsor, who is making her List A debut for Durham today, will be coming to the crease with a bit of a job to do. Durham 98 for 3. Armitage 43 from 57. Alana King with the wicket of Emma Marlowe. Just having a little watch of the wicket, and it was a little edge, but it pinged off, and Eve Jones had to go really low to take the catch. So brilliant work in the slips. As I say, players don't get tons of slip practice, but she kind of just lent to her right. Took it really nicely. Really low on the ground. I think, in fact, fingers may have been touching the ground. But that is superb from Eve Jones in the slips, and a nice bit of bowling from Alana King, who's built the pressure so well. Durham 98 for 3. Drinks coming on for the players as we're just a few balls away from the halfway stage. Durham looking to put a few more runs on the board after their very slow start, with the excellence of Lancashire's bowling attack. Kate Cross, Mahika Gore opening the bowling, and Alana King proving incredibly economical and deservedly getting the wicket of Emma Marlowe, also assisting with the earlier run out of the wicket of Maddie Villiers, even the earlier run out of Emma Marlowe. You can see Fee Morris on screen, who's been for a net, not playing in today's game, but was a sub-fielder for a few overs when Alana King went off. The players looking to continue here after their drinks break. We mentioned the new Lancashire kit, the navy instead of the bold red, and the umpires also with a new kit, wearing a nice dark purple instead of the pink in the Vitality Blast. A reminder to hit like and subscribe to Durham Cricket on YouTube to get notified of all the live streams and player interviews across the year. And a reminder, this is Durham versus Lancashire in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. The T20 finals day for Tier 1 is happening this Sunday down at the Oval, where Surrey are straight through to the final, and the Bears and the Blaze will battle it out in the Eliminator.
The Battle of the Midlands, West and the East Mids.
And speaking of women's sport, as we mentioned, with so much going on earlier, the Rugby World Cup, Alana King back to bowl. The Women's Cricket Network webinar for Durham takes place on Monday night at 7 p.m. as King's in again, driven down the ground. Looks like it's going to head for 4, and it will head for 4.
Is that the first boundary off Alana King's bowling?
I think it
might be.
It might be, and that's 100 runs up for Durham. Emily Windsor on list day debut, assisting with that. And the topic of the webinar is injury prevention, management and return to cricket, which is a really interesting topic. And they've got Emily Windsor, who is a physio exactly, and has come back to play after a hip injury and hip surgery at the start of the season. So a player who's very qualified to speak on this topic is Kings, and again to the aforementioned Windsor. Defends that, but will push through for a single. Alison Kirbishley as well, and Susie Bates. And
World
Kelly
champion.
Waldridge, who is the physio for the Durham side. So there's a link in the YouTube comments if you are listening to the stream and want to sign up. All the previous webinars are also on Durham YouTube channel and are really worth a watch, as King's in again. No run available. They've had a number of players on. They also had Paula Radcliffe on ahead of the London Marathon.
Yeah.
So a great resource and great work from Durham. Been swept by Armitage, and that'll be 4. So while King's been economical, this over she's been punished a little bit. Gone for 9, but of course got the wicket of Maddie Villiers at
Which
the start
will be
of the
key.
over.
I imagine that they would have probably targeted. They don't want, because Maddie Villiers is one of those players who can take the game away from you running quickly between the wickets, etc. So yeah, back to that Women's Cricket Network. It's brilliant. It's so look it up, Durham Women's Cricket Network. They started it this year, and as you mentioned, Alison Kirbishley's in the middle of that because she's involved with the board here, and it's free to sign up. The seminars are free. They're recorded. They're great to join in with. Great to catch up on the back catalogue. They have some brilliant speakers in there, and get yourself to that on Monday night, as that's played down by Emily Windsor, and there is no run. I thoroughly enjoyed a couple of those, listening into that. So yeah, get yourself to the Women's Cricket Network Monday night, and you don't have to be a woman, I don't think. Even you can sign up. As that's nurdled through third, there's a fielder after it. They're going to get two. They're going to go for three. And actually, it was a good call from Holly Armitage. They did get aforementioned three. Durham move on to 110 for three. I feel like the momentum is shifting in terms of Durham moving that scoreboard a bit as Armitage surveys the field as she heads towards that potential milestone. I won't say if nothing happens. Goes through point. It's going towards the boundary, but someone's going to get cut off. That's Elsa Lister out there with those red shoes flying. And Armitage edges a bit closer. 49. Tithering on the edge of 50 for the captain here at Durham at the Banksholme Riverside. Armitage decides what her options are as Lamb comes in again. Oh, and then pulls out of her action rather spectacularly as Sue Redfern calls a dead ball. Graham Lloyd's at square leg. Two Cadbury coloured umpires today as that's sent through point. And that's the run. And that is the skipper's 50 off 61 balls, 82 minutes and 6 fours. And a patient innings as one or two wickets has fallen the other end, and Windsor and Armitage exchange a handshake. Much relief for 50 from Armitage. That's played 2 point, and there is no run by Emily Windsor. The finisher they call her, don't they? Because she traditionally was it the 100 and various competitions. She's been in
trophy a number of times.
Yeah. That's the narrative with Emily Windsor. Who I think that comes off her pad there. As Holly Armitage indicates, they're thrown to the opposite end. They get a single. That's a leg bite. Signalled by Redfern. It's the end of the over. And so, 26 overs gone. And Durham are 114 for 3. Armitage on 50, exactly. And Windsor on 8. Did you do my theory at half-time?
I was trying to. It was 107 for 3.
Okay.
So halfway.
Double plus 20 is my theory.
234.
234 is possible target. It was an interesting one for that England-India game that you mentioned 2 days ago on this on the same ground. India should have only got 250, so I'm afraid England let them get away to 60-odd runs there, and that was probably the deciding factor in that game. Mix. I'm not sure if it was bowling or fielding, but certainly in the field, England let them get away with 60-odd bonus runs, and that was the difference in the end. Although they took them to that 50th over, as Polly has a little coughing fit, and Alana King comes in from the Finkel end, and that's played lustily by Emily Windsor, who's going to get a 4 for that. 4 runs to Emily Windsor, and another 4 to Durham's total, 118 for 3. And Windsor getting settled here and getting well off the mark. It's all right, Polly's. I think she's laughing and still coughing, so I think she's still with us.
I'm still alive. There was no attempt to help from you, Claire,
well, I
which
was.
is great to know.
I was watching, thinking, are there going to be any first aid needed here as King comes in again at your end? Do you want me to? Shall I finish while I'm here? That's a dot ball. Still some more coughing to come. You haven't finished, have you? You're going to try and take a tablet now on top of that. Oh. Right. There's water being administered as King comes in again to Windsor. Comes forward, plays that straight to the fielder at short. cover. Emma Lamb there, cutting that one off. And that's another dot ball. Alana King bowling a lot of dot balls here. That's played through cover point. Elsa Lister comes off the rope and they get through for a single. 119 for 3. Durham, who won the toss and elected to bat first. There's a little bit of advice, little chat here. Alana King and Kate Cross having a bit of a discussion about field positioning. Alana King's red shoes keeping the lights on here at the Banksholme Riverside. Very bright. She comes in again over the wicket to Holly Armitage, who defends that down and thinks about a run and changes her mind. Ooh, and they hit the stumps with the throw as well from Emma Lamb, and nothing happened. So lots of things happened and nothing happened. There was a dot ball as Graham Lloyd has to go and pick the bails up and and reconnect them. And Alana King has given her sunglasses to Graham Lloyd, so she may not get them back. That could be it now. He's going to walk off with that. The unfamiliar sight of Alana King without her sunglasses on. It must be quite dark out there.
Yeah, she must not be able to see.
Bowling to Holly Armitage. Welcome back, Polly.
Thank you. Just about
moment.
alive. King in, and that's defended. Scramble 3 for 1 though.
Yes, it's a longer format, but they've taken a lot of deliveries to get to this total of Durham. So Holly Armitage has decided she's got the finisher with her, Emily Windsor. And they're going to try and pile some runs on here to give themselves something to bowl at second half.
120 for 3. Armitage 51 from 63. Windsor 13 from 11. We can see Mia Rogers. I think that might be Abby Glenn with her walking round.
Oh yeah, after the
They're
nets, aren't they?
offering
Look at it. All the kit with them. In the other game, Somerset versus Essex, Niamh Holland has got 50. And she's been standing kipper for Captain Fantastic Sophie Luff. That's Morris, changed ends, up in the air but bouncing in front of the fielder, Eve Jones, and there is no run. Morris left arm around to Holly Armitage, who does that reversey thing, but straight to the fielder, who's fumbles slightly. They get through for a single. Durham 121 for 3 as Ellie Threlkeld rushes to the other end to just give her bowler a little bit of advice. And there's a change in the field. They're moving Eve Jones to slightly squarer to conventional point, and they're moving the deep point fielder to a deep cover. There's a bit of a gap there. Is this a plan, a trap that they've set for Emily Windsor, who just defends that down, and there is no run? Durham 121 for 3. Windsor already more or less a runnable 13. Armitage past that 50, 52. And that's defended again underneath the fielder, this time in the leg side, and they get through for an easy single. One more to the total. 122 for 3. Armitage will face this time. Morris coming around the wicket. There's a slight, they're moving the field back again to that deep cover and conventional point, and a short third on the offside. It's played to the short third, who has to come forward, and there's a bit of a shy, but it's gone through the fielder. They might have thought about 2 there, but hadn't realised it had gone past the bowler's hands. Another one to the total, 123 for 3.
The running's been good from Durham in the last few overs, just picking out where those singles are, and even turning ones into twos.
That's played to that deep cover fielder. They get through for a single. They're going to need to do that, aren't they? Some new gloves being sent out to Holly Armitage. Maybe a
That
message.
sounds like a message to me.
Yes, I'd like some new
I've
gloves.
seen the work of Charlotte Edwards, and Danny Hazel, I think, may be doing the same.
She's learnt a bit of
The trick of the
of the new gloves. Although some people's
some people do. Especially in 50 over cricket, it's a lot more valid. I think 20 over, I'm like, that's nonsense. You don't need new gloves. You're not out there for that long. But it does make sense. Armitage has batted for most of the innings. Well, she came in around the 8 over mark, so it does make sense. But I like to always think it's a message. I want to know what they write on these
and you want to,
notes.
what have they written on it? She has been out there for 66 balls or so, hasn't she? So she may have, she may just need a new pair of gloves.
Alana King back for Lancashire. Defended straight down the ground. Well, yeah, speaking of notes, with the Euros, there's a lot of notes that get passed onto the pitch. And I think it was during the 2019 World Cup. It was the Netherlands against the USA as Alana King is in again. And they should get one. And Serena Wiegman, who's now the England coach, was the coach of the Netherlands at the time, and sent a note onto the pitch. And I think it was Christy Mewis, who's one of the USA players, got the note and ripped it up. And was like, yeah, you're not having that. Because often it's tactical stuff. I mean, sometimes it's words of encouragement, but a lot of the time it's tactical things. And she just ripped the note up. I mean, I want to see more players doing that. Take the note. So you want more gloves? Oh no, I'm going to take that note. I'm going to eat the paper now.
I was going to say, you want it written on rice paper with food colouring so you can eat it.
King again.
This message will self-destruct. Like Mission Impossible.
Yeah. But yeah, what do you do with the note when you've got it on the field?
Oh yeah.
So 125 for 3. So
Armitage is
reverse it.
determined.
Pops up.
Determined to play that reverse sort of.
It's not been really successful so far. She only got the one run from that. I think it kind of was a bit top edge. 126 for 3. So King still incredible figures. 1 for 20. And she's in her 7th. Down the ground beats Jones, but protected by Lamb.
Slightly unnecessary roll from Jones.
Put a bit of mayo on it. Pretend it was harder than it actually is.
Charlie Dean's the one for that.
Oh yeah.
The Dean roll. Extra mayo on any fielding that Charlie Dean does.
Oh, the King's got her hands in the air. She thought that was close. So 29 overs gone, 21 remain. Durham 126 for 3, Armitage 54, and Windsor on 16.
Oh, there's another. It can't be another set of gloves. Another message. Oh, she's getting sent off again now. Look. Bring 2 white things on that don't look like gloves, and then go back up again. I don't know what that was. It's something very vital. Get on with it, I imagine. From Danny Hazel, bless her.
Give it a whack.
Give it a thump.
Darcy Carter of Lancashire now going for a net.
Oh yeah,
With Scotland
they're all going
International.
that way. Nobody's coming back, so I don't know how many nets they've got here. As Lamb continues. Morris rather, beg your pardon. That's just the one run to Armitage. Another one to the total. Durham 127 for 3. Windsor relatively new to the crease. Still going more or less at a runner ball. Morris left arm spin around from the Lumley end. It's just defended back to the bowler and there is no run. Lancashire chirping in the fields. Slightly gloomy here. It's blowing around us hopefully. We've got some patches of blue a little in the distance. Oh, up and over from Emily Windsor. The fielder was interested for a bit. It was 4 runs though. 4 runs to Emily Windsor. I think the fielder who was out in the deep there thought that it was closer than it was. in the end, that's Tara Norris down there. Goes to fetch the ball. 4 more runs to the total. Durham on 131 for 3. Windsor trying to get herself settled here at the Banks Home Riverside. Backwards and defends that. And there is no run. Lancashire in their unfamiliar navy. It's the first time they played in this navy kit. Usually in bright red, of course. Worked into the leg side by Emily Windsor. Flies through for a single. Think about a second. We hear all the conversation there. Do you want it? No, don't want that. Thanks very much. Just one will do. Durham 132 for 3. Need to push this total on to give themselves something to bowl at in second innings. Captain looks at some gaps. Is she going to hit one? As Morris comes in again. Straight to the fielder, even though Eve Jones a slight misfield there. That's the end of the over. The dot ball. Lancashire bowling a lot of dot balls here. So Durham are 132 for 3. 30 overs gone. So that's that. Another 10 overs ticked over. Armitage on 55 and Windsor on 21.
Yeah, it's difficult to see where Durham can kind of get to put on a competitive total. I think it's obviously important that Armitage and Windsor stay at the crease. From a Lancashire perspective, though, they're completely on top, and Kate Cross is going to be coming back to bowl. Whether they can kind of capitalise off a bit of pace. Obviously, Armitage has been playing quite a few shots where she's clearly wanted a bit more pace on the ball, and they've just had a lot of overs of spin in the kind of middle overs. But Cross bowled, so well. Only 13 runs from her 5 overs at the start of the innings. This one's chipped in the air. Will be stopped inside the ring. They scamper through for 1.
No, it's shy at the stumps. That could have been. Could have been close,
yeah.
Although we're in the wrong angle to see it because we're sat at sort of long on here, aren't we? Definitely behind the bowler's arm end.
The pressure in the field from Lancashire's been really good, though. I think Durham are trying to counter that by getting those quick singles, but Lancashire are doing well. Cross again, flicked into the leg side. Fielder running in. Seren Smell finish that up, so another run to the tally.
You mentioned lots of finals this weekend, so Saturday at Northants will be the Tier 2 Vitality Blast, 2 semi-finals and a final, unlike the Tier 1, which will be Sunday at the Oval.
Cross in, slapped out into the offside. That'll just be 1 run.
And in this competition, the Metro Bank One Day Cup, they are heading towards semi-finals on Wednesday the 17th of September, and the final will be at Southampton at the Utilita Bowl at the end of September.
Top ball from Kate Cross.
Still no suggestions for 3 consecutive maiden overs bowled by Alana King. Well, none that I've seen yet, anyway.
It's also Tier 3 finals day at Wormsley on Sunday.
What a great place to have finals day.
Yes, very, very nice.
Wormsley, very picturesque, as a thatched clubhouse and thatched school box. Very rural setting. Good place to have a set piece final for Tier 3. Yeah, get yourself along Tier 3.
Cross again down the leg side and signalled a wide.
Jack Rule's worried about a colour clash. I don't think navy and purple's a colour clash, Jack.
No. I also don't think it really matters in
Nah.
cricket. Like I think everyone wears white in Test, and it's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
So I think they complement each other very well.
Yes, I think so too.
Cross in. So another dot to the tally. So 136 for 3. Kate Cross now 6 overs. She's only gone for 17 runs.
Nice couple of spells of bowling here so
Yeah.
far, Kate Cross. Yes, finals day for this competition at the Utility Bowl will be Sunday the 21st of September, and the 2 semis in the week running up to that. Chirp chirp in the field. Morris to continue from the Lumley end as Emily Windsor gets her gloves back on again. Taking a breather, a little bit of time out of the game. Durham reset themselves. Windsor comes forward and smacks that back past the bowler. A diving stop from the far end. Nice stop, just the one then. What sort of total can Durham get to defend when they get in the field for the second innings? Armitage to face now. She's on 56, Windsor on 24. Armitage with that familiar crouch, waiting for the ball. Plays that through point. Who is stationed on the rope and has quite a lot of ground to cover, so they're going to get through for 2. Comfortably, 2 more to the total. 139 for 3. Durham, who elected to bat when they won the toss this morning. Armitage comes forward, plays that into the leg side and underneath the fielder, so they do get a single there. A bit of dusting down for Emma Lamb. She face plants in an attempt to stop that. They get a single. Durham 140 for 3 here in the 32nd over. The Banks home Riverside. Windsor plays that into the leg side. They decide against a run because Emma Lamb's woke up now. She's fielded that quickly back to the bowler. Poor old Jack Rule. He's just worried because they're not in red. It's unsettling, I think. That's played to mid-off. It's been a busy fielding position. It goes underneath the fielders, and they even get through for 2 runs. 2 more to the total, Durham, as they edge towards the next milestone. They're on 142 for 3. How fast can they get to that 150? Morris just checking her field. Windsor tapping her bat. Through the cover area. Fielder off the rope. 1 more to the total. Well, at least they're getting a bit more movement on the scoreboard, as Durham are 143 for 3 off 32 overs. Armitage on 59. Windsor on 27.
Yeah, 18 overs to get a few more runs on the board, because I think Durham have done well to recover from the start they had. It was really slow, and I think the thing that's been good is they haven't lost many wickets, where traditionally they've kind of been skittled a little bit over the start of the summer. So that's definitely a positive, and Emily Windsor plays a part in that coming into the side, and obviously Holly Armitage leading from the front. She's a fantastic captain, fantastic batter.
Yeah.
Kate Cross, however, will want to pick up a wicket here. Just the 1 run, rotating the strike nicely, this pair.
Yeah, because and also, although they're 3 wickets down, that first one was Susie Bates was run out of the non-strikers because Emma Marlowe had played a shot straight back, hit the stumps, but via Mahika Gore's outstretched hand and was run out in the cruelest fashion.
Cross again. Armitage flicks into the leg side, shy at the stumps, but she's safely back. We've got games elsewhere with Somerset 187 for 4 after 33 against Essex. Hampshire 147 for 4 after 29 against Surrey, and the Blaze have just started their 4 without loss within the first over against the Bears. Well, Warwickshire now back with the One Day Cup.
Yep.
And those teams will face each other on Sunday in the T20s.
Oh yeah, it's a little bit of niggle there, no doubt. It's always a bit spicy when the West Midlands play the East Midlands. The Blaze, of course, hosted by Notts, but the players elected to stay as the Blaze.
This one worked into the offside, down to third. 147 for 3. Just seeing if the scoreboard was ticking over or not. I think it was so quick it had already done it. The scorers are so good at their job.
They are. Brilliant.
Windsor awaits. Worked into the leg side. Backward of square, and there's the one run. So a 50-run partnership between Armitage and Windsor is up from 52 balls. So it's been effective since Windsor's come in. And she's done a very good job so far.
Building nicely here, aren't they? Hopefully for Durham's sake.
Crossed it, finish her over, and finish with a dot. So 5 conceded from the over, more expensive than Cross done previously, but just singles.
Are Durham going up for the gears? Is this a speeding up? Now they've got this partnership sorted. Nice platform to build upon. So Mahika will return from the Lumley end. Second spell. Tall, rangy figure. Lots of the original under-19 Women's World Cup team on display here on both sides. So Mahika will bowl to Emily Windsor at the start of this 34th over. Durham wanted to give themselves a decent total to bowl at. Second innings, Ali Threlkeld removes helmet, so he's going to be stood back to the pace of Gore. Emily Windsor charges her. God, almost got an edge to the wicketkeeper then.
It was a big swipe.
Swipe, and then could easily have got the edge there. Ali Threlkeld very excited about that, I imagine. Emily Windsor charging a tall, fast bowler. This could be a good match-up here. It could be an interesting head-to-head. Gore coming in from the 25-yard marks. Windsor, oh, that was edged. There's a fielder below us who's going to cut that off. They only get the one, but it was past. No chance of a catch there from Ali Threlkeld.
Yeah, Tilika Stephen doing well to run round and cutting it off.
Because she's got no number on her back. She's either academy or... Is that... It's because she doesn't have a squad number because she's...
Yeah, so she signed kind of almost like an emergency contract to replace Eve Jones earlier in the season.
And there is no run off that one, as Armitage just defends it to point, and there is no run.
So I believe he's on a rookie contract at the moment, which could explain the...
But she
the
did
lack of squad
the
number.
business in the FA Cup, didn't she?
Yeah,
not well in the semi, but got a massive
70
score
in the final.
There are many eyes on Tilly for future batting. Higher honours as Gore comes in again to Armitage. Plays that through the cover fielder. It's going to get covered by Ailsa Lister, comes off the rope. They get one. They think about two, but then think again. One more to the total. And Durham's 150 is up in 33.4 overs, 128 minutes. So they're building here, not spectacularly, but steadily, shall we say. 150 runs up for Durham for 3 wickets as Gore comes in again, this time to Windsor. Banged in and Windsor ducks down. It just misses the stumps. It didn't bounce quite as high as Emily Windsor spectacularly anticipated. She almost did herself there by ducking too soon. It must be quite fearsome. I would not fancy facing the pace of Mahika, especially when you see that wrist go and she bangs it into the pitch.
Yeah, the
there
height
was
it
no
comes
run.
from.
Yes, Windsor taking a brave pill. Down the leg side for the wicket keepers love to give a big Owzat because they hope that they're not going to get given a wide. Try and fool the umpires into thinking there might be a catch down that leg side. Sue Redfern having none of it.
Yeah, Sue Redfern is no fool.
No.
She's not going to let that slide, Ellie Threlkeld.
No.
151 for 3.
Talking of Sue Redfern, she's just checking the condition of the ball with is that Kate Cross, that far side? Somebody. We're a long way from the players. Let's just check. Is it Crossy?
Yeah, I think that's Kate Cross.
Of course, the umpires are the only people allowed to change the ball's condition. Should it have a little bit of an extra thread sticking off it, or checking that it's still in shape? There's much discussions. It was indeed Kate Cross. So Sue Redfern happy that the condition of the ball is as it should be. And Gore has it returned to her. Left arm over to Emily Windsor, right-hander, tapping her bat. Played through point. Fielder off the rope. They're going to get 2. There's a bit of a wind-up because there's a slight misfield from Seren Smale here to our right on the boundary rope, just in front of the ground staff. That's the end of the over. 34 overs gone, 16 left. That's not me doing maths, that's the scoreboard telling me. Durham 153 for 3, Armitage on 62, Windsor on 33. I'm not good at numbers, Polly.
No, me neither.
Somebody mistook me for a scorer. They obviously don't know me at all this morning. When I came in, I said, "Oh, no, I'm scoring. Don't do numbers." I have scored ever, but not in a proper game. Only when I got roped in. You done any scoring?
I've done a little bit. But I'm the sort of person that has to have all the different coloured pens.
Oh, lovely.
And then I get behind because I'm like, oh, what
yes.
pen? Oh, no, I've got.
Was that my orange coloured bowler?
Yeah,
and all
exactly.
That kind of thing,
and then if I mess it up, I'm going to have to start again. So the best thing is if I don't score.
I wonder how much. Jack Rule could probably tell us how much score books are actually used now, whether they're just all electronicals.
Cross back from Finkerland.
Oh, I was thinking about it there. A little bit thinking about a shy. You could go behind, backing up just in case.
I know at my club ours is all electronic now. So I think it depends. Obviously, a lot of spectators will have their school books or the paper cards. Yeah. Cross again.
Ooh.
Slap down the ground. Beats 2 fielders and will go for 4. Probably should have been stopped in the field by Lancashire.
I'm loving this innovation from Holly Armitage.
Yeah.
It does a sort of I don't know what she do. How would you describe it? She's her legs got all.
Yeah, I think she was leaning on one leg.
Leaning on one leg and playing it the opposite direction. So a good bit of innovation from the captain there.
Cross again, driven down the ground. Will be stopped inside the ring, shy at the stumps, and then scramble through for 1. It misses. Again, good pressure in the field.
Graham Lloyd has to sprint to square on to just check that run out.
I do love a scorecard though. I have scorecards of the 2017 Women's World Cup final and the men's 2019 one, and that is all with colours and is pretty perfect. Which I will say did not do myself.
I'm sure it would have been perfect if you'd done it, Polly.
Cross again, hoiked in the air, sent to the far boundary. Seren Smale stopping it.
That was a full-blooded shot there from a full-blooded delivery, wasn't it?
Looked like it could have gone all the way, but Seren Smale monitoring the boundary on the leg side. 159 for 3. Armitage moving to 67. Windsor on 34. Once again, hoiked into the leg side. Smale now a bit busy in the field. Just the one available.
She was keeping wicket for the under-19s. Now she's got a massive piece of real estate to cover there.
Of the field.
Yeah.
Windsor awaits, driven down the ground, but will meet Eve Jones inside the ring, so no run on offer.
And a roll as well from Eve Jones.
Wrapping up the over, 160 for 3 after 35 overs, so 15 overs remain.
Well, I've got an answer from Jack Rule. So, he says, most clubs go electronic now, but nothing beats a good old-fashioned book. Polly Stark is right. You've got to use coloured pens. You have.
Yeah.
If you're going to do it. They can be a proper work of art, can't they?
Yeah, with my club team yesterday, I obviously wasn't playing, but someone slightly messed up the scoring, and all the players had to recall in the group chat how they got out and how many balls they faced. And there was a lot of, it wasn't my fault, but this happened. Which I thought, I'm so glad I wasn't playing, because that would have been painful to relive.
Armitage nurdles that to point off Gore. They get through for a single. One more to the total. Durham moved to 161 for 3 into the back end of the innings now. What can Lancashire restrict Durham to, and what can Durham get to defend? Second innings. Windsor tapping in concentration. Oh, back past Mahika Gore, and nearly gets one in the head. That's 4 runs. Well, that's a straight drive through Mahika Gore.
That looked close to her face.
Yeah, that was dangerously close to her head, certainly. Fortunately, not making contact. 4 more runs to the total. Durham 165 for 3. Armitage 69 and Windsor 38 here at the Banks Homes Riverside in this Metro Bank One-Day Cup.
Okay, on the replay it looks nowhere near her
Oh
head.
well, it did live from the angle that we're at.
It looked really close.
Yeah. Windsor plays that to cover into the pocket. They get through for a single. Eve Jones tidies up. Eve Jones and Emma Lamb have been doing well this season. You've seen a lot of Lancashire, haven't you?
Yeah, and a
lot of them batting.
Yeah, a lot of them batting. They've been so good at the top of the order. Quite a few centuries and half centuries between them. They've just been so stable at the top of the order, which I think is what Lancashire were needing. But Eve Jones moving this season has been really, really important. And also having the left-hand, right-hand combo.
And Armitage plays that backward of square straight to Ailsa Lister, who fields that, and they get through for a single. Emily Windsor's signalling to the bench that she wants something.
New gloves, a note. What do you want me to do now?
I don't know, but we saw Harmanpreet Kaur change a cap and a helmet every over, which, was an interesting move as Windsor. Oh, bouncer from Mahika Gore. Emily Windsor ducks underneath that one, but it does actually bounce that time and doesn't look quite so amusing for some, potentially, as Emily Windsor stands back and thinks about what she might do should that come again. And Sue Redfern signals one of the two for the over. That Mahika Gore is allowed. Windsor plays that one back past the fielder, Emma Lamb, at short mid-wicket. You might have thought she was in with the game there. It's 4 runs. So slightly risky play from Emily Windsor, but obviously decided that they're going to attack Mahika Gore, as there was all sorts of things being run on. New gloves. Oh, new gloves. New gloves for Emily Windsor and a drink for Holly Armitage, who has been out there for, is it 87 balls? Been out there a long old time.
Yeah,
so I think we'll allow her that drink.
Yeah, I think she's been out there for about 28 overs, so she's been putting a shift in.
Yeah. There's bound to be some sort of message as well as gloves getting handed all sorts. And yes, so you're listening to the voices of Claire Jenkins, former county cricketer. I have played on this pitch, I mentioned before. And Polly Starkey, the marathon woman. Yes. How's your running going? Is your dad still winding you up about it?
Do you know what? My running's... I haven't run for a while.
Oh.
I did a bit of running, but I've been on the road, very, very busy.
Yeah.
So I have to think about packing my trainers and things. But I've got the Great North Run at the start of September, so I need to get back into it. But I've got plenty of time.
You're very on brand in the North East doing the Great North Run.
Unfortunately, I'm actually missing a Durham game for it. So
perhaps I
my
might
apologies.
get some work then.
171 for 3, as we can see. I think some of the members enjoying some lunch. Tara Norris back for Lancashire. Let's just get the one run in the end.
Food very good here at Durham. I was able to sample it yesterday. Not yesterday, feels like yesterday. Day before yesterday at the England-India one-day international. Very nice.
Norris, the left arm seamer, with a dot. Windsor 43 from 42.
We've got some updates from the other games. So Essex are hosting Somerset, who are 213 for 4 off 38 overs. Surrey are playing Hampshire, and Hampshire 194 for 4.
Good stop, just inside the ring. Kate Cross. He's been pretty handy in the field today.
She has been diving about.
The boundary.
Great stop there. Yeah, so Hampshire 196 for 4, and the Blaze are 22 without loss. They had a later start. They're playing shorter game there for weather at Lindham in Lincolnshire against Warwickshire, Midlands derby.
Norris again. This one in the air. The catch could be taken and it's dropped. It's put down by Seren Smale. Just on the leg side boundary. She came running in for it. She made the ground.
It was teasing her, wasn't it? Just drops in front of her. And Tara Norris looking a little bit cheesed off, potentially. But we'll be buoyed by the fact that the ball's going in the air. Potential catches.
Down the ground by Windsor. And that's a lovely straight drive for 4. Durham doing exactly what they need to do. That run rate slowly going up. Just finding the boundaries. 1 or 2 every over.
Yes, Lancashire definitely took the first quarter, didn't they?
And a dot ball to finish for Tara Norris. So 37 overs gone, 178 for 3, 13 overs remain. Holly Armitage 72 from 89 and Emily Windsor 48 from 45.
Yeah, the beginning part of the game, Lancashire were really in charge and putting dot balls together. Really, really frustrating Durham. Got that early, potentially fortunate wicket of Susie Bates backing up at the striker's end, non-striker's end rather, Sort of a bonus wicket for them, really, although they were bowling really well. And now it feels like Durham are trying to take that initiative via Holly Armitage, who will now face Mahika Gore in the sunshine. Banged in. Holly Armitage gets on top of that, sends it backward of square for 4 runs. Between the fielders, they may have had a bit of a communication challenge there, or Holly Armitage particularly bisecting those fielders, getting the 4 runs, tying her shoelaces, resetting herself. Durham are 182 for 3. Armitage definitely playing a captain's innings here, determined to drag Durham with her. Gore in again. Armitage plays that backward of square again, but not quite as efficiently. They get through for 1. Armitage turns as if to take 2, but it's quite clear that she's not coming back now. Just the 1. 183 for 3. They want to get to that 200 milestone and then get beyond it in these remaining 12 and a bit overs. Gore in again. Windsor rocks back, dobs it down. They get through for a single as a shy, but misses the stumps there from Emma Lamb. Backed up, covered by Eve Jones. Lancashire chirping themselves in the field in this Metro Bank One Day Cup fixture. Second half of this campaign. They're starting this again, and then there's a break for the 100 and they come back again in September. 8 matches down, 6 to go. This is the 9th. That's played into the leg side. They get a teasing 1 there. Moving Emma Lamb. They just get the 1. 185 for 3. Windsor will face. She's on 49. Where is she going to send this one? Gore. Running in from the 25-yard circle. Bangs it in. Emily Windsor rocks back, plays that beautifully behind square to Alana King, and that will be Emily Windsor's 50 in 47 balls and 52 minutes, 6 fours. So well batted Emily Windsor. It was kind of late to the party because she was, you said, unfortunately injured at the beginning of the season. Now back in, fully into harness with Durham, doing the right thing with her captain here. Gore comes in, this time to Armitage. Plays that backward of square yet again. They get through for a single. Elsa Lister doing the tidying up. And that's the end of the over. So 38 overs gone. 12 to go. I'll leave the PA to speak for a minute. I love the echo on the PA. So Durham are 187 for 3. They put themselves into bat when they won the toss this morning. Armitage on 79. Windsor on that 50 that we just heard. 12 overs left. What do you reckon?
I mean, Durham have done really well to get to this point. Emily Windsor's not great. I think it says everything about the way that Durham's game has gone. She's ahead of a runner ball at the moment, 50 from 47. A fantastic performance on List A debut for Durham. And then you've got Holly Armitage. She's 79 from 93. Obviously, the innings started quite slowly with Susie Bates and Emma Marlowe at the top of the order. But Holly Armitage has come in and she knows exactly what she has to do in these situations. And I think she's guiding the game really well, and she's playing this innings fantastically. Obviously, they'll want more runs on the board, and they've got 12 overs to get that up to a decent total. But I think if they can back themselves with the bowling, then, you know, they don't need to be too concerned about the runs. Obviously, we've mentioned Emma Lamb and Eve Jones at the top of the order for Lancashire, and I think that Durham will have that in the back of their mind, that that's a threat that is there. But I think the way they've played against Gore in the last couple of overs has shown, you know, that they're not afraid to take on bowlers who have been so good so far in the game. As Norris is back in for Lancashire, starts with a dot.
What was the Jenkins formula? So double plus 20 at the halfway was what?
So it was 134.
So
234 even.
234.
Yeah, so the score was 107 for 3 halfway, so 234 for your theory.
Mm. Oh,
They think about a 1. It should be a run out. It's a run out in the end. Armitage
throw herself back at the ground.
Yeah, just about back. But again, I mean, if it had been communication that had let them down, again, that would be quite disappointing for Durham.
Just perhaps a rush of blood to the head. An aberration from the captain. He's going to brush it off.
Chipped up in the air, Threlkeld scampering through shy at the stumps. Which, to be fair, from the angle she was and the way she had to dive, it wasn't an awful attempt at the stumps.
That's good. Got all that kit on as well, haven't you?
Yeah. 188 for 3.
Someone's coming back from the nets now. We've seen lots of people go into the net.
Yeah, Darcy Carter.
Scottish international. She's Scottish international, isn't she? Yeah.
Norris assessing her field as she comes into bowl her 4th ball of her over. Clipped into the leg side, worked off the hip by Windsor. They're pushing for 2. A bit of arms flailing from Windsor as she gets back into the crease.
She's trying to get out of the line of the throw-in, I think.
190 for 3.
Mm-hmm.
Windsor awaits on 52. Chopped into the leg side, will be fielded by Saren Smale.
I think Emily Windsor was hoping that was going to go for 4 and she wasn't going to have to do it, but she did have to run in the end. Fielders come together and tidy up.
Just another dot ball for Kate Cross and Harley Armitage.
Very clear weight signal, wasn't it? Yeah.
Vocal as always. 39 overs gone, 11 overs remain. Durham 191 for 3. Emily Windsor 35 from 49. And Holly Armitage 80 from 97.
Well, a decent partnership already here for these two. They want to build on that. That's the 12th spring out of drink for Holly Armitage. It'll be warm out there, doing the amount of running they're doing. They could do with a few more boundaries to just not have to do quite so much winding up, but working hard.
A 93-run partnership between the pair as it stands.
It's exciting. Nearly on that milestone as well. Everyone collects themselves a little as the batters take some refreshment. 11 overs to go. 191 for 3. Little game within a game. How are they going to make my theory look good or not in these last 11 overs? Well, they've got a bit of a licence, but can Lancashire get some wickets here as Morris will continue with a left arm spin around the wicket to the right-handed Windsor. Takes a stance. Alana King gets moved slightly square out to mid-wicket. That's played into the offside to long off. And just get the single. Yes, interestingly, they've got no left-hander, have they, Durham, I don't think, in the batting lineup, but we will see some left-handed batters in the second innings. Certainly Eve Jones at the top of the order, as Polly mentioned earlier. Armitage to face. Charges, plays it into the gap they've left her on the leg side. They're going to do 2 here. They've decided to mess with the fielders. 2 runs. Hard work, but worth it. 2 more runs as they edge towards that 200. 194 for 3-yard Durham. Put themselves into bat after the top, winning the toss this morning. Armitage will face Lancashire, employing the Morris and Norris manoeuvre. Morris from one end, Norris from the other, as Armitage takes a little breather. Forwards, plays that to the past cover. Eve Jones can't get hold of that. They come back for 2. Underneath the fielder. 2 more to the total. 2 more to Holly Armitage, the captain. 196 for 3. Armitage on 84. Morris. Armitage comes forward, plays that to long on. Trots through for a single. Durham head towards that 200 milestone. They're on 197 for 3. Windsor will face. She's on 54. Armitage is on 85. Both batters set here. Lancashire need to get a breakthrough. That's played to cover again. They decide against a run. Squirted only. Straight to the fielder. There is no chance of a single there. Windsor forwards. Plays that to cover point. They get through for a single, slightly risky, and there's a backing up dive from Ailsa Lister. Nice stop there. And the partnership, the 100-run partnership that we kind of previewed, Armitage 42 of those, Windsor 55 of those, off 95 balls in 63 minutes. So kind of neatly, sort of almost 100 ball, run a ball in an hour. Both batters set and taking a breather. Exchange of words as Kate Cross has a word with Ellie Threlkel, so much conferencing going on the wicket.
It's been a vital partnership between Windsor and Armitage, who have really kind of salvaged this game after a really slow start from Durham, kind of uncharacteristic, but they've protected their wickets really well, and I think they've got the balance of building an innings and wanting to get the total up, but without being completely reckless. And also they've managed the situation of they've had Cross and King bowling at them. They've had Gore, who's been excellent, who they managed to take apart a little bit, and I think to have the confidence to do that in the game situation was really good from Armitage and Windsor.
They're trying to cut off that straight drive to long on by bringing Kate Cross underneath our window here.
King's got 3 overs left, and she's going to start one of them now, and she gets a wicket. First ball.
Well,
that's classic Alana King. You can never keep her out the game.
First baller.
Now 2 for 20 from 7.1 overs. So Windsor goes for 55. Ellie Threlkel behind the stumps with the catch. It's been a really good innings from Emily Windsor. A fantastic debut in List A cricket in this Metro Bank One Day Cup with Durham. And she would have wanted to see out the remaining overs, but she's done an important role with the bat.
Not a bad debut though, is it?
Not at all.
They pinched her from Hampshire, didn't they? Water up here.
Means Bess Heath will come into bat for Durham.
Looking forward to watch Bess Heath bat. See how this goes. Bess Heath, of course, seen or appeared to be seen as the sort of the next in line potentially from Amy Jones as England wicketkeeper, although there are quite a lot of few people in the mix. Although Seren Smale plays in the outfield here, she was certainly, as we mentioned, under 19 wicket keeper, Rihanna Southby down at Hampshire. Lots of eyes on, should we need the next wicket keeper, who that's going to be in the England setup. But at this stage we're going to see Bess Heath with the bat in hand. Bam Bam, as she's known, because her initials are BAM Heath.
Alana King, 2 wickets so far, and also vital in a run out. Bess Heath on strike. King through emotions. There'll be 1 run from it.
Looping delivery there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Tempting. Have a
Very
go
loopy.
at this. Have a go at this. See what you're going to do with this.
$199 for 4. Very close to the 200 mark.
Mm-hmm.
Pushes into the offside, and that will bring up the 200 for Durham. Just over 40 overs. It's taken them to do it. But it's a good milestone to reach. I think psychologically as well. It's helpful. They're managing to push for singles here.
Heath gets off the mark. 2 runs.
Armitage determined to play a reverse shot, but
Yeah.
yet again not what I imagine she had in mind in terms of a successful result. Yes, she scrambled through for 1, but I think she's wanting 4.
I think she is as well. There's not enough pace on that ball, is there?
Once again,
Heath having a go
Heath,
now. They've decided that's a...
yeah, there's a keen
good
to
idea,
join
but-
in.
I'm not so sure. What can they get in the last 9 overs then, Polly?
Yeah, 41 overs gone. Currently 203 for 4. Armitage on 87 and Heath on 3.
I think they're bringing Emma Lamb on from the Lumley end. Having a chat with Kate Cross, deciding... Oh, no, it's Norris. Oh, 24. Who's 24?
Tara Norris.
Tara Norris. So Norris back on, beg your pardon. They're a long way from us. So Norris and Cross having a chat at the Lumley end. Holly Armitage imparting some wisdom to Bess Heath, who was taking a guard from Sue Redfern. Norris left arm over, US international. Bess Heath played for England as well. Norris in, a bit more pace again, and that's worked through point. It's going to get cut off, I think, on the rope, yes, in that corner by Sarah Smale. But they get 2 more to the total. Durham moved to 205 for 4. Armitage on 87, Heath on 5. Norris coming in, banging it in, works backward of square. There's a fielder there who's going to cut that off. And they get 1. 207 for 4, Durham. against Lancashire in this Metro Bank One Day Cup. You're listening to the voice of Claire Jenkins and Polly Starkey. On the YouTube channel, please press the like button so other people can find us. More likes, more eyes on the game. All good. Armitage leaps backwards but plays it into the leg side. Alana King sweeps off the boundary. They get through for 2. Slightly risky second, but they get home. Durham move to 206 for 4. Armitage on 87. He's having a look at that leg side. They've left her a big gap on that leg side. Norris in again. Played into the offside this time. Underneath, Eve Jones going towards the boundary. It is a boundary. Another 4. The captain, Holly Armitage. There's a feel like we're getting to the death overs here, and the batters are trying to make the most of this. Holly Armitage has been out there an awful long time. She's faced over 100 deliveries for her 87. Heath on more or less a runner ball. Norris to continue from the Lumley end. Banged in, backward of square. That's another 4 runs to Holly Armitage. She's raced into the 90s now. Armitage to 97. Durham on 216 for 4. Dare Durham dream of those 3 figures for their captain. And the sunshine here at the Banks Home Riverside. Another chat with Kate Cross for Tara Norris. 2 left arm seamers is unusual in one side, so a bit more left arm seam to continue. They're bringing the fine leg up to the circle. Will this be a trap? Holly Armitage has spotted that move. Got a fine third here on the other 45 degrees. Holly Armitage just dismisses that, plays it into the leg side, get through for a single. Armitage on 98. Durham 216. 217 for 4 even. End of the over. 8 overs left. Durham 217 for 4. Armitage on 98. Heath on 6. Are we going to see a big milestone here for the captain? They could do with this. Well, the teams have been playing T20 up to this point, but we move to this. Is the first of the 50 overs again. They get a couple of games, I think, and then a lot of them will be off to the 100. And they'll return again to finish the competition in September. Longer format, more time to build an innings, which is what the captain's done.
Alana King, 8 overs, 2 for 25. She's got 2 remaining. And she'll bowl one of them now, wanting to stop Armitage. Continuing.
She's no stranger to her first ball wicket, is she?
It's probably making Armitage a little bit nervous. King in. Driven down the ground, they'll take 1. They're not going to go for the second.
I think probably quite wisely.
Yeah. $218 for 4. Defensive from Heath.
Oh, it's a little bit of insider knowledge, do you think? Kate Cross to Kingy. Or is it a bluff? A long conversation with Kate Cross. She's decided something about what Bess Heath does and doesn't do.
Heath 6 from 6.
Oh. There's a bit of a refusal there. Whether she got her legs wrong or whether she thought Holly Armitage was about to go out of her crease, I'm not sure.
chipped in the air, and the catch is taken.
Whatever it was.
That's what that long discussion was for. The plan was executed, and another wicket falls for Durham. Bess Heath going for 6. Alana King with a 3rd wicket.
Yeah, the chat beforehand, I mean, whether it was what actually happened or whether it's just a bit of kidology. Caught and bowled King for 6. Holly Armitage at the other end, poised on a potential milestone. And the sunshine here at Banksholme's Riverside. Holly Armitage does that horrible squeeze the helmet, I think, to get the fluid, shall we say, out of her helmet. Takes on some fluid. And I'm going to see, is this one of the turners? No. Yeah, one of the turners. One good turner deserves another, as they say. Phoebe Turner. Who's been bowling well this season, hasn't she? You've seen lots more of her, haven't you?
Promoted up the order ahead of Catherine Fraser.
And she got a call up eventually, didn't she?
She played the New Zealand A games.
Because there was A teams, there was development teams,
there was a lot
11.
going on. So I think this was one of the development 11s, but it was definitely against New Zealand A. She played 2 50-over games and took quite a few wickets. So did Grace Thompson.
Oh yeah, also of this parish.
King and again is blocked by Turner.
Yeah, she did well in April. She was PCA Player of the Month.
An appeal from King.
Graham Lloyd unmoved. Bumble Junior.
219 for 5. Armitage on 99. Will Alana King come up with something special? Armitage blocked. She wants to go for the run. Turner was not ready and not happy with going for it. I think she probably hit it further than she thought.
I think it would have been a risky run.
Oh, it would have been reckless.
Yeah, reckless, better word. It was the yes and then turn round.
Yeah. I think the longer she's in those 90s, the nervier it gets. Because she got to the 90s quite quickly. She went from the 80s to 90s quite fast. And then she's been stuck in the 90s, either defending or at the non-striker's end for a little while.
She's going to continue at the non-striker's end. And she's having a little word with Eve Jones. Let's hope that's not wind up. Let's hope that is friendly conversation. As Norris contemplates what she's going to serve to Phoebe Turner. We've got 2 Turners for Durham. This is Phoebe Turner, right-hander. Plays it up in the air. Is that going to be a 6? I can't see. That's the corner. Oh, it's a 4. Oh, it's a 6. Sue says it's a 6. That's good enough for me.
It looked really
6
close
runs.
to the rope, but
it was
wow.
It was well struck there, and Durham have decided that they're going to go for this, or certainly Phoebe Turner has, or she didn't get the memo to play herself in. And oh no, there may be a change. You might be right. There's some discussion with the fielder. We're going to trust it. Oh, change, revoke. It was a 4. You were right.
I should be an umpire.
I know.
No, it looked like it was
4
really,
runs.
really close to the bounce. But
and
even
it's just in the corner. Just to explain why. It's just in the corner that I cannot see from our commentary position. 4 lovely runs there. And then that's back past the bowler. And they're going to take a single. There's a shot at the stumps. Sue Redfern says it's out. That's good enough for me. Phoebe Turner's got to go back to the clubhouse, but the captain remains at the crease. So Lancashire get a run out there. Slightly risky run, but a great throw. Direct hit. Bales flying. and Durham are 223. That must be for 6 now, isn't it? I'm waiting for the scoreboard to catch up. 223. Phoebe Turner going back. She got 5 off the 3 runs, 3 balls that she faced. Armitage on 99. We're getting to, that's definitely death overs it now. Yeah, Phoebe Turner out for 5. Run out by Kate Cross. Let's see what else the scoreboard has got for us in a moment. Catherine Fraser, the Scottish international, who doesn't want to be a wildcat, as I always say. She got 43 against Surrey, so no mean batter in the 50 over game against Surrey for Durham. Joins her captain at the crease, and it is 223 for 6 Durham. Armitage on 99, and also facing Tara Norris, American international, having another chat with Kate Cross, who clearly told Alana King something useful to get that last wicket of Heath at the end of the last over. Norris just altering her field, bringing in her fine leg. No, just altering the position of the fine leg. Short mid-wicket in, catching. Armitage trying to find a gap, but Eve Jones cuts that one off and there is no run. Durham fans bated breath here. Can their skipper get the ton? Come on, Holiday. Norris coming in from the Lumley end. Plays it to point. They're going to get through for a single. They are. 100 runs for Holly Armitage off 110 balls. 146 minutes. 10 fours. And a classic skipper's innings from Holly Armitage. Forged from northern granite, I always think, Holly Armitage. Great innings. And Fraser will face her first delivery from Tara Norris after the excitement of the century. Sue Redfern just holding the bowler back while Holly Armitage reclaims her gloves. And Catherine Fraser looks for a gap. Played up in the air. There's a fielder underneath it. It's a catch. Sharon, your daughter just took a catch. Alana King in those lovely red shoes. It's not Kansas anymore, though, Toto. She's just taken a catch. So I'm afraid Catherine Fraser has troubled the scorers a lot by not getting any runs coming in and going out again. So Armitage still at the crease. Catherine Fraser has to go back. It was a lusty blow, but in the air long enough for Alana King to get underneath it. Take a good catch in the outfield. And another wicket goes down.
Looks simple for Alana King in the end.
Yeah.
And I guess the message from the dressing room would have been, give it a whack.
Yeah.
Try and get those runs up. But there's been a little bit of a collapse. 3 wickets in the last kind of 10 or so balls. So
Mum's happy. Alana's got a catch. Yes. So what have they gone through my total yet, Polly? 224 for
Not
7.
quite.
Not quite.
it was 237. No, actually.
I think they've gone through it, haven't they? So this is
Two-
good. So
no,
my
237.
my
That's yours,
theory
so.
is double plus 20 at the halfway stage for women's cricket, 50 over or 20 over. No caveats for how many wickets. As the tall figure of Grace Thompson comes to the crease. Norris in, fast bowler to fast bowler. That's just played along the ground and there is no run. That's the end of the over. And that's 44 overs gone. 6 left. Durham are 224 for 7. Armitage on that ton, that spectacular 100. Exactly what the doctor ordered. Thompson just facing that one ball at the end of the over. What do you reckon, Polly?
I think this collapse isn't helping Durham at all.
They're going for it though, getting out with aggressive shots on.
But yes, they are getting out to aggressive shots, but they're also not finding the boundary and not scoring the runs, which I think is.
They've had to run a lot of these, haven't they?
Yeah, if both those things are true, then it's great. But when one of them isn't happening, it becomes a little bit one-sided. Alana King to bowl her final over, 3 for 27 so far. Worked into the leg side. I'll just get the one. 225 for 7.
We'll be looking forward to see Grace Thompson bowl later. But what has she got for us with the bat?
King again. Alana King was almost celebrating. It was like a celebratory appeal. But no movement from the umpire. Work leg side again. Backward of square. 126 for 7. 226 for 7 even.
Lancashire geeing each other up in the field.
Very loopy this time. I'll just get one run in the end.
Eve Jones splatting herself on the 25-yard circle there.
Consecutive.
Oh, that was a good pick up and turn throw.
Yeah, it was, to be fair. So that finishes Alana King's spell. 10 overs, 3 for 31, including 3 maidens. A vital performance by Lancashire's overseas.
Yes, we weren't sure if she was going to play because lots of the overseas have come over for either the Vitality Blast or the Metro Bank, but not necessarily both. But great to see, great for the spectators as well to get the chance to see Alana King bowling live. All that guile and mystery. We're going to see Norris bowl out here potentially. 2 more overs for Tara Norris. She's 1 for 52. Am I reading that right? Am I? 1 for 52 so far. Norris to continue. Thompson to face. Through mid-off. Almost. They get through for a single. Another one to the total. Durham 229 for 7. Armitage on 102. Thompson on 3. Changing the field. Norris, is she going to continue over? Yes, she's going to continue bowling over, but they're bringing in the short fine and short third to the 45s. That's played into the gap by Holly Armitage, and they're just going to get a single there. Rotating the strike. Another one to the total. Durham moves to 230 for 7. Armitage to 103. Thompson to face. And the fine leg and third move back to the boundary. He could go in front of us on the rope here. Oh, there's a wrap on the pads and a big appeal, but sort of more in hope than actuality, I think, as that's just another dot. Those 2 singles off this over. Norris to continue running in from more or less the 25-yard circle markers into Grace Thompson. Straight to mid off, and there is no run. Almost struck too well again, straight to the fielder. No chance of a single there even. Holly Armitage just gives a bit of advice to her tall fast bowler from the non-striker's end. Norris in again. Banged in, straight to the mid-wicket fielder. Lovely pick up there. Nearly a run out then. It's a great pick up there from Elsa Lister. Those shiny red shoes on the circle. It's short, catching mid-wicket. Bit of a calm down from Holly Armitage. Few words, and they bring the third in. Mahika Gore into the circle, and also the fine leg. They're, I want to say 45, but they're more like 40 degrees or something. A sort of slightly more acute angle than 45. Norris into Thompson. Bends her knees. Tries to play it into the leg side. This is going to be a leg by, I think. Yeah, indeed, a leg by. One more to the total. And also, Lancashire potentially smart there, allowing Grace Thompson that single to keep Holly Armitage off strike. That's the end of the over. Just the 4 more to go. Durham 231 for 7. Armitage on 103. Thompson on 3. So, just those 4 overs left. Kate Cross has been bowling all day.
Yeah. She's got 2 overs left.
Oh, yes.
0 for 29.
She's still got 2 overs left, Polly.
Yeah, it does feel like she's been bowling all day.
Several spells. Just like Harry Potter.
One maiden, which she opened her account with. Grace Thompson on strike for Durham. Flicked into the leg side. Will be cut off. They'll get the single.
Grace Thompson under 19. England under 19.
Yeah, under 19 World Cup for 2025 in Malaysia. A team getting through to the semi-finals.
So England honours for the fast bowler. Looks like she can wield a bat as well, which is always handy.
Yeah, she scored a century for the academy at the start of the season.
No wonder England have got their eyes on her.
Cross again, clap back. Just find Norris. Another run added to the total. 233 for 7.
Talking of fast bowlers who can bat, great to see Emily Arlott settling into the England side like she's never been away.
Into the leg side again. Seren Smell being kept busy on the boundary.
Can't believe Kate Cross hasn't had a wicket so far. She's been bowling some tight overs.
Sometimes I guess you have to be a bit sacrificial in that sense, and it's the person at the other end who's getting the wickets, where you're building the pressure and being economical. Slap back down the ground for a single.
What can Durham get to? Because they're going to have to bowl at this in the second innings.
A dot from Cross.
Still tight really, because they really ought to be getting more boundaries. They had to run so many of this total. It seems like so few boundaries here, despite the total.
Worked into the leg side by Grace Thompson. And a scamper through for 1. So that concludes the over. 47 gone, 3 remain. 236 for 7.
I don't know if that's the plan again. They've allowed Grace Thompson to get a single at the end of the over to keep Holly Armitage off strike, I suspect. So we're going to see Mahika Gore come back on again from the Lumley end. And another one who's bowled very tightly, but no wickets so far. 46 off the 8 overs she's had so far. So Lancashire going back to some pace here. Ali Threlkeld taking her helmet off, replacing it with her cap. Skipper of Lancashire. She returns to her place. Thompson to face Gore. Sent to mid-off, but there is no run. The ball bananaing to the fielder there along the floor. Almost like it was fielder seeking. Round. Grace Thompson twiddling a bat. Taking a stance. Almost thought about charging. Manages to block that to point. They get through for a single. Armitage will now face Mahika Gore, who brings in Tilly Kestevan and the fine fielder as well onto the 25-yard circle. Holly Armitage, they've given her a big gap at mid-wicket. She slaps it into that gap along the floor. It's cut off by Elsa Lister. They get a single. 238 for 7. 2.5 overs left. Can they get beyond that 250 mark? Gore in again to Thompson. Plays it up in the air, up and over the fielder. That's a lovely 4 from Grace Thompson. Tall fast bowler who can bat. That's what we like to see.
Yeah, it gives it a bit of welly.
Great way of describing it.
Add some runs in the death.
Durham 242 for 7. Thompson on 11. Armitage on 106 as they bring those fielders in again, or certainly the short third for Holly Armitage. Hoping for an edge, no doubt. The score comes in again. Down the leg side. Signal the wide. Another one to the total. Bonus ball. We've got some rain in the Somerset game at Essex. Just come off. I've just seen a notification for that. Somerset on 302 for 6. Down at Chelmsford. Essex yet to bat. Gore in again. Left arm over. Grace Thompson goes up on her heels but can't get the ball away. Just dobs it down in front of her. No run. These dot balls will be important for Lancashire. Elsa Lister just retires to the rope. Ali Threlkeld calls in her fine leg in exchange. So they're giving Holly Armitage that big gap. Grace Thompson that big gap to have a little go at. Potentially. Is it a trap? In comes Gore. Ooh, it's edged and to that short fielder indeed. At short third. And it's caught by Tilly Kestevan. And Grace Thompson has to go for 11 off the 17 balls that she's faced. And Durham another wicket down. So they are 243 for 8. Armitage still at the crease. 106 off the 117 balls that she's faced. a good innings there from Grace Thompson. She was middling the ball, except for that last one, which came off the edge. You pay for all of it, so she edged that one.
Yeah, kind of did the role she needed to do, really, in the back end of the game. Holly Armitage, though, still out there after scoring Durham's first ever century in the Tier 1 era.
Is it the first ever? No. Did she? I feel like she came close in one of those other games.
Yeah, she was in the 80s, I think.
Yeah, I thought there was.
Potentially, I think it was very early on in the season, and then she's had some good scores across the One Day Cup and T20 Blast.
So we have the other Turner, Sophia Turner.
Sophia Turner coming in for Durham. I just want to bat out the final 12 balls.
255 run a ball. We want to be beyond that, won't they?
Kate Cross to bowl the penultimate over in her final over. It's a full toss. Won't be punished too badly.
She got away with that one, potentially, unless it's a plan.
244 for 8.
Sunshine here at Bankside Riverside.
Lofted into the air. Ooh, I felt it almost under it. Ooh, just drop ahead of Tara Norris.
Seemed to hold up in the air as it came past her, but not quite giving her enough of a sniff.
245 for 8.
Good hit from Sophia Turner, though. Lusty blow.
Armitage awaits, works into the leg side, pushes for 1. Just taking singles off this over so far.
Sending Elsa Lister out to that corner to our right.
Driven straight to Emma Lamb, who shies at the stumps, and they're going to take a run. Which Lancashire will be frustrated with.
They will. Is that Emma Lamb there?
Yeah.
She rolled the ball. It was probably the right thing to do, thinking that she's only got one stump to aim at. Unfortunately, Elsa Lister hadn't got the memo and hadn't quite set off to do the backing up early enough. They burgle a single.
Armitage down the ground. Tara Norris quick to throw it back in, but they're going to go for 2. I thought they were just going to go for the 1, but they really pushed for that second.
Holly Armitage has got a captain in the second half as well, so she's been on the field for a very long time.
She's 110 not out.
A rock is the Durham captain.
Kate Cross, final ball of the over, and she finishes with a dot, so her spell comes to an end. 0 for 40 from her 10 overs. Felt like she deserved a wicket, but as I said before, she did the kind of the sacrificial role and bowled very well.
Those numbers don't really reflect how well she bowled in terms of certainly the dots up front, and I think she sort of suffered in terms of those runs because Durham were getting in and starting to accelerate the innings. Certainly feels like she should have had a couple of wickets for that, but as you say, it's often bowling in tandem they talk about, don't they? In the way that we've seen great bowling partnerships of the past. Mika Gore to bowl her last over. She's gone for 1 for 53 in the 9 she's bowled so far. It'll be Sophia Turner to face this time. Dabs that past the third fielder. It's coming down towards the rope. It's just got reeled in. Oh, she doesn't want to look at that with the feet going over the rope. But they get those 2 more. And Durham cricket 250 up in 49.1 rather neatly in 198 minutes. And it feels like Holly Armitage has been out there for all of those. Not much short of all of those. So Durham's 250 up. They're at 252 for 8 as Holly Armitage and Sophia Turner exchange a few words. No doubt it's just take a breath for Holly Armitage. He's gonna need some fanning with a kipper at half time to get herself recovered for the second innings. As Gore comes in again, Armitage shapes the leg side, tries to play that into the leg side, but only succeeds in playing a hockey shot and missing the ball. Straight through to the wicket keeper, and there is no run. Last few. 4 more balls. What can Durham get to? What's in Holly Armitage's mind? How's she going to get Mahika Gore's pace away? They want to get some boundaries in these last 4 balls. Smacks that into the leg side. They're going to get 1, and they're going to think about 2. They're going to go for it's a direct hit, and she was wandered out of her crease. Sue Redfern says that's out. So yeah, the Holly Armitage is run out. Oh my, what an innings. I mean, Eve Jones comes over to congratulate, as does Kate Cross. A great innings from the skipper. Holly Armitage, 110 off the 122 balls that she's faced. We're going to see how long she's been out there at the crease when the scoreboard changes. Also, Alana King going over to congratulate the Durham skipper. So she's run out by Kate Cross, 110 off 123 balls. And that's 172 minutes and 10 fours. So some innings from the Durham captain. There are only 3 balls left, but yeah, she went for a run that wasn't there.
Yeah, disappointing way to end that stellar innings.
As the Durham faithful clap their skipper off the pitch, and we see Katie Levick, spin bowler, come to the crease to join Sophia Turner. Sophia Turner will face this ball from Gore, so 3 more balls, and we've got the third fielder coming out to deep third, and we've got the fine leg still on the 25-yard circle. There's a point, there's a cover point boundary, cover and mid-off on the offside, big gap in the leg side, which is where Sophia Turner tries to get, but is going to get a bonus ball because Gore has bowled a wide there, trying to follow the batter who's using lateral movement in the crease, no doubt inspired by Susie Bates, who loves a bit of lateral movement, her teammate. Sophia Turner just repositioning her gloves. She's on 5 off the 3 balls that she's faced. Gore comes in again. 3 balls left. Oh, tries to get that away and only kadunks it down in front of her foot, and there is no run. Dot ball, valuable. 2 more good balls to go. Durham 253 for 9. Levick hasn't faced yet. She's at the non-strikers. Sophia Turner to face the pace of Mahika Gore. They bring the third fielder into the 25-yard circle ring. Gore in. Sophia Turner tries to charge it. It's in the air, but it's going to go up and over Eve Jones. They're going to get 1 and 2. 2 runs there. 1 more ball left. This is the bonus ball because of the wide, potentially. So, what can they get off this? So, Katie Levick is not going to face a ball. She's out there at the non-striker's end. Gore into Sophia Turner. Left arm over to the right-hander. Shapes around. Edges it into a gap, but there's no fielder there. It's spinning, and they're going to get 2. So, we've got a bit of a chicken run here. and that's given out. In fact, I think if she'd hoovered there, she might have actually got in, but she'd already given up partway down the wicket. And that is the last ball of the first innings. So Durham cricket finish on 255. That'll be all out, won't it?
257.
250. We're waiting for the
Scoreboard
to
hasn't
catch up.
ticked over yet.
Waiting for that to click up. But an interesting game because it started really slowly and it felt like Durham were going to get a very, very small total because Lancashire bowled brilliantly, bowled to their field. Yeah, Sophia Turner was run out by Jones and Threlkeld off the 6 balls that she faced for 8 runs. Yeah, it felt like Lancashire were going to have a tiny total because Durham were going to have a tiny total because Lancashire bowled so well, bowled to their field, and then the partnership that Holly Armitage built with just about everybody that came in, and that huge innings that she just played. Yeah, 256. The scoreboard says all out. Do we think? 256 all out. Yeah, there we are. There's the PA confirming that. So, yeah, the scoreboard shows that Bates was unfortunate. She was run out at the non-striker's end after Mahika Gore got her hand on a return from Emma Marlowe, and she was out for 12. Marlowe was run out by Mahika Gore for 37. Holly Armitage, who got Nelson all on her own, 111 before she was run out by Kate Cross with a direct hit. Maddie Villiers got 1. Emily Windsor had a great partnership with captain Holly Armitage and was 55 before being caught off the bowling of Alana King by Threlkeld behind the wickets for 55. Heath got 6. Phoebe Turner was run out by Kate Cross, another direct hit for 5. Fraser went without scoring. Thompson came in and smacked the ball round for an 11. Sophia Turner was run out by Sophia Smale for 8, and Katie Levick didn't actually face a ball but did get out there with her bat, was not out. So Durham finish on 257 all out. What do you reckon then, Polly?
Yeah, I mean, I think Durham did well to recover their innings in the way they did. I think obviously Lancashire have got such depth with their batting, particularly with Eve Jones and Emma Lamb at the top of the order. So I think they've made it a competitive game, particularly with how it started. But yeah, we'll have to see in the second innings, which we'll be back shortly in about half an hour or so for the second innings. So thanks for tuning in for the first, and we will be seeing Lancashire requiring 257 runs. Good afternoon and welcome back to Durham versus Lancashire in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Lancashire require 258 runs to win from these 50 overs. And we can see the umpires making their way back to the middle. Durham in a huddle, about to head out to the pitch. And opening the batting for Lancashire will be Emma Lamb and Eve Jones, the partnership that has worked so well for this Lancashire side over the early stages of the One Day Cup. It was a fantastic century from Durham captain Holly Armitage, the first century for Durham in the first innings, and some important bowling by Alana King, who took 3 wickets in the end from her 10 overs. I'm Polly Starkey, alongside me Claire Jenkins, and we'll be taking you through the second innings here at the Banks Home Riverside in Chestler Street.
Have you told them how much of a genius you are with the score? You spotted it?
I did spot it, but I think I kind of accidentally spotted it. But yeah, the total was revised because of the second run that the batters completed. So 258 is the target, rather than 257, which was the original target, because Durham scored 257, not 256.
Yeah, so he scored the first one, and then the run out happened.
So Catherine Fraser will be opening the bowling for Durham. Durham opting for spin from the Finkel end. Starts with a dot. An interesting decision.
We've seen it more in the women's game, haven't we? Well, sort of seen it in both games, but opening with spin.
Fraser again. Jones off the mark. Durham typically have opened with Phoebe Turner and Grace Thompson at the other end. This time starting with a bit of spin.
Yes, no Trudy Johnson today. They have used previously as well.
Fraser to Lamb. Signalled a wide.
Graham Lloyd. Bumble. And Sue Redfern at square leg.
Knocked up into the air by Lamb on the leg side.
I'm liking that pick up from Grace Thompson.
Yeah. Three without loss. Fraser around the wicket. Defensive from Eve Jones.
Durham will want some early wickets here. It's an okay total, but will it be enough?
Fraser finishes the first over of the game, 3 runs from it. 255 required to win.
Quite an attacking field in that first over, wasn't it? They're right in there. Grace Thompson. We mentioned when she was batting that we're going to see her with ball in hand. Tall, fast bowler from the Lumley end. This time right-handed, as opposed to the left arm seam what we saw from Lancashire. Also running in from basically the 25-yard circle marks. Tall pacer. England radar. under 19, etc. Emma Lamb to face. High knee action from Grace Thompson. Worked into the leg side backward of square. There is a fielder there who's going to cut that off. Just the one. Rotating the strike. Annoying the field and the umpires around across for the left and the right-handed opening pair of Lancashire. Eve Jones taking a guard. Right arm over from Grace Thompson to the left-handed Eve Jones. Durham encouraging each other in the field. Oh, down the leg side, yes, that's a wide ball. Bonus ball to be bowled.
Thompson struggled a bit at times for consistency across the competition. She had the most incredible debut, taking the first wicket for Durham.
Oh, yeah.
She was just 17 years old. She had kind of come into the side very last minute. But it is difficult when it's your first year of senior cricket to find that consistency.
As that's played backward of square, left-handed Eve Jones. There is a fielder there. They're getting through for 2. 2 more to the total. Lancashire move on to 7 without loss. It's always that balance, isn't it? We see it with lots of other fast bowlers, the pace versus the direction. And think about Izzy Wong and Lauren Filer and co, all of the fast bowlers. Direction or speed is a balance. That's up and over the point. It's going to be the first boundary for Lancashire. Beautifully played through the point region by Eve Jones. She picks up the first 4 for the Lancashire innings. Lancs 11 without loss. Jones on 7, Lamb on 2. What's the response from Grace Thompson?
Yeah, Lancashire starting with ease. Kind of as expected.
In the air but not dangerous. What's she got next? Oh, straight through to the wicketkeeper. That must have been very close to an edge. We're exactly the wrong position to see how close that was to the bat from where we're sat in the commentary position. Must have been close. Bess Heath will be no doubt interested in that. Thompson in again. Eve Jones plays that to the point fielder, and there is no run. So Somerset in their game down at Essex got 312 for 6. In fact, they've got a few balls left in that one, although they had a rain delay, so perhaps that's the innings delay, but 312. Hampshire got 278. And the Blaze with a late start, 151 for 3. Varying totals across the Metro Bank. Tier 1, as that's played forward defensively by Eve Jones. That's the end of the over. 2 overs gone. Lancashire are 11 without loss. Jones on 7, Lamb on 2. Yeah, so the other scores from the other grounds, let me have a look. So Chelmsford, where Toby Reynolds and we think Dr. Raf Nicholson and possibly Sid Egan are looking after you on the commentary. Somerset 312 for 6. And Surrey versus Hampshire. Hampshire got 278 all out. Surrey are just 1. No loss. And the Blaze. Oh, so that's work backward of square. Oh, there's 4 runs there, Polly. The Blaze got 151 for 3. Warwickshire yet to bat. Sorry, I interrupted you.
Yeah, I saw the rain down in Essex. It looks quite rainy down there, so I don't know what the prospects of play are.
Rainy rain.
It was quite
heavy.
Rainy rain. Yeah. But that's a huge total from Somerset, and of course, if it's a DLS affected game, that huge score could be quite interesting.
Yep.
Fraser's back in, and that's defended for no run. Lamb facing, just turns that around the corner. It's racing towards the boundary. It's kind of slowing up in the outfield. Katie Levick able to get to it, but they will push for 2.
We saw some of those balls going towards the boundary hold up in the first innings, but you'd think it'd be drying out now, potentially. Ooh.
Cross batter's shot by Lamb. Down to Susie Bates. Long on.
Susie Bates has been a great addition, hasn't she, for Durham?
Yeah.
Real role model for the younger players, etc.
I think also having her for the whole season, her impact is so much more rather than her just coming for 2 or 3 weeks as Fraser's in again. There's a shout.
Graham Lloyd unmoved.
18 without loss. Unsuccessful from Jones.
You can always tell when Eve Jones thinks that should be a wide, having seen her play a lot for Central Sparks, which is the West Mids region, would be Warwickshire now, but she moved to Lancashire at the end of last season. Got well ensconced, but you can tell from her body language when she thinks that it should be a wide.
18 without loss after 3. So 240 Lancashire need to win.
So to see Thompson continue from the Lumley end. A few words of encouragement from her colleagues. Far end from us. Right arm over to the right-handed Lamb. Defends that. Grace Thompson gets down well and gets a paw to it, stops it, and there is no run. Some of these tall fast bowlers have got a long way down to do that fielding, so I was admiring the flexibility. Sue Redfern having a chat with Eve Jones, and on the striker's end. Thompson in again. Lamb, lovely stroke through the covers. You're going to get at least 1 for that. Just the one. Just a steady one. And a left and right hand change for everybody.
It was a nice technical shot, but not
Yeah,
the power on it. And yeah, perhaps the outfield is just a little bit slow today.
Eve Jones looking at some gaps. Grace Thompson. Very, very high knee lift. Oh, down the leg side. Now she'll get a wide for that one. Wide ball. There's a little trot in the middle that I quite like in Grace Thompson's action. There's very high knee action, and there's a little skippity in the middle. You can have a look at that. Next ball.
I could be completely mistaken.
But
I think Grace Thompson may have slightly changed her run-up, particularly the high knees. So she's always kind of had a run, but I don't think I've seen it quite like this before.
There's that little skippity up in the middle. Played through point downwards. No risk from Eve Jones. Stalwart domestic system.
Yeah, I could be completely misremembering, but
Maybe.
it feels different.
Just a 1 to the total then. Lancashire 21 for no loss. You could be right. Sometimes they do get their, it's particularly when they get higher honours, they get remodelled actions or variations to add to their toolbox. Oh, as Thompson gets a run up wrong, best to stop and pull out than try and deliver something off the wrong foot and risk that front foot no ball potentially. Lamb just resets herself. A bit of gardening. Yeah, I like that hurry up in the middle. It's played forwards, but straight to Holly Armitage, and there is no run. Sunshine here at Banks Home Riverside. Listening to the voices of Claire Jenkins and Polly Starkey on the YouTube channel. Please press that like button. If you do like it, of course. But even if you don't like it, we'd like you to press the like button, because that will help other people find it. Follow us on Facebook. Twix, as I like to call it. X, formerly Twitter. Oh, it's played. Oh, backwards a point. It was in the air and they were interested. She's going to get cut off by Katie Levick. She does a bit of booting the ball. Little dance and skip round the rope there. Katie Levick with her size 6 or 7, do you reckon? Boots the ball off the line there.
I mean, that was some top quality football defending.
We were talking about football, weren't we?
Yeah. Sign her up.
Serena will be interested in that.
Serena's got scouts everywhere.
We haven't done Where's Lydia? As Grace Thompson comes into Lamb. Plays that forward, but straight to the short mid-wicket fielder, and there is no run. That's the end of the over. So you're at 4 overs gone. We're still in the power play. 10 overs in the women's power play. There is only one power play in the women's game, and the restrictions around the fielding are around a 25-yard circle in the women's game, 30 yards in the men's game. The numbers inside and out are different. Here, 25-yard circle, only 2 fielders allowed outside of that for the first 10 overs.
There's going to be a change of bowling with Maddie Villiers coming on from the Finkel end. So we're going to see some more spin.
She got in a previous game against Lancashire, she got 3 for 39, and a 3 for in the 50 over win against Essex, 3 for 28. Ooh.
It's the Eve Jones pose.
The Eve Jones. How dare that, even though it's between my legs, not be a wide.
I'm a fan of Durham mixing things up in the power play and not kind of doing the conventional route, as Villiers in again beats the diving fielder inside the ring.
But it's potentially a useful disruption of the usual rhythm of a game, isn't it? And also when you're facing a left right scenario, why not do it? Susie Bates, a few words of advice. Try this.
Lancashire 24 without loss.
What?
Defensive from Emma Lamb.
Eve Jones set off. Had to check herself.
Keen.
Mm.
But it's again, and that's Boulder. Not Boulder.
Caught behind.
Caught behind
Yeah,
even. Finger is up. So there's a bit of a clonk.
Bit of under edge, we think. I'm going to get a replay in a minute. Lamb goes for 12 then.
See if I can. Yes.
You mentioned a spin, so potentially it's paying off so far.
Yeah, looks like a bottom edge.
Ah.
Through to Bess Heath.
There's a big old shout from behind the stumps.
It was very enthusiastic.
Now, I'm looking forward to several of these Lancs batters. Tilly Kesteven, I'm going to skip across the pronunciation of her surname because we seem to have several versions of how to pronounce it. Asking lots of sources.
Well, from Tilly Stephen herself.
We're going
It's
with Kesteven. Okay. Kate Cross told me it was Kesteven. So they don't even know. Nobody knows.
I trust the source of the player herself.
Yeah. Tilly, anyway, she's got no number on the back. The hero of their Vitality T20 Cup final, as you mentioned earlier.
Villiers in again. Stephen just waiting.
Yeah.
No run on offer, so a good over from Villiers so far.
I'm also looking forward to seeing Serence Mel back because I really enjoy her batting. She, I think, is the best at turning what might be a normal single into twos. She's the best at chasing those twos. I saw her bat at Edgbaston and she was collecting like they were going out of fashion. So it's watch out whoever batting with her because she's going to want that second run.
5 overs gone, 45 remain. Lancashire 24 for 1.
I'm going to have some right arm round. Fraser changing ends. There's lots of pointing. So they're putting on the spin squeeze here. Holly Armitage finishes a briefing Catherine Fraser. She's going to come on this time from the Lumley end. She's going to come around the wicket to left-handed Eve Jones. Bess Heath just repositioning the mid-wicket fielder. Straight to cover fielder, Holly Armitage, the captain. Let's hope she's got enough energy for the second half. She batted most of the first half. Played through cover point and they trot through for a single. Another one to Eve Jones. Another one to the total. Lancashire 26 for 1. Emma Lamb going caught behind with a little snickety snick. Under edge to the keeper. They bring in a slip. Tall figure of Grace. Oh, it's defended down. There's a bit of an appeal. Yes, Grace Thompson at slip there. Brought in. Catherine Fraser deciding she likes the Lumley end better than the Finkel end, potentially. Kesteven comes forward, it goes in the air. Gosh, that was would have been a hard chance for Holly Armitage at short cover there. Susie Bates in behind at mid-off. Also interested. Oh, through Holly Armitage. They're going to have a chase on here. Will Susie Bates get to it? Yes, she will. It seems to be stopping up in the outfield. Just the two then. Tilly Castilian. And Holly Armitage just repositioning her field, bringing out the slip, taking them to conventional point. That's played down and defensively. So Lancashire, top 3, have scored 66% of their runs in the One Day Cup this season from their first 8 games.
Yeah, Eve Jones and Emma Lamb they've spent so much time batting out in the middle together.
Has anybody else batted?
Well, this is the thing. Not many other batters have had the chance in the middle.
So that's the end of the over. 6 overs gone. 4 more overs of the power play then with the fielding restrictions. And Lancashire are 27 for 1. Jones on 10 and Kesteven on 2.
Villiers back for Durham. Sent towards the boundary. Katie Levick stopping it once again. This time using her hands, not her feet. 30 for 1.
Katie Levick, a real sort of stalwart of the north. Previously on Yorkshire, various guises, and now Durham. Although Birmingham Phoenix briefly in the 100.
defended.
She's going to Welsh Fire this year.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Very international.
Yeah.
Crossing borders.
She is.
Villiers to Stephen. No run. But yeah, Katie Levick is just like a legend of the women's game. I think there's kind of a pool of players that are absolute legends and have never played for England.
That's right.
Defended.
Or have played rarely.
Yeah.
Kind of, as you say.
Yeah, people like Georgia Adams who have like 2 caps, but kind of
holding it all together though, aren't they?
Yeah. Iconic in domestic cricket.
Be interesting. Yeah, I think people like Sophie Luff, Captain Fantastic down at Somerset. Eve Jones really in that bracket as well.
Definitely. Villiers winning the battle here. Really, 3 conceded, and that was all from 1 delivery, and it's over. So Lancashire 30 for 1, with Eve Jones 13 from 18, Tilly Stephen 2 from 11. So 2 left-handers at the crease for Lancashire. We said Durham didn't have any left-handers.
Yeah, that's a bit unfair, isn't it?
Because Lancashire are hogging all of them.
Well, yeah, and Central Sparks used to have loads, but they've sort of farmed a few out. But still got quite a lot of left. Yes, but no left-handers for Durham. And then spare ones as Sue Redfern does a back check at the non-striker's end. Eve Jones will face Catherine Fraser. Right arm around. Sliced through point. The point fielder is on the rope, comes in and fields that. They get through for a single. 31 for 1. Jones moves to 14. Stephen on 2. Will be useful to start looking at the DLS, which is something of a par score. Fraser comes in again. Stephen put that in the air. It's going towards the boundary. It's going to get cut off, I think. Yeah, it's cut off. They get 2 to the total. 33 for 1. Lancashire. They were put into the field when Durham won the toss this morning. Fraser to continue. Just Stephen comes forward. Dobs it down and it bounces back to the bowler and there is no run. Lots of chirp. Oh, in the air again. Oh, it's going to drop. Oh, she's taking it. What a catch from Grace Thompson. Diving forwards at backward point. What a brilliant catch. It seems to hang in the air for an age. Everyone holding their breath. She somehow managed to get that long, slim frame through the air and forwards and pinch the ball off the turf.
Fair play, Grace Thompson. That is a great catch. And Stephen goes for 4.
Caught Thompson off the bowling of Fraser. Off 14 balls, 10 minutes. Yeah, so she didn't get a chance to get going. I was looking forward to watching her bat. I'm sure Durham weren't, but I was looking forward to seeing her bat.
Well, Seren Smale comes to the middle for Lancashire, who you were also keen to see bat.
I'm keen to see Seren. Yes, now you can. So I want people to be at home. You're now going to get engaged. How many 2s can Seren Smale make out of kind of impossible one and a bit? Right. She's exchanging a few words of advice from Eve Jones, obviously saying what's happening with the ball out here. Eve Jones replaces her helmet. They fist pump. Seren Smale comes to the crease. Feisty character. You mentioned that she potentially chirped Australia out of the semi-final in that first ever women's under-19 World Cup. And those under-19 setups, I think, are going to transform the women's game. We've seen a lot of that first squad go on to domestic honours and higher honours as well. It's going to make a big difference to the women's game. And if I say to you that the first ever the men's under-19, Nasser Hussain was the captain, of the England side. That shows how long it's been since that started, and the women only started a handful of years ago. As that's knocked down without a run from Seren Smale. I think there was a gap of some years before it was there was subsequently a gap in the men's under-19s, but it also says to you how long behind the women's game has been with that. That's knocked down again for no run. But yeah, that side that went to South Africa, a lot of them have gone on now, becoming really good young backbone for what are now counties, but up till this point, the last 5 seasons have been the regional setups. We've said quite a lot of them on display here on both sides as well. And that's 8 overs gone, 2 more overs of the power play. Lancashire 33 for 2, Jones on 14, and Smale yet to get off the mark.
It's been interesting to look at the trajectory of that World Cup side and where people have gone to, because you had someone like Grace Scrivens who was kind of always destined for good things, and she's captaining Essex at the moment. You had someone like Maddie Ward, who was one of the only players who hadn't played regional cricket, and now she's captaining Yorkshire in Tier 2 and has got through to final state.
Sounded a bit batty to me, but
yeah.
Don't know. It's a confident appeal. Maddie Ward.
So Maddie Ward has gone on to captain Yorkshire, and then you've had players like Caris Pavley who have made full England debuts over in
Anna
Ireland.
Baker.
Rhiannon McDonald-Gay as well. So, and Rhiannon McDonald-Gay gone on to play in the Ashes as well.
Alexis Stonehouse, lots of them, weren't there?
Yeah, so it's been success stories. Another dot ball for Villiers. So that's been interesting to look at. I think what's perhaps even more intriguing is the 2025 squad, because there are fewer, places in domestic sides, as this one's sent round the corner by Smale. They're going to get...
Bess Ether's got a long run out of a kennel there.
Smale was keen to go for a second, but Jones...
And how brilliant an experience was that? They had a lot of parental support, certainly in the South Africa one as well, didn't they?
Yeah, a really good... it just feels like the tournaments have been really good for players' development, but also, to experience something completely different to anything they have before. It's a full toss, no ball dispatched, and it should go for 4, and it will go for 4. So a no ball and 4. A loose delivery from Maddie Villiers.
Or it could be a plan.
Not sure what that plan would be.
Bowl a huge full toss. And then sneak one into the stumps, perhaps. We'll see.
So...
Free hit. That was a very small free hit. Come on now.
Again, it's very
Graham
tentative
Lloyd.
signalling.
It's a sort of almost like he's swinging a tassel over his head. Come on, Graham. Give us a full lasso.
Big shot by Jones. Won't find the boundary. Run through for 2.
Fielder making a big effort, and then I suspect partially in the air thinking, actually I don't need to catch this because it's not going to be out anyway. Feels like Lancashire are getting a bit wary here at this point. Again, being pinned.
It's like tap and go by Eve Jones.
Grace Thompson prostrating herself again.
9 overs gone, 41 remain. Lancashire 43 for 2. Eve Jones on 21. Seren Smale yet to get off the mark.
Sunshine here at Banks Homes Riverside, Chesterley Street, Lumley Castle looming on the horizon. It's ghostly ramparts surveying the scene. Fraser to continue from the Lumley end. Katie Levick moving in with her boots at short square. Oh, squirted to point. Grace Thompson tidies up. No run. Durham need to string these dots together and pick up 1 or 2 more wickets. Eve Jones rocks back, can't really play it, gets caught between a couple of mines there. Another dot. Squirted backward point. Grace Thompson does a big dive. It's probably going to stop up, but there's a big run round, and Grace Thompson even's got there. Oh, they both got there. And was that a 3? Was it a 3? Yeah. So my theory is that side certainly big enough to run a 3. So the boundaries are right, according to one of my several theories. Seren Smale this time to face. This is a right-hander, so Catherine Fraser is now coming over the wicket. Seren Smale. Rocks back, plays that into the point region, and they get through for a single because it ends up outside the 25-yard circle and they have plenty of time to get around. Somebody motorbikes past. This time Eve Jones, so the field have to reposition for the left-hander. Catching short covers here. Back to the bowler, it's caught and bowled. So Catherine Fraser gets her woman, caught and bowled. Eve Jones looking in disbelief at that caught and bowled. She's wondering why she hit the ball straight back to the bowler. And Durham get another wicket, so Lancashire will be, I think, a little bit in shock here, having lost 3 quick wickets. Jones goes for 24 off the 28 balls she's faced in 35 minutes. 2 fours. So, yeah. And they find themselves 3 wickets. Is it going to 3 wickets? Is it going to go to 4? It's going to go to 4, isn't it? No, 3 wickets. 3 wickets is enough. So we certainly had an underedge. We've had a caught and bowled. What else? What was the other one? So the captain, Ellie Threlkeld, comes to the crease. They're not building any partnerships here, and I think this will come as a bit of a shock to Lancashire. Durham well plays with themselves for getting good early wickets. So Lancashire are 47 for 3, and this is the last ball of the power play. So power play honours to Durham, I think. What do you reckon, Colin?
Yeah, I don't think Lancashire would have envisioned this at all. Being 3 wickets down, and yeah, they're kind of golden opening pair.
Yeah.
Not firing.
We built them up, unfortunately. Durham have knocked them down. Right-handed Threlkeld. Right arm over from Catherine Fraser. Threlkeld comes forward. There's an appeal. It's sort of glovey, I think, and a bit not necessarily brilliantly timed from Ellie Threlkeld, but it's the end of the over. So that's the end of the power play. 10 overs gone. Lancashire 47 for 3. Durham with their tails up because they've got those 3 early wickets and key wickets too. So Smale has 1 and Threlkeld yet to get off the mark.
There aren't huge differences either between the power play in the first innings and the second innings. So at this stage, Durham are 36 for 1. So it's not huge in terms of runs wise and obviously wickets wise. Lancashire are in a much better position. Durham are in a much better position even.
Mm.
dives over the ball, but it could have been a decent stop. They've run through for, I was trying to count, I think that's 3 in the end, but 50 runs up for Lancashire. Katie Levick, the change for Durham. That's classic Seren Smale pushing for 3.
Yes, yeah.
And Ellie Threlkeld, the captain at the crease. There's a poor bit of fielding just inside the ring. Tap and run by Threlkeld just to get a single.
Holly Armitage will want to try and keep the pressure on here, because this is one of those moments where it's easy to kind of go, oh, 3 wickets, we're all right, we're doing okay.
Whipped into the offside, but there'll just be a single available.
You mentioned about the totals not too bad, but the DLS, they're well behind, which is a useful kind of yardstick for, are they on par for where they need to be? 86 they should be on for that.
Defended by Threlkeld. Yeah, it's interesting because the DLS is quite high compared to Lancashire's total, but yeah, if you kind of follow the stage of where, I mean, I guess the innings just played out slightly differently. I wasn't particularly even. There's a misfield and Lancashire will capitalise.
Yeah, because DLS takes the account of what they call resources, so basically wickets down, then there's a big jump for what the total should be. So yes, it could be a back to front innings, couldn't it, from Lancashire.
Pushed into the offside by Threlkeld to get 1. This has been a good over from a Lancashire perspective. They move to 55 for 3.
So they get that 50 milestone, don't they? It's definitely kind of slowed up in the outfield, or it appears, unless they've put super glue in the outfield, about 10 yards out, just to make the ball stick. Have we got a change of bowling? I think we're going to see, looks like Phoebe Turner for me. Yeah. Phoebe Turner. So we both watched Phoebe Turner at the beginning of the season, returning some great figures. She got must be the 20 over in Lancs. She got a 3 for 41. Took a 4 for in a 50 over a win against Essex. She channeled some of that energy from the beginning of the season, which earned her, as we say, a higher honours on the England radar now. Right arm over, a bit more speed. Threlkeld plays that respectfully back, and it's picked up by Holly Armitage. Skipper to skipper, and there is no run. Yeah, she started the season on fire, didn't she? And when they first started announcing the England squads, I'm thinking, well, Phoebe Turner's done, might well have expected to get one of those call-ups, certainly performing well in the domestic game. That's a good Yorker, but it's sent back where it came from. It might even be 4 runs. Can Grace Thompson reel it in? No, she flicks it over herself. I'm hoping she's all right. She's thrown herself all round in the field, is Grace Thompson. But, 4 runs to Ellie Threlkeld, who returns the ball at pace from Phoebe Turner's bowling. Past the stumps. A classical straight drive direction. Turner, what's her reply to Ellie Threlkeld? Oh, not sure where that has gone. Just ends up with the ball at her feet. And there is no run. Lancashire 59 for 3. Can Durham capitalise on these early wickets in the power play Can Lancashire build a platform here? Phoebe Turner. Threlkeld comes forward, defends it down, but it's picked up quickly by Muddy Villiers. And they don't get a run. Good covering behind the wicket keeper here in front of us. Metro Bank One Day Cup. The Banks home at Riverside. Durham won the toss. Put Lancashire, their visitors, into the field for the first innings. Oh, it's bowled! It's clean bowled. Well, having said that she had a brilliant start to the season, she continues, does Phoebe Turner. Takes one stump out of the ground and bends another one back. Clean bowled by Phoebe Turner is Threlkeld for 8 off 10 balls, 8 minutes and 1-4. What do you reckon, Polly?
Get that in slow-mo.
Woof!
It's always great when the stump goes flying. And it just went cartwheeling back. Ellie Threlkeld departing. So Elsa Lister comes in with a big job to do. Lancashire 4 down.
It will be a big job to do, and I mentioned briefly in the first innings when she was in the field, but Elsa Lister will be playing for Birmingham Phoenix this summer, so that's me interested as a Brummie. And as Polly mentioned, Birmingham Phoenix seem to have got the button with wicketkeeper select stuck last season. Ended up with a lot of wicket keepers, and just in case anybody else wanted a wicket keeper, they've hoovered up Ailsa Lister, Scottish wicket keeper. So those red boots arrive at the crease and take a guard from umpire Sue Redfern. Phoebe Turner. What comes next? After a cartwheeling leg stump, Ailsa Lister to face. Oh, another good ball through the batter. I think there was a thought then that there might be a little inside edge, but Ailsa Lister survives a last fiery ball from Phoebe Turner, and that's 12 overs gone. Lancashire are 59 for 4. Yes, 59 for 4. Guy Goodman reckons that it's our fault that Lancashire have got this many wickets. I'm not taking the blame or credit for any of that.
I mean, I'm not on the field, so I don't know.
I know.
I don't know why that would be on me.
Well, it's always our fault when somebody gets out after we build them up.
It's always our fault. Everyone else. It's never, not the scorers, not the umpires, not the players. Always us. Always us. We've got the easiest job. Everyone else, their life is so difficult.
Don't tell everybody. They'll think it's hard work.
59 for 4 after 12. Smale on 5 from 7. Lister yet to get off the mark, and Katie Levick is back. 1 over for 8 so far.
I imagine that Katie Levick is a reassuring figure when, she's coming on to bowl. We'll be all right. We'll get some wickets in.
Yeah. Levick in again with her leg spin. 2 dots in a row. Yeah, and traditionally she's been up there with one of the highest wicket takers in various competitions for various different teams, including the Northern Diamonds. So you can back her. So I'm going to push for 1. I have to be satisfied with that. 60 for 4.
Lancashire, meanwhile, will be relying on Lister and Seren Smale. Build a partnership here.
Whipped into the offside again. 1 available. That was what was so good about the Durham innings, because you had Holly Armitage come in around 8 overs and she just stayed there. She stayed there for almost the entire game. And they didn't lose their second wicket until around over 23. So they just had such stability in those first 25 overs, really. Whipped away by Smale.
It doesn't matter how you get there because the trajectories will be, maybe very different. It depends on how you use your resources, doesn't it? But we'll see what sort of batting depth the Lancashire have.
Textbook defence by Elsa Lister. So 13 overs gone, 62 for 4. 3 conceded from it.
They're getting through their overs fairly quickly, even though some of them are pace bowlers. How brilliant must that be for your confidence as a fast bowler, though, to see a leg stump, cartwheel and a middle stump out of the ground?
Oh, it's the dream.
Yeah, it's like scoring the goal, isn't it? Ball in the back of the net and all that. Talking of the Women's Euros, which I'm sure we'll return to, as Phoebe Turner comes in from the Lumley end. It's played forwards but straight to Holly Armitage, who does a lovely Mayo dive. And there is no run. Very nice. Little pirouette on the ground there. Chirpy chirpy. The boots of Katie Levick in front of us, literally on the rope. Turner in again. That's defended again by Saren Smale. I wonder how many... Well, you mentioned that Eve Jones and Emma Lamb have been effectively, in a good way, hogging the batting. How often these two will have found themselves batting at the crease at this kind of stage in the game, into the 14th over, batting together. We shall see how successful that is. Smale waits. Rocks back. Plays it backwards of point. Goes underneath the fielder. They get one. They're coming round. Big wide circle from Saren Smale. The runs a very long way around there. They get two more to the total. Lancashire 64 for 4. Smale on 9. Lister on 1. Desperate for a platform here. Turner. She's quite elbowy in the style of Lauren Philo, and bangs that in, and Saren Smale can only get over it and defend it down in front of her. Susie Bates, a little bit of advice. Chatter. Okay, right, got it. Advice passed on. Phoebe Turner. What Susie Bates said to her. Banged in. Saren Smale can't get the hang of the bounce there. Can only get up and over it again and defend it down to Holly Armitage, and there is no run. Durham should have their heads up. They're chirpy in the field. We can hear them encouraging it. Susie Bates giving them a clap and wind them up. Smale again straight to the fielder, this time at mid-off. And there is no run. So a quiet over there, just the 2 off it. Good over there from Phoebe Turner. Another over clicks by. 14 overs down. Lancashire are 64 for 4. Lister on 1, Smale on 9. Bess Heath getting a helmet, so she's going to be coming in close for Katie Levick's spin.
You'd think that Durham are the happy of the sides right now.
Yeah.
Lancashire 4 down, and yes, they're obviously ahead of ahead of the runs. But you look at DLS, and that's 116 right now. So Levick's in. Straight back to her. They are going to get through for 1. Lancashire 65 for 4. I think the thing that's difficult is Lister and Smale have to stay at the crease. They have to build a partnership. Levick in. It was a shout, and the ball has raced away. I feel like that's the fastest the ball's been in the outfield, just as everyone goes up for the appeal and takes their eyes off the ball.
I think they were expecting it to hit the pads, and then we're sort of mid-appeal, and then, oh, that's off the bat.
Yeah.
It's interesting because Durham are pinning Lancashire in, but in a different style to we saw the opposite way around in that first innings where they just couldn't get the ball away. Holly Armitage's got the field right in close. Oh,
straight to the fielder.
I don't know if she fielded it or blocked it.
Yeah.
It's a bit of both.
Sophia Turner just using her body to stop it. It's quite an intimidating field. In fact, Grace Johnson's just dropped back, but it was quite tight inside the ring. This will beat the fielders inside the ring. Emily Windsor is on the boundary. Bess Heath now swapping back to a hat. Lizzie Scott has been busy today, running on helmets and
drinks, gloves,
a lot of gloves.
Messages. Oh, not messages.
Just some nice gloves with some embroidery inside, some lovely detailing.
What's the message, Coach? The fingers flying. Trying
Danny
to
Hazel's been on the sewing machine.
Yeah. Phoebe Turner. Seren Smale tapping a bat. Banged in. Seren Smale works that behind square leg. They get the one, just the one, to the total. Emily Windsor busy down there on that far side boundary in front of the pavilion. To our left. Yeah, field positioning. I think this is the thing that is going to be the next area of growth, the women's game, getting better at their field positioning. That's not to say that they're bad, but they just don't have the problem solving that they might have learnt from multi-day cricket, which is another debate in itself, as that's hoiked backward of square in the air, but dropping in front of Emily Windsor, who manages to field that, and they get through for 2, I think, and Lancashire move on to 70 for 4. Yeah, field. I think learning and problem solving and field positioning, particularly when they might need a funky field. It's banged in again, and that's just defended back to Holly Armitage. Because sometimes it feels like you need a funky field, even if it's not to do anything, but just to get in the batters' heads. And I think that they're not. They're working on their cricket smarts. They've not had the amount of cricket. They've not played multi-day cricket. They've not learnt that problem solving. That. What about if we do this? What about if we just do this for the sake of doing it? As Phoebe Turner comes in again to Smale. Ooh, that was an edge, but it went past the keeper. He's going to go for 4 runs. It is. Off the edge. Doesn't matter how they come. Seren Smale gets 4, and Lancashire are on to 74 for 4. Smale on 17, and Lister on 3. Little streaky edge there.
Yeah, annoying for Bess Heath. I think the thing about fields is really interesting because, yeah, if you set a wacky field just for the sake of having a wacky field, the opposition are going to think, oh, you've got a big plan.
Yeah, you've got a plan.
And overthink
Why
it.
Are they doing it?
Yeah,
Why are they doing that?
Get into their head.
And that's defended again. Or even just put someone in somebody's eye line.
Exactly.
Just so that they've got to think, okay, don't really want to hit this up. How's this going to go? We've been delivered tea, so we're now concentrating really hard on fishing the tea bag out. Yeah. The field positioning. I was talking with Lynn Thomas, who is one of Rachel Ayo Flint's era, and she said Rachel was brilliant at setting a field, and just sometimes it just worked, even if it shouldn't have done. It's played to point, and they get through for a single. It was a bit of a shy from Holly Armitage, and just succeeds in hitting the foot unfortunately, of Seren Smell. I think there's going to be an apologies. Ollie Armitage just going over saying, sorry, I didn't mean to hit your foot. It was collateral damage in a possible shy at the stumps, but a very loose one, shall we say. And that's the end of the over. And that's 16 overs gone. Lancashire 75 for 4, Lister on 3 and Smale on 18.
I think Durham will be keen to get a few more wickets and just kind of seize this opportunity because they've put themselves in a good position. But what they'll obviously want to avoid is Lister and Smale building a partnership and kind of taking this game away, because that's a situation that isn't, it's not completely unfamiliar to them. So a wicket here, particularly the wicket of Smale, I think would be quite useful. And it's going to be Maddie Villiers, who already has 1 wicket so far, 1 for 12 from her 3 overs, who's back from the Finkel end.
Another great addition to the side, wasn't she? I think Maddie Villiers, that's a smart signing by Durham.
Whipped into the offside down the ground. Fielder coming round to cut it off, and Emily Windsor will.
They're obviously paying her by the mile because she's getting the steps in. She's getting the steps in, covering that boundary down there on her debut.
77 for 4. Bit of flight from Villiers and full defended. £181 to win. Slash by Smale. Down to a very wide fine leg on a backward square.
We talked about stalwarts, and you wonder about somebody like Maddie Villiers, who is a kind of domestic backbone, and I wouldn't be surprised if she got a surprise call up at some stage.
I'm going to take a single. I think the thing that's really difficult with the England squad is you can say, oh, this player's great, this player would be great. Who are they replacing? Who are they coming in for?
Yeah,
I think the thing
that's
that
the
helps,
harder answer, isn't it?
What helps Villiers is she is an all-rounder, and I do think she's a genuine all-rounder. As this one goes through to Bess Heath. And the big gap for England at the moment is they don't really have an all-rounder, because Natseva Brunt isn't bowling at the moment. And I mean, she says she'll be back bowling for the World Cup, and I think this is also projecting to maybe a year's time, but there isn't that kind of solid all-rounder. Capsey will bowl a little bit, but not very much. But with Villiers, she can bowl 10 overs for you. Domestically she comes in at number 3. She can come in your middle order, so she is your genuine all-rounder, and she is an outstanding fielder.
Outstanding fielder, that's the point, isn't it? A potentially match-changing fielder, and because Alice Davis and Richards also they're not using her to bowl, so no genuine all-rounder potentially, as that's played forward by Elsa Lister and there is no run. She has. It wouldn't be her first England honours, but I think it wouldn't be that wild a pick. Given perhaps an injury somewhere else or whatever, and but a genuine all-rounder, really fit, good fielder. And there's been so many comments about the England fielding, which I won't add to, but it could be sharper, shall we say. So no bad thing to bring in somebody who can make that match-changing piece of fielding a great catch. I think about people like her, Katie George. There's a small class of people who can make you that bit of fielding that can really tip the balance as Turner comes in again. Oh, it's a thump. Muted appeal. There's no run. If you're tuning in and you haven't seen Lancashire playing in navy blue, that's because you haven't seen them playing in navy blue before today. They're in some new kit today, as are the umpires, sporting their new purple for Metro Bank, but Lancashire batting in navy blue as opposed to their perhaps expected fire engine red, as Phoebe Turner comes in again. That's knocked down straight to Holly Armitage, the captain, and there is no run. Another dot ball. Phoebe Turner stringing some dots together here. Lancashire 79 for 4. Phoebe Turner bent the leg stump back and took the middle stump out of the ground for the wicket that she took earlier. Elsa Lister up in the air, but up and over the field. Is it going to stick? No, that's 4 runs. So Elsa Lister, no risk really, because it was up in the air. Lovely big thump up and over cover for 4 runs. Lancashire moved to 83 for 4. And Lister on 8, Smale on 21. I think they're going to be heaving a huge sigh of relief when they get to that 100 mark at this rate. Well behind the DLS. We'll come back to that in a minute. Phoebe Turner played forward straight to Grace Thompson at long off, and there's no run. So that's the end of the over, and that's 18 overs gone. Lancashire are 83 for 4. The DLS is 121, so they're behind the what is the best we can have as a par score. Lister on 8 and Smale on 21.
Yeah, it's a really interesting innings. So they're two quite different approaches, and I guess the big difference has been the wickets column, and Lancashire being 4 down when Durham were only 1 wicket down, and Lister's looking in good touch, but Smale a few good shots, but it doesn't feel like the sort of, you would need one of these players to go on and get a century like Armitage has done, and it doesn't feel like either of them are looking in a way to do that right now.
I think they're still settling, aren't they?
Yeah.
But you're saying in the style that when Holly Armitage came into bat, took a few balls, and then you got this real sense that, right, I'm taking this.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a grip. I'm going to really push the score on. If we can't get big runs, we're going to at least rotate the strike, which we know is a cliche, but it is really important to keep that momentum going.
Sophia Turner bowling for Durham from the Finkel end. Pushed into the offside by Smale.
So we've got 2 Turners. And we've had 2 Morrises and a Norris, or 1 Morris and a Norris today from Lancashire.
.84 for 4. Once again, using the offside. And pick up a single.
I mentioned about field setting. There's something also about speeding and slowing up the pace of the game to get in the opposition's heads that I think probably we need to be smarter at in the women's game.
It's heading towards the boundary, but Emily Windsor cutting it off. 87 for 4. So running a 2.
Oh yes, thank you. I haven't paid attention. Saren Smell making those 1s into 2s, as she does.
Smile on strike. Turner in, and there's an appeal. That was a little bit nervy because there was some arm movement from
Did he twitch?
the umpire.
Did Graham Lloyd twitch?
It wasn't upwards, it was downwards.
just a
But I was like, oh, don't move your arms. Stay still like
Have
a
you
statue.
seen the Aussie umpire who kind of brings his finger and rubs underneath his nose? Wasn't quite that. Wasn't quite that.
It's
no.
brutal. Turner in again. This one defended. We have seen some tentative movements from Graham Lloyd though throughout the game today. That free hit was very minimal. So
it was very minimal.
I wouldn't be
I'm gonna
surprised
speak to him
if
after the
him
game.
doing out was slightly putting his arm down and then just little finger up.
I
of
want
his
more
head.
theatre to the signal. Yeah.
Dramatic.
Mm.
Chopped into the ground, pushing for one. They'll do it safely. Teaching people umpiring signals is one of my greatest life joys, because as soon as you get to end of power play, they just think, no, you're taking the mick now. Like, this is ridiculous.
You mean you want us to do
because
what?
I think, why that is quite self-explanatory, noble. But as soon as you're washing the windows, the leg by as well, it's just, why are you doing that?
There was
It's great fun.
in the women's big bash they had did they have it was like a power surge or something, wasn't it? And the signal was wash what was it? Wash and wipe or something. It's soap on, soap off. What was it? Soap on, soap off. Two equally expansive rubs of the window to make a signal. However, meanwhile, back at the cricket, Phoebe Turner into Smale, who sends that to the boundary. Emily Windsor does a big scrobbling stop there. Oh, the crowd loved that one. We can hear them right in front of them. Great stop there. And that's the sort of commitment you need in the field, isn't it? And that inspires things. That gets people going. That's what we're saying about sometimes those match-winning fielders can make a big difference just to the confidence of a side. Smale to face again as another siren goes past us. Banged in. Worked into the leg side. And they're going to get through for just the single. Score moves to 91 for 4. Lancashire eyeing up that first set of three figures. Lister on 9, Smale on 38. 28. It's greyed out 'cause she's not facing. Right. Turner in again. Lister comes forward, squirts it to point, but there is no run. Elsa Lister in those bright red shoes that would have matched her kit had she been playing in the all red that we normally expect Lancashire to play in. Phoebe Turner, can she add to that wicket haul? Spectacular clean bowled earlier. Can she add to that? Lister plays it to Holly Armitage. Does a little light rollering of one of the adjacent strips. And there is no run. Lancashire 91 for 4 still. Into the 19th over. Lancashire behind the DLS, which is 123, and they're on 91. Turner in. Rock back. Played that into the leg side. Emily Windsor once again clocking up those miles on that boundary. She's not going to cut that off though. That's 4 runs to Elsa Lister. Adds to her total, which is now 17 of 16 balls. Lancashire on 99 for 4. Bringing Maddie Villiers slightly closer in on the ring. With Lister facing. Phoebe Turner in. Yorked straight back to the bowler, and that's the end of the over. 20 overs gone, so we're almost approaching that halfway stage. Lancashire 95 for 4, Lister on 13, Smale on 28.
Lister and Smale trying to build a partnership here. 163 runs to win, so they'll need a bigger second half really. 30 overs remaining.
Because that was the thing about the Jenkins formula, it didn't work the first time because Lancashire built more on the back of their innings, didn't they? So they were bigger at the back end, as it were.
You're saying your theory isn't completely
I'm saying it's a brilliant yardstick.
It's nudged into the leg side. You're saying it doesn't factor for every single possibility in cricket?
It gives me it gives me a lot of talk. I just think it helps to use it as a yardstick. It's a useful sort of game within a game to watch. Ashthorpe liked it. Well, he really liked it. He couldn't believe I got it right the first time.
Sophia Turner again, defended with a straight back, bat by Smale.
There's probably some theory that says every theory eventually eventually comes true. Somebody will tell us what the name of that is. So Turner and Turner.
Smale awaits, pushes it into the offside. A diving stop inside the ring by Catherine Fraser. They do take the warm run. It's a good rotation of the strike. In the air, down the ground, and 4. Good from Leicester. And that's the 100 runs up for Lancashire. They've done that in 20 overs. Faster than Durham did it. Who were around the halfway stage.
Talking of games within games. Useful thing to watch.
Taking those singles where there's any possible chance of a run. It's positive from Lancashire.
Yeah. They're getting their feet under the table metaphorically, aren't they, these two? Durham will need to break this up. Make the most of that early start with all those early wickets in the power play. 3 going in the power play, first 10 overs.
£101 for 4, so 21 overs gone, 29 remain. Leicester moving to 18 from 19 and Smale 29 from 43.
There's a lot's been spoken about the England fielding, which, as we say, can be sharp. We won't add to necessarily to that. But the thing that also I observed with India, who, could have been better themselves in the field, but were sharper generally. Their anticipation was a lot better. I saw one ball where the England batter, and I can't remember which batter it was, but it just struck me at that moment, hit the ball up and over Snairana, and before she'd made contact with the ball, and I mean that, before she made contact with the ball, because she was stood at mid-off, she'd anticipated and had already turned and started running. And I think we've got to be smarter at that. Oh, talking of catches. As if by magic, catch mid-off.
Chipped in the air, Grace Thompson takes the catch and Elsa Lister departs for 18. Katie Levick over the instant impact.
Makes it sound like I know what I'm talking about. Catch it mid-off. So our 18 comes off 20 balls, 31 minutes. 3 fours.
The challenge suddenly increasing for Lancashire. Alana King's coming to the crease. Now, Lancashire's batting is really interesting because you've got King coming in and then Cross. And in the context of England, Kate Cross, perhaps you think, okay, we're into the tail now. But she has some really good domestic scores, and particularly in the One Day Cup, there have been a couple of times, I think she was 40-something not out or 30-something not out, and was there winning the game for Lancashire. So you kind of can't write the middle to lower order off for Lancashire, even if on paper they're not your typical batters. Alana King in the same category there, really.
And she hit a 6 off the last ball, didn't she, in that game? Was they at Blackpool?
Yes, at Blackpool it was 7 to win and 6 to tie against Somerset.
Were you calling that? You were there, were you?
I was there. However, I had to disappear 2 overs before the end, so I missed the thriller. Had to get to London to go to Lord's, so...
Yeah, Mike Turner, I think, was calling that one. As King, aforementioned, plays it to point, thinks about a run, but then thinks better of it. So, what can the Aussie import, who stayed on beyond the Vitality Blast? Great to see Alana King playing. Levick in. Alana King comes forward and adds a prod at it. There's a big shout, but Sue Redfern's unmoved. That's good enough for me. So, not out, but giving us leg by.
That's a huge shout.
It was.
Lots of enthusiasm.
There's some smiles going, so they're clearly not mad about the decision, unless there's like, well, there was bat involved or something obvious. I think the players think that LBW is black magic, that it just has no way of. They don't need to understand the law because actually it's a complete mystery to them. As Levitt comes in again, that's played straight to Holly Armitage, short cover. There is no run. Lancashire 102 for 5. Smale to face. Think, edges that one, and it's herring down towards us, but it's going to get cut off. It is. Well cut off there. Phoebe Turner. Just the 2 then. Streaky edge down towards us. Katie Levitt weaving her spell. What's the magic coming next? Smile takes her place. Looping delivery. Not tempted. That's a dot on the end of the over. So we have 22 overs gone. We're approaching that midway stage, so we can test my theory again. As I know you like to do that. Lancashire 104 for 5. King yet to get off the mark. She's faced a couple of balls but not scored yet. And Smale on 31 off 46. As
Having a very nice
Polly
tea.
takes a big slurp of tea just as I look at her like, oh.
It's really good tea, actually.
It's a nice cup. Sam, you brew a nice cup of tea there. Thank you very much, Sam.
Cheers.
Cheers. Lovely jubbly.
Sophia Turner's going to be back bowling for Durham. So far 2 overs for 11. 154 to win. King on strike.
Oh, it's a nice shot.
It's heading towards the boundary. Will it be stopped? It will be stopped. That's brilliant work from Emily Windsor. That's probably the fastest ball I've seen in the outfield all day. That's heading towards the boundary and is stopped. That is stellar work. She's got a smile on her face after that. It's brilliant.
So it was worth running all that way to haul it in.
A lot of commitment.
We'll love a good bit of fielding.
Turner through a rhythm again. Nudged into the leg side. Marlowe running in from the boundary.
See, I'm thinking about you were talking about the middle and lower order, Somerset a few times, and it always strikes me that they bring in Amanda Jade Wellington too late, talking of Aussie imports. They both players who can bat really well, so we shall see. King bat in hand.
I think that's the thing, especially with the Aussies, is they know that if they want to be on the Australian side, they have to bat. They don't do one-dimensional players or two-dimensional. You have to be able to do everything. They probably want you to keep wicket as well and be able to do all of that.
Yeah.
And so that's why they're so quality and so valuable when they come over. King on strike. Tap to the leg side. And there'll be 1.
I did have a brief conversation with Alana King over the checkouts at Tesco's just outside Old Trafford.
No way.
Yeah. Said, how are you doing?
So
are you
good.
enjoying your life at Lancashire? Yeah. Said, your parents over? No, they're on holiday. I said, oh, send them my best. But she was enjoying herself at Lancashire. That was about as long as conversation as it was.
Other supermarkets are available.
Even
if Alana King doesn't shop there.
Yeah.
Well, I hope she's got a club card.
Yes, I don't know. I should have been listening to see if it said Please present your club card. Yeah, she's probably thinking, that's that mad woman who was watching the Ashes a couple of seasons ago. Who are you?
109 for 5 as Turner's in again. No run on offer.
Her mum's gone to bed, by the way, if you're interested. Sent me a message saying I can't stay up any later.
Yeah, I mean, that's too much commitment.
Yeah, your daughter's playing. Come on, stay up.
But obviously she has so much faith that Alana King wouldn't have to bat.
Excellent point. Was not needed, that's right. Well, it turns out
Alas,
she
here
is.
we are. 109 for 5 after 23. Looks like Katie Levick will be back after picking up the wicket of Elsa Lister.
Mystery spin and guile from Katie Levick. One of those domestic backbone players. Ever reliable. Katie Levick. As they insert Grace Thompson at slip. Oh, it's a catch behind. She's edged it. And that's the end of Alana King. She edges one to the keeper. They brought in a slip, but slip was not required because Bess Heath snaffled the catch. And that's King out for 4. Caught Heath off the bowling of Levick. 6 balls, 8 minutes later. And Lancashire have lost another wicket, Polly.
Once again, Katie Levick having impact first ball and taking a wicket. That is classic Katie Levick. 2 for 17 so far. She's been so important. Kate Cross now coming in to salvage Lancashire. They need 149 to win, and the favours are very much in Durham's side, which is, I mean, I said it in the first innings that, you know, this might not be the biggest total they put on. It might not be what you would call a competitive score or par score, but what they need to do is back their bowlers and back what they can do in the field, and that seems to be what they're doing right now. Almost the halfway stage, and they look miles away from that target.
Well, and behind the DLS shows us 177 at this stage, and they're 109 for 6, so well behind that DLS if we think that that's a kind of par-ish score. And how much do we like spin bowler getting spin bowler? Is there a sort of symmetry to Levick getting Alana King? In the same way that I'm always amused by wicket keepers getting.
Oh, I love when
getting
wicket keepers
stumped
get stumped. I think it's so funny.
Stumped particularly because.
Yeah.
Particularly when they do with the old dancey oops. You know. Uh-oh. There we go.
Or especially when it's great awareness from the wicketkeeper behind the stumps and they kind of whip off the bells very quickly.
And if anybody knows how to be wily behind a wicketkeeper does, but they're often out.
I'm not sure what Katie Levick
stumped.
was doing then.
Oh, what's she doing?
She was just flailing her arm around.
Oh, yeah. She's just trying, explaining to Graham Lloyds, this is how you...
this is
proper
how
lasso
you do
for
it.
a no ball. This is dead ball. Levick then cross to face for the first time. Defends that down. We saw her defending the in the Ashes a couple of years ago, didn't we?
At
was
Bristol.
It back at Bristol?
Well,
Yeah,
Bristol. That
We
was
had
a
the-
fantastic game with Heather Knight.
and her and Eccleston at the end. The Thunder wall as that goes past the bat of Kate Cross. There is no run. Wicket ... so far for Katie Levick. Ever guileful. Ooh, past the bat again. Ooh. Grace Thompson not getting the memo from Bess Heath.
But yeah, the situation with that game was they had to win 5 out of the 6 white ball games to win the Ashes.
And they relied on Kate Cross and Sophie Eccleston at the end. Was that the one?
think
Or
it
am I
was
thinking
Heather-
about
it
the
was-
Canberra?
I think there
was a similar one
yes,
at Canberra.
That was in Australia.
Where-
Yes,
yeah, where
that
it's
was Eccleston and
Eccleston and Cross.
I think that was even more nervy.
Well, because they if they'd hit a 4, they'd have won the game, wouldn't
Yeah.
they? It was that close. Anyway, back to the game. Levick to Cross. straight to the fielder. I should say national treasure Kate Cross, because I think she is a national treasure as our Kate.
I mean, she's got a Portaloo. That's quite a big achievement. I
Who
don't think
doesn't want a
many people
Portaloo?
have that. Because I don't think Portaloos normally have pictures on.
Yes, I'm not. Yes, it's got a mixed message, hasn't it? But anyway, Levick had a wicket maiden then. A wicket maiden. We talked about, is there a name for 3 maidens on the trot? And we've got a wicket maiden there. So that's 24 overs gone. One more over to the halfway stage. Lancashire 109 for 6. Cross on, well, not scored yet. And Smale on 32. Sort of settled, but having different partners at the other end.
On the note of 3 maidens.
Oh yeah, we got a name yet?
No, I just think when Alana King eventually in about 30 years retires, I think I'm going to write a song to the 12 Days of Christmas with something about 3 maidens and 5 gold rings when she gets to the Olympics.
Yeah.
As Maddie Villiers is back and it's pushed into the offside for no run. Because there will be so many stats on her that I could definitely find numbers 1 to 12.
Yeah, 12th man.
I'll get writing. No one steal my idea, please. So that's defended into the pitch.
Fielding at deep third. Suggestions were all welcome. We shall read them out if we get any decent 12 days of cricket to go with the 3 maidens in a row. Oh, and a Mayo roll.
Just a bit of rolling diving practice for Phoebe Turner. 109 for 6.
Oh, I love fielding at point. I love a good roll, especially an unnecessary one.
3 dots in a row, and that's a 4th dot for Maddie Villiers.
It's a bit cat and mouse here, isn't it? At the Banks Homes Riverside.
Smell awaits, gets a bit caught up, and it's given out. A huge moment for Durham. The momentum is truly turning.
Seren Smell, disbelief, long hard stare at Graham Lloyd's then.
She doesn't look too happy with that, but yeah, the ball got very kind of caught up, and she was stood bang in front of the stumps. Smale goes for 32.
I'm more disappointed with that one because I was really looking forward to Seren Smale putting on a big score. I'm sorry, Durham, but I do enjoy watching her bat.
Yeah, good contribution from Smale. It does mean Durham are on top and in control. Tara Norris coming in. They're below the required run rates.
Another left-handed bat, Tara Norris, because she bowls left-handed. Oh, I think she bowls left-handed. Does she bat left-handed? That's the question. I've got left-handed here, but I may be wrong. We'll find out in a minute. Yes, as you say, Durham in the ascendancy here. You're listening to the voices of Claire Jenkins and Polly Starkey. Polly Starkey, marathon woman. Claire Jenkins, former Derbyshire and Somerset County player.
People are going to think I do like ultra marathons every week.
Listen, they don't need to know any detail. They don't need any detail, that's all.
No?
No, detail. Award-winning journalist.
I'll take it.
Yeah, take it. Take it. It's like if you get on in the German side, you only have to play once,
and then
or even be a 12.
German international.
Yeah, German international.
Yeah, exactly.
German Eagle.
I'll ask to just borrow someone's shirt and then claim it.
I'm sure
Tina
Goff.
Can
Can I borrow a shirt?
Yeah. I'll just try your kit on, get a photo, and then.
So Tina Goff is a Brummie German, isn't she?
Yeah.
She played for Warwickshire, and she plays for Germany. And the most highly qualified, I imagine, cricket team in the world, but certainly the women's team for Germany are all they're all surgeons.
Yeah, I've got it up my qualifications really.
And then Tina Goff, the first time I met her, I said you're in the most qualified team because they're all surgeons and brain surgeons and I don't know, whatever. They're all really properly brainy folks. And she said, "Oh yeah, I'm probably a bit behind that." And then she said, "Well, I did go to Oxbridge." You're like, "Yeah, and you went to Oxbridge, okay."
And she works with numbers.
Oh, does she? Oh,
Yeah.
we're always
Which I'm just like, right,
envious of, aren't
never
we?
mind.
I am. Don't do numbers if I can help it. Yes, Tina Goff. So yes, so you've had a chat
I'll
with her.
just go get a PhD then, and then I might be able to qualify.
Yeah, just do that.
We shall see.
Yeah.
109 for 7.
We should explain that you've got German heritage.
I am,
so there
yes,
is a reason.
I do have a German passport. I'm not
Yes.
just looking to join the German team for no reason.
Randomly pick a European
Yeah,
country
I was just like,
I'm going to play for them.
should I go Spain? Should I go France? No, let's go Germany.
So yes, you have a German
So, yeah.
passport, so you can potentially play for Germany, which is brilliant news because then I won't have to keep saying marathon woman then. It's a German international.
Yeah, I've got some credit to my
Tina Goff's a lovely character, and she's doing some commentary
She's a
across
great
the
commentator.
European. Yeah, she's got a great voice and
Yeah.
lots of great insight.
I saw her chasing a lot of birds on commentary, which was very funny.
She was driving some experimental vehicle last time I saw her commentating on European Men's Cricket League. So yeah,
It's all good fun in European cricket.
oh look, I was right. Left-handed bat.
Tara Norris awaits.
Oh, hello.
That was a shout. That seemed pretty confident.
No DLS or even VAR here. So one chance for the umpires to see whatever they're going to see.
But a wicket maiden for Villiers.
Another wicket maiden. There's 2. Excellent. This is good. Yes.
109 for 7.
They've got quite quite an attack there, haven't they, with the pace and the spin of Levick and Villiers.
Not to be underestimated.
Ash thought, I'm sorry, I can't resist this. Or De Villiers.
De Villiers.
Sorry, Ash. You were lovely. Thank you very much for welcoming me onto the commentary with the Vitality Blast stuff last time I was here, as Levick continues. Oh, it's through to the wicket keeper. Not far about this time. It's cross faces Katie Levick. It's an unusual action. From behind the head somewhere. There's a big sweepy action. There's a big an appeal, but not really convincing appeal. Kate Cross struggling with Maddie Villiers, Katie Levick's line and length here. Defends that, but it squirts to backward point, and there is no run. Can Levick match Villiers? We got another maiden. Big swipe straight through to the wicket keeper. Another dot. 4 dots. What have we got next? There's a little chat from Tara Norris. As in, get your bat on it. Katie Levick, right arm over. Oh, and it's worked behind square. There is a fielder. Phoebe Turner's going to pick that up. They're coming back for 2. Ooh, no risky biscuit, you're all right. They got through for 2. 2 to the score. 2 to cross. And we move to Nelson. 1-1-1 for 7. Will Durham get a wicket on 1-1-1? Levick in. Ooh, goes underneath the bat. underneath the bat there, and that's the over. Yes, that's the over. So 26 overs gone. Did I miss the half? I did. 26 overs gone. Lancashire are on Nelson. 1-1-1 for 7.
I can do the maths for you if you'd like.
Yes, please. Cross on 2. Norris yet to get off the mark. And Villiers and Levick putting the spin. The spin lid. The spin lid onto Lancashire's batting.
So at the halfway stage, Lancashire were 109 for 7.
Mm-hmm.
So 2 runs ahead of where Durham were, but of course 4 wickets less.
And the Jenkins
so that would mean 138. 238. 238.
Yeah, 238. Okay, well, see.
Villiers is back and
that won't be enough,
well
though, will
with
it?
the dot.
238? No, that will not be
Not
enough.
at all.
So we shall see which half of the innings. Well, they have a big back end, as Durham did. Ooh.
Chipped into offside by Tara Norris. 112 for 7.
Do you think that's Lydia and Lottie flying over watching? Because I haven't seen a mascot today.
Down the ground to Susie Bates.
Spin lid still working. Oh, good stop.
Yeah, good stop inside the ring.
Phoebe Turner there. She's happy with herself.
113 for 7. Defended by Norris.
I imagine Maddie Villiers really enjoyed that game against Essex, her old team, when they won in the 50 over and she got 3 for 28. It's always good to play against your old team, isn't it? Do well.
Villiers is bowling so well here, just so tight, and finishes the over with just 2 conceded from it. Lancashire falling well behind the required run rate, 113 for 7. The DLS 205 at the moment, 145 to win.
Yeah, all those dots and some singles. It's almost like Maddie Villiers is sending some Morse code somewhere. Can somebody decode all those dots?
Maybe it says
maybe it says something. Yeah. Can somebody decode that for us? Dots and dashes. Just a thought. Mind is wandering now. The tee is struck. Katie Levick in to Kate Cross. National Treasure Kate Cross, beg your pardon. That's straight to the fielder. There is no run. So Holly Armitage can afford to bring those fielders in, and she is. She's in a short cover, traditional cover, point and third, cut off on traditional cover by Sophia Turner. The squeeze gets tighter, although they're going to give her some space on the leg side as Holly Armitage moves the field on the leg side out to the boundary. Moves one of the fielders from the offside into Susie Bates is at mid-on. Ooh, nearly an edge to the wicket keeper there. Bit of intake of breath. Katie Levitt decides to go around the wicket to Kate Cross, the right-hander. Slash at that. Through the covers. That's going to be 4 runs to Kate Cross. Nice shot there, given the pressure she's been under. And that's just broken the spell a little that Katie Levitt was starting to weave over the Durham, for the Durham side over Lancashire. They have to go fetch that from underneath the seating.
I'm a fan of having Grace Thompson in slip. I think that's quite. That's quite
fun. I mean,
in terms of someone who will be able to reach.
Cross can only defend that. Yeah. Well, and also she is so quick to get down as well.
Yeah, she's so agile.
Tall, rangy figure. Levick in again. Cross. Through point. They get through for a single. And that's 1. Now I wonder whether they gave her that single. We shall see. Is there a plan? We shall find out. So the end of the over, 28 overs gone. Lancashire are 118 for 7. National Treasure Kate Cross on 8 and Tara Norris on 1. Villiers and Levick putting the spin lid onto the Lancashire chase. They need 140 more runs. But the DLS said they should be at 205. So if we take that as a par score, given how many overs have gone, how many wickets are down.
Villiers back in. Just one from her first ball. She's gone for two for 19 from 6.1 overs so far, including that wicket maiden. Defensive from Norris. Hit back into the pitch and kind of bobbled up.
Leg by.
Behind, so they'll take one.
Bumble signals a leg by. Talkie-walkie to the scorers. Have you noticed yet? Yeah, you noticed yet. Leg bite.
Kate Cross on strike. Slaps this down the ground. Will be stopped by Grace Thompson. So we'll just get the one run.
Very agile for a tall person.
$121 for 7.
Ooh.
Driven beats the fielder inside the ring. I'll just get one in the end.
Good dive though.
Yeah.
Nearly got it. Oh, the field's going out.
Played straight to Catherine Fraser inside the ring.
They've got some deciding to do here, haven't they, Lancashire, because they're going to have to open up a little, take some risks, because they're certainly behind it here. They're doing 4.2 but require 6.5. Long way behind the DLS par, if we assume that is a par score, and it's correct. Change of what was it? No, was it? Oh, no, it's still Phoebe Turner from the Lumley end.
Yeah, Durham very much on top, and I think they'll just want to bowl Lancashire out if possible. It looks like they'll go on and win this game unless Lancashire produce something quite spectacular with the bat.
Yeah. That's in, played down the leg side. A little glance there from Tara Norris, picked up from the field, from the deep, and they get through for a single, rotating the strike and left and right handing the field, so they're having to adjust each time a single is taken. National treasure Kate Cross to face, right-hander. Right arm over from Phoebe Turner, winds herself up from the Lumley end. Forwards, plays that 3 point. She's going to get 4 runs for that. 4 runs to Kate Cross. Nice shot there. There's a bit of a gap there. And Lancashire move on to 127 for 7. Cross on 14. Norris on 3. What can Lancashire do here? Can they build a partnership? Can these two put some good runs on the middle order, middle to late order of Lancashire? That's played again through the same spot. It's going to get the same result. Another 4 to Kate Cross. So my glue theory is not working because it's going over the boundary now. This is the Metro Bank One Day Cup, heading towards finals in September at the Utility Bowl in Southampton. Turner comes in again. Kate Cross plays that straight back. And there is no run.
Yeah, no hand involved this time.
No hand involved, yes. And Mahika Gore affected the run out of Susie Bates early on by deflecting via a paw. back onto the stumps and getting Susie Bates out in the most ignominious way, potentially backing up batting, just having wandered a foot or so out of her crease as Turner comes in again, bangs it in. It's gone up in the air. Oh, it would have been an absolutely spectacular catch had Susie Bates set off a minuscule earlier.
Fair play. I mean, she made up the ground.
They nearly clunked heads. That's what they're saying.
That was really good effort from that. I mean, full commitment.
Yeah.
She went for the catch.
Particularly consider that she's had shoulder injuries in the past in her career. I'm not going to mention that again. Cool. Thought that was going to be a wicket then. It managed to squirt to short mid-wicket. Grace Thompson stops that. That's the end of the over. So 30 overs gone. Lancashire are 131 for 7. Cross on 18. Norris on 3. We're going to start talking about bonus points, because if they can do it in 40 overs, they get a bonus point, don't they?
Well, this is why I think Durham would be really keen to bowl Lancashire out, because if you look at the table, Durham are quite far behind those. Obviously, you know, the tournament's quite long, but getting a bonus point would actually be really advantageous for them in their situation. As the table stands before the game, you had Lancashire in second place on 26 points, Durham in 6th on 14. So if they could get a bonus point, that would take them to 19. It would be a great opportunity, especially when they've put themselves in this situation. They've worked really hard to do that, to not take advantage of that and just get the final few wickets. It would feel like a missed opportunity.
Yeah, getting 3 wickets in the power play as well, so that was advantage Durham.
Catherine Fraser back for Durham. So far she's bowled 5, 2 for 20. And you never know how tight the margins could be when it comes to qualification for semi-finals.
2 semis,
exactly.
So you've got
4 spots available. So half the teams will go through. And then, of course, in semi-finals and finals, anything can happen, and it's kind of anyone's game.
Because when we're into September, we'll be talking about trying to get home advantage and all that kind of thing.
All of
so
that stuff.
And those bonus points, points mean prizes, as they say. So
Fraser in again. Ooh. Down the ground. Great stop. One-handed stop by Maddie Villiers.
That's what I mean by a good fielder.
That's top work.
Top stuff. Top draw, we used to say that. Yeah, good stop there, one-handed. Oof,
elsewhere, Essex versus Somerset has been no result. Chipped up.
Are they rained completely finished?
I think so. Which is really a shame for Somerset, actually, because that's a huge total for them to put. I mean, 312, and they still had 4 balls left. That was a big opportunity for Somerset.
Especially with Neve Holland and somebody else getting 50s. Oh, my brain's gone.
Jess Hazel, I think.
That's it, Jess Hazel. Well remembered.
Chopped into the leg side by Cross. Surrey are 141 for 5 around the halfway stage, chasing 279 with 5 wickets remaining. As Fraser's in again, this one driven back to her. And then Warwickshire 28 for 5 against the Blaze after 10 overs.
Do you know what that would... I mean, I've seen a lot of Warwickshire, and losing wickets is not necessarily a problem when your number, was it 10 gets 50, your number 7 gets 120, whatever.
Yeah.
It's very democratic batting order.
I mean, the only thing I would say is no one has got out of single figures yet, which is
that's
a
not
slight
good. Oh, I've just seen that.
Concern. Yeah,
they
it's
call
not
that
a pretty
telephone numbers or
scorecard.
something. Not good. Time for a rebuild for the Bears. Perhaps they're saving themselves for Sunday's final against the Blaze, and they're just trying to throw them off.
Yeah, false sense of security.
Yeah. Tactics there from the Bears. Phoebe Turner from the Lumley end. Sunshine here at the Banksholmes Riverside. National Treasure Kate Cross to face. Oh, bit of swipe at that, straight through to the wicket-keeper, and there is no run. We're into the second half now of the innings, into the 32nd over. And Lancashire need 123 runs from this point off those 18.5 overs.
If Durham were to get the bonus point, I think they would be equal with Somerset, who are in 4th. So they'd probably be in 5th.
Squirted, I think, sort of Harrow French cut styly to fine leg for one by Cross. Field readjusts. Left-handed Norris takes a guard. Turners continue over the wicket. Field repositions. Rocks back. Tries to put it through that cover gap, but Emily Windsor managed to get herself in the way of the ball. And there is no run. Yes, I need 122 now of 18.5 overs. I need 6.6 and I only got 4.3, so I need to accelerate from here. Oh, it's in the air. Oh, it's through the gap. Let's get through the point gap. Grace Thompson goes scrobbling across. Emily Windsor tidies up. And they put another couple onto the total there. Norris gets 2 more. Lancashire 138 for 7. Norris on 6, Cross on 22. Phoebe Turner, elbows going, pumping. Norris puts it in the air, backwards a square, but it's going to drop in front of the fielder in front of us. And they're just going to get the single. Heart in mouth time. Not quite hit hard enough. Lovely flick from Tara Norris off her legs. Just dropping. Got the single though, and rotated the strike. Left and right-handed batters as Phoebe Turner comes in to Cross. Plays that through the cover region. Fielder comes off the rope and they get a single. Well, they ain't going to let them get these singles. That's the end of the over. 32 overs gone. Lancashire 140 for 7. Cross on 23 and Norris on 7.
So I'm trying to do some maths.
Oh, no.
Can't do maths in my head. This is not a good idea.
Well, Lancashire on 140 and the DLS is 206. So whatever the gap between those two is the gap. It's a big gap.
It is a significant gap, and
66.
as we said, with the bonus point, that 40 over mark is quite crucial, and surely the Durham players will have this in their mind as Catherine Fraser's back, starting with a dot. They've been so good with these dot balls, but it's wickets is what they'll crave now.
Yep. Yes, how much risk can the batters take and how much risk will the fielding team take? Did they put the fielders close? Closer than they might have done. Holly Armitage is a short catching mid-wicket.
Down the ground for 1. £141 for 7.
I mean,
117 to win.
These two Lancashire batters are certainly experienced players, aren't they? So
tucked into the leg side by Norris.
So I'm sure they'll have a plan.
Yeah, I think it's all about staying in, as this one's been chipped over the fielders. Some diving attempts, leaping in the air, stopped before the boundary.
Holly Armitage waving at the ball as it went past her, and Susie Bates thinking, oh, I've got to go and fetch that now.
143 for 7. Chipped in the air. Susie Bates is under it. Should be taken, and it is taken. That's the end of Tara Norris. Goes for 9 from 16. Durham desperate to take these last few wickets, get the game wrapped up and get that bonus point. And Tara Norris was part of that plan. Getting rid of her. Kate Cross still at the crease, but it'll be Mahika Gore and Sophie Morris, the batters, still to come. Mahika Gore, the first of the two. And a win doesn't look on the cards for Lancashire at all.
So you've seen a fair amount of Lancashire, and they went off on close season tour, didn't they? And you do a lot of the commentary for them. What's Mahika Gore's batting like?
I mean, I don't think I'd back her to bat out 17 overs and win the game for Lancashire.
But chance to demonstrate she could.
I mean, this is her opportunity.
Oh.
It's her opportunity to prove me wrong. I think Lancashire will be well aware of the situation that they're in. 8 wickets down. Durham closing in on victory at home.
But if you wanted someone to bat with a relative newcomer, you'd be picking Kate Cross, wouldn't you?
Definitely.
To calm the newcomer.
Yeah, her innings has been good. It obviously hasn't been necessarily what Lancashire need in terms of getting the runs, but in terms of staying in, it's been sensible cricket.
Should have a very, very long reach with that bat. I think she's a right-handed bat. Could be wrong. Sue Redfern just doing a quick bat check. Katie Levick in the sunshine here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Kate Cross to continue batting. Defending that down past the slip fielder. Grace Thompson has to go fetch that. Dot ball. She's adding to a dot ball percentage here is Katie Levick. Little slash at that through the cover gap. Fielder off the boundary. Just a single. No risks. Well, we're about to see Mahika Gore face her first ball here in today's Metro Bank One Day Cup. She's taking a guard. Middle stump by the look of it. And Katie Levick. They're bringing the fielder off the rope on the off side into the 25-yard circle. That's defended down. Nice textbook style shot there. Respectful of that first delivery from the ever guileful Katie Levick. Gore again defended down very efficiently from tall figure of Mahika Gore. Katie Levick. That's worked into the leg side. They're going to get through for one. Not many strides for Mahika Gore to make that run. So Kate Cross will face the next delivery. Dot dash, dot dot dash, whatever that means in Morse. Levick in again. Kate Cross swipes that to mid-off and there is no run. Another fairly quiet over there. Katie Levick very efficiently getting through her overs. 8 overs gone. And she is 2 for 28, I think that is, off her 8 overs, as Mahika Gore and Kate Cross have a little chat. Lancashire 145 for 8, Cross on 25 and Gore on 1.
Yeah, Gore and Cross with a lot of work to do, and I think Cross very much taking the lead on that. And Catherine Fraser has bowled 7 overs, 3 for 27, and want a 4th and maybe even a 5th. Just misses the keeper. He's heading towards the boundary, slowing up in the outfield though.
The super glue's still there.
It will stop. I think they've run a 3.
Bye.
3 byes in the end.
Heading to that 150 milestone for Lancashire.
Ooh, down the ground, and it's beat the diving fielder. It goes for 4. 150 runs for Lancashire as well. 150 runs in 34.2 overs. The diving Grace Thompson not able to stop the ball.
On that occasion, she has stopped it quite a lot. Kate Cross had 1 or 2 deliveries where she's not quite sure where the ball's ended up. Off the spin bowling.
Down the ground, just one available. 153 for 8.
Durham testing the defence of Mahika Gore. Are they going to give her a single? This looks like they're giving her a single.
Worked into the leg side by Gore.
Yep, trap set, trap used. They're trying to keep Mahika Gore on strike, judging by the tactics of the last ball of that over.
It's a wise decision. 35 overs gone, 15 remain. 154 for 8. Cross 30 from 43, Gore 2 from 6.
I always think of that as an extra skill: batting, bowling, fielding, leadership, captaincy, and then cricket smarts. There's something special about having a plan. Sometimes quirky. If it works, it's a plan. As Levick bowls to Mahika Gore, who gets a bit tangled up. It's given us a wide ball. 1 more to the total and a bonus ball. Lancashire 154 for 8. Levick. Gore comes forward, squirts it to backward square. There is a fielder there. Get through for a quick single. So they rotate the strike there. Another one to the total. Lancashire need 102 runs to win. I guess you can. They're batting. They're going to be looking at targets. Get below 100 to win, and then knock the 10s off as they come. As Levick will come in to cross, slip in place, swipe through cover. And I think about a second, but Kate Cross sends Mahika Gore back. Just the one. So they've got what they wanted, Durham. They've got Mahika Gore on strike. Levick. What spells has she got in her book here? Same sort of shot as Cross played. And she's going to get 4 runs for this. Is it? Is it? Yes, 4 runs. 4 runs to Mahika Gore. And that moves the score on to 161 for 8. Cross on 31, Gore on 7, and more importantly for Lancashire, below 100. They need 97 runs off 14.5 overs as Levick will bowl to Gore. And that's only straight to the cover point fielder, and there is no run. Levick to Gore. She rocks back, tries to play it again through the offside, but misses the ball. Another dot ball. Wide 114 ... As they alter the field, Holly Armitage comes in short. Levick. That's played straight to Holly Armitage after she moved herself. That was good. bowling to her own field. And that's the end of the over. So 14 overs remain. Lancashire 161 for 8. Cross on 31. Gore on 7. Lancashire need 97, but DLS said they should be on 231. So still a long way behind where they need to be, potentially, if the DLS is a pass score.
Sophia Turner returning for Durham. She'll be hunting wickets. 3 overs so far. It's gone for 16 runs. Just having a discussion with Holly Armitage, setting her field.
So Armitage changing the pace of her attack with the ball. Doing some moving round.
Sophia Turner, who of course is a former Lancashire player and came through the Lancashire pathway.
Ooh.
Played a bit for Thunder back in the regional era.
Ooh.
Into cross. He'll take the 1 run.
I like a bit of extra spice on it. Oh yes, ex-Thunder, indeed. Going to play for the Northern Superchargers in the 100, I think.
Turner again, that's a lovely Yorker. It's signalled wide, but it just got so caught up in her feet.
Yeah.
I'll be interested if we...
Okay.
Interesting.
Must have just... it was all bat on the floor and... I'm not going to see a replay, are we?
Turner again. This one's pushed into the offside. They're just taking singles at the moment.
Sometimes it suits Durham and sometimes it doesn't, doesn't it? There's certainly a sense that Holly Armitage thinks her best opportunity for a wicket is to get Mahika Gore out, which she'd have to say probably is correct.
Gore waits. Slapped down the ground. Stopped by Grace Thompson on the leg side boundary.
Yes. Fast bowler's shot stopped by fast bowler in outfield. Durham, you get the sense they really need to make the most of this, finish it off.
Lancashire just playing this very simply. Just singles.
They need 91 to win. Lancashire kind of won't mind seeing that defensive Mahika Gore, because the defence means a dot ball, and they're already well behind the required run rate.
Ooh. Struck in the air. Fall short of Susie Bates.
Ugh.
Yeah, that wasn't really a chance.
That was so we're directly on the line of that shot, and we got a good view of that trajectory. It was coming right this way, but you could see it always dipping.
End of the over, 168 for 8. Cross on 34, Gore on 9.
Lancashire on 167, but need 90 to win, and would need 231 to be up with the par score of DLS. So they're going to need to start hitting out. At which stage do they take the risk and start hitting out? Phoebe Turner from the Lumley end to Gore, right on her toes. Good ball there. We saw Phoebe Turner uproot a leg stump and take a middle stump out of the ground on a clean bowled earlier. Can she repeat that as Gore waits? Plays a lovely defence straight to mid-off. There is no run. 2 dots. Up for some more Morse code this over, potentially. Can Phoebe Turner take another 3 for 1 so far? Oh, straight through the defences. Swipe at that, straight to the wicket keeper, Bess Heath. Would they be tempted to put somebody in a slip or even a gully potentially for a possible edge here? Phoebe Turner's pace and accuracy into Gore. Plays another defence straight to Holly Armitage, and again there's no run. ... so far. You listen to the voice of Claire Jenkins, former county cricketer. Polly Starkey, award-winning journalist. They move the field out to the rope. Turner in again to Gore. Played to mid-off. Lovely long barrier. Another dot ball. ... What will the last ball be? Are we heading for another maiden? Durham cheering on their fast bowler. Ooh, thought it was going through then. Straight to the fielder. And a maiden over. Well bowled, Phoebe Turner. And that was, another maiden. She's already got 1 wicket, and so she's gone for 38 for 1 for 38, whichever way around you want.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I thought it was going on to the stumps there too.
I thought, I'm going to be calling a wicket now.
Yeah.
Straight to the fielder, another dot. So, yeah. Durham well and truly putting the lid on this Lancashire innings. What can Kate Cross dig into in terms of her experience? What can she pass on to Mahika Gore? Can they get those 90 runs they need in the 12 overs they've got remaining? Meanwhile, at stake for Durham, can they get this wrapped up in 40 overs? Only 2 more overs to skittle these last 2 out. Last 2 wickets, Phoebe Turner. Oh, Sophie Turner.
Sophia Turner into Kate Cross.
Turner, Morris, Norris.
The pressure's definitely building for a wicket. Turner to Cross, and that's Boulder. What did I say? The pressure had been building for a wicket, and that's 2 stumps that have disappeared. Kate Cross bowled by Sophia Turner for 34.
What's better for a fast bowler than 1 stump out of the ground? 2 stumps out of the ground.
Lancashire 168 for 9.
Edging closer to a potential bonus point here at Bankshome's Riverside as Sue Redfern has to do some furniture building.
They haven't got long to do it. It's 38.2 overs, so a about, can't even figure out how many balls.
4,
6, 7, 8,
4,
9, 10.
10.
10 balls to do it.
Between us, we'll work it out.
So 10 balls to get the bonus
10
point.
balls, the bonus point. Ooh, we could do it, yeah. Every ball is going to be absolutely golden, particularly if they can turn it into a wicket.
Sophie Morris coming to the middle for Lancashire. And number 11.
What's Holly Armitage's plan for the new batter? They're bringing the field in.
Yeah, I think aggressive
Tighter,
fields.
aggressive field. They might as well.
Another ball like that, please, Sophia Turner.
Oh,
And that's exactly what she does. And that's middle stump that goes flying. Lancashire are all out for 168. A huge victory for Durham, a bonus point win, and delight as they return to the Metrobank One Day Cup on home soil. Superb from Sophia Turner. What a way to finish the game.
the opposite of commentator's curse. What could they do if they could get as good off the second? Wow.
Superb from Durham. Really put the pressure on in the field. A spectacular century for Holly Armitage in the first innings, getting Durham's first ever century in this new era, and backed up by their performance in the field. In terms of Lancashire's batting, top scorer Kate Cross 34 from 49, followed by Seren Smell 32 from 54. But it was Durham's bowling which was the star of the show. 3 for 33 for Catherine Fraser, who was superb. 2 apiece for Maddie Villiers, Katie Levick and Sophia Turner, plus 1 wicket for Phoebe Turner. So an immense victory for Durham over Lancashire in the One Day Cup. And as we said, they'll have their bonus point in that 89-run win. I've been Polly Starkey, alongside me, Claire Jenkins. Thank you so much for joining us today on the live stream. And back in One Day Cup action here at the Banks Home Riverside. Thanks for tuning in, and Durham and Lancashire will be back in action very soon.
Are you on again with them soon?
Back in September.
Back in September,
I will be.
I'm off to Taunton next week if you want to, and it will be Durham, so Somerset will be playing host to Durham at the Taunton County Ground on Wednesday the 30th, so I will be there at Somerset. If you want to listen to that, if you're following the Durham away games as well as their home games, and we'll be watching with interest to see how the rest of the season goes, because I'll be coming back at the end of 50 overs.